Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakens Sensor Abilities? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today was October 10th. Most people treated it as an ordinary day as the citizens and shinobi of Konoha settled in for the night and prepared for midnight. No one was prepared for the surprise attack of the nine-tailed demon fox. The beast roared and ripped through the village in a brutal, anime-style onslaught while shinobi rushed forward to protect homes and families. Civilians and the younger generation of Leaf Shinobi were ushered underground for safety. The younger shinobi resisted because they wanted to help protect the village. Kurenai, a 17-year-old raven-haired girl with red eyes, insisted that they could help fight and did not want to stand aside and watch. A man with similar features stood a little in front of her, just out of reach of the barrier. The man told her that this battle was for the older generation. If they failed, it would be up to the younger shinobi to carry on their will of fire and protect the village. He urged Kurenai to become a great kunoichi and to make him proud, then vanished into a swirl of leaves to join the fight against the rampaging Biju. Kurenai shook with frustrated emotion as her father left and let a stray tear fall. A hand came down on her shoulder. She looked back to see Asuma Sarutobi, recently promoted to Jonin at 17, giving her a look that told her to believe and follow the orders of the older generation. Kurenai reluctantly nodded. Beside her, fellow graduates Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy stood silently with neutral expressions, watching the beast attack their home. Beneath their calm, all of them shared the same desire to do their duty and not feel helpless against the Kyuubi. A small whimper from behind drew their attention and softened their faces. 5-year-old Naruto Namikaze stood there in blue pajamas patterned with little shuriken and a small gray robe. He resembled his father, the fourth Hokage, tan skin, blonde hair, and a quiet intelligence, and he had his mother Kushina's violet eyes and bursts of her personality. He had just turned 5 a week ago, and his mother was heavily P-Arginine with twins. His parents adored him, and he returned their love fully. Naruto shifted nervously as he watched the fox destroy the village and asked where his mother and father were. Kurenai knelt and took him into her arms to soothe him. Kakashi tried to lift the boy's spirits by reminding him that his father was the strongest in the village and that his mother was no pushover. Naruto worried aloud about his unborn siblings, and Kakashi reassured him that his father would not let harm come to them. Naruto relaxed and nuzzled into the older girl's shoulder. Silence fell as they watched the village shinobi struggle to push the Kyuubi back while it tossed them aside with terrifying ease. Just as it seemed the nine tails would surge forward again, a long staff struck the beast and pushed it back, forcing it out of the village in a dramatic, sweeping maneuver. When the fox turned to see where the attack had come from, they saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, standing on a rooftop and engaging the Kyuubi with resolute skill and long-range support from other Leaf Shinobi. Naruto brightened when he recognized 2 strong chakra signatures that appeared nearby and landed beside the third Hokage. He recognized the arrivals as Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya rode atop a large white slug and Tsunade atop a large purple frog, and both joined the battle against the Kyuubi. Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy exchanged puzzled looks, wondering how Naruto had known they were there. Hiruzen greeted the 2 Sannin, and Jiraiya asked if the Kyuubi's presence meant that something had gone wrong with Kushina's labor. Hiruzen confirmed that seemed to be the case, added that he had not yet seen Kushina or Minato and did not know their whereabouts, and emphasized that they had to keep the Kyuubi away from the village. Minato vowed to protect them, and the others nodded. However, just as the fox was about to launch an attack, Minato appeared above the nine-tails' head looking battered, then disappeared with the beast in a yellow flash away from the village, leaving a sudden hush. Tsunade asked where they had gone, and Jiraiya pointed toward the distance. The 3 Kage-level shinobi sprinted toward the site with their summons following. Other shinobi watched as Minato vanished with the nine tails. Many cheered, though only a handful and one little boy sensed the danger was not truly over. Naruto closed his eyes and searched for his father. He had never told anyone, but he had always been able to sense where people were, recognizing his parents' presences like the back of his hand. After a minute he found them outside the village and realized his mother was hurt. He wanted to reach her and stop the Nine Tails from causing more harm. He wriggled free of Kurenai's arms and started to run, but Kurenai and Kakashi stopped him. Kakashi urged Naruto not to go, explaining that even though the Nine Tails was gone it could still be dangerous. Kurenai placed Naruto gently against her chest despite his struggling. A month after the attack, life in the Leaf Village slowly began to return to normal as civilians and shinobi worked together to repair the damage. Most of the destruction had been at the front half of the village. Fortunately, the hospital, the academy, the graveyard, and most clan compounds in the rear were intact. Only the Inuzuka and Aburame compounds had sustained minor damage, which had been rebuilt within weeks. Civilians and shinobi labored to restore homes, while large groups of Leaf shinobi continued everyday missions to demonstrate that the village was still strong. At the Namikaze residence all was quiet until a baby's cry rang through the house. The Uzumaki Namikaze family had chosen a modest 6-bedroom home rather than a clan compound or the Hokage mansion. It was cozy, warm, and perfect for the family of 5. Naruto dashed into the nursery and found his mother, Kushina, holding and rocking his sister Mito back to sleep. Naruto asked his mother if Mito was okay, and Kushina smiled reassuringly, explaining that Mito was just a little fussy and full of energy, much like Naruto had been at that age. Naruto glanced at the crib where his little brother Eiji slept peacefully and noticed both babies were active but never woke at the same time during the night. Noticing Kushina's yawn, Naruto asked if she was all right and observed that she looked sleepy. Kushina nodded and said she was just tired from caring for 2 newborns but promised she would be fine. When she saw Naruto holding a book, she took it from him and crouched down. The book read Chakra for Beginners. Kushina teased that Naruto might want to become a ninja like his parents and asked what had inspired him. Naruto admitted quietly that he wanted to become strong so he could protect the family. He said he did not want them to get hurt again. Kushina hugged him, kissed the top of his head, and praised his bravery, calling him her big strong boy. Naruto asked if she could help him train. Kushina bit her lip and apologized that she was too busy, mentioning that some other new mothers would be arriving soon to meet the babies. She suggested he ask his father, who would likely be glad to help. Naruto accepted this and left the room, and Kushina felt a little disappointed that she could not train him herself but understood the timing was wrong. Kushina had invited several other new shinobi mothers over to catch up and to introduce them to Eiji and Mito. Among the visitors were her oldest friend and childhood rival, Mikoto Uchiha, who brought her youngest son Sasuke, and Tsum Inuzuka, who brought her son Kiba. Then there was Yoshino Nara and Inora Yamanaka bringing their babies Shikamaru and Ino. She shook her head, knowing she could help him another time, and continued preparing the living room for when the other mothers arrived. Naruto went to his father's office at the back of the house and knocked on the door. Minato called for him to come in. Naruto opened the door and walked in to find his father hunched over the desk filling out paperwork. Since the twins' birth, Minato had spent some of his time in his home office instead of the Hokage office so that he could help Kushina with the twins when needed. Minato scooped Naruto up and set him on his lap, making his son laugh. Naruto asked whether his mother was all right. Minato asked whether they should stay out of the way while the other mothers were visiting and smiled as they both laughed at the thought. He reflected that whenever Kushina and the other moms got together, Kushina and Mikoto always ended up playfully arguing about trivial things like who cooked best or who had won more matches in past spars, a rivalry that often drove the husbands a little crazy. Minato asked if Naruto needed something, and Naruto nodded and showed him a book. Minato took the book, looked at the cover, and smiled at the title. He acknowledged that Naruto wanted to start training to become a shinobi and noted that Naruto had already impressed them with the sensor abilities that had appeared during the attack. Minato and the others had been surprised by those abilities because there had been no sign of them before. They thought Naruto had either been unaware or that the abilities had only manifested during the attack. Naruto explained that he wanted to learn to use chakra because he wanted to become strong to protect his family and the village. Minato smiled, ruffled Naruto's hair, and told him that wanting to protect others was a great reason to get stronger and that with a goal like that Naruto would surely become a strong shinobi one day. Naruto asked if his father could help him train. Minato shook his head with an apologetic expression and said he was sorry but was too busy right now and needed to finish paperwork, so he could not help at the moment. Minato explained that he had a meeting in half an hour and could not help. Naruto looked sad that his father could not assist and wondered who would. Minato, trying to encourage him, suggested that another time he could show a few cool moves and that Naruto's mother would likely teach him a thing or two. Naruto accepted, took the book back from his father, climbed off his father's lap, and moved toward the door. As Minato was preparing to return to work, Naruto asked if he could go down to the park. Minato hesitated. He did not mind Naruto going to the park, but because Naruto was only 5 he did not want him going out alone. He remembered the mistake from a few months earlier, when Naruto had gone out by himself and their son had been brought back by Sarutobi, which had led to an angry confrontation from his worried wife and an overwhelmingly relieved hug when Naruto returned. Minato set conditions. Naruto had to be back by 3 o'clock, had to go only to the small park a few minutes away rather than the one in the center of the village, and had to be accompanied by a member of the village's covert guard. Naruto nodded in agreement. Minato sighed, told him to have fun and to be careful, and Naruto hurried off to play. Naruto promised his father before walking out. Minato sighed and called for an ANBU. An ANBU operative wearing a lion mask appeared at his side. Minato instructed the operative to follow his son and ensure he did not get into trouble or come to harm. The operative acknowledged and vanished in a flash, leaving Minato to return to his duties. Naruto arrived at the small park and found it empty except for the wind moving the swing seats. His mother often took him there when she could, and his father came on the rare occasions he was not busy. The park was small and nearby, but it was a peaceful spot Naruto always enjoyed. Minato and Kushina had noticed this about him. Naruto had always been quiet, speaking only when it mattered. When he did speak, he was polite, a trait many admired since most of his peers tended to blurt out whatever came to mind. He walked over, sat on the bench, and began to swing his legs slowly before he looked down at the book he had bought earlier. He asked Kakashi if he could get the book. Kakashi glanced at it, shrugged, and paid for it, which delighted Naruto. Naruto opened the book and tried to read, but many of the words were too long and he could not pronounce some of them correctly. He sat on the swing and squinted at the pages for about 10 minutes before he grew frustrated and set the book down beside him. Naruto wondered how he could become a good ninja like his mother and father if he could not even read very well, and then he began to swing. He felt a fairly strong presence on a nearby roof and thought it might be an UMBU member his father had sent to watch over him. After a few more minutes of silence, a voice called from behind. Naruto brightened when he saw Shizun, an apprentice of his grandmother Tsunade, walking toward him with a kind smile and her pet pig Tun-Tun in her arms. Naruto greeted her politely, and Shizun took a seat beside him. He had met her before during Tsunade's visits. She had always treated him kindly. Shizun tapped his nose and reminded him how to address her, saying he could call her Shizun or Sister Shizun. Naruto nodded and smiled, calling her big sister. Tun-Tun made happy pig noises, and Naruto giggled as the pig nuzzled his leg. Shizun asked if his mother or father were with him. Naruto explained that his mother had other clan mothers over for lunch and his father was busy with paperwork. When Shizun asked about Kakashi or Jiraiya, Naruto shook his head. Concerned that he was alone, Shizun asked again, and Naruto pointed to the roof to explain that an UMBU member seemed to be there but appeared bored. Shizun wondered how Naruto could sense the presence on the roof. Naruto said he could feel it but admitted he had not noticed her approach because he had not been paying attention, which made her laugh softly into her sleeve. She asked if he could tell her what she was feeling to test his sensor ability. Naruto paused to concentrate, and Shizun had to stop herself from cuddling him because he looked so adorable when he focused. After a minute, Naruto said she felt happy and cheery but a little mischievous. Shizun clapped, impressed, and told him his grandmother had not been exaggerating about his sensor talent. She said that, with that ability, Naruto could become a very strong ninja like his parents. Naruto squeaked that he wanted to be strong to protect his family and the village, and Shizun praised his father for being wise. Then she playfully grabbed him and tickled his stomach. Naruto protested with laughter, and Tun-Tun tried to join in by liking his ear. When Tun-Tun stopped, Shizun noticed the book nearby and picked it up. The cover read Chakra for Beginners, and she smiled as she looked at Naruto. Naruto admitted he had tried to learn from it but could not understand the big words. Shizun reassured him that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She said that trying to learn showed he understood being a ninja meant starting from the basics and working up. She offered to go through the book with him since she had finished her shift at the hospital and would otherwise be bored at home. Naruto brightened at the offer. Shizun settled him in her lap against the swing bars, placed the book in front of them, and they began to read together. The book explained that chakra is the mixture of spiritual energy and the body's physical energy, essential to every jutsu. Once molded, chakra can be channeled through the chakra circulatory system to any of the body's chakra points, often using hand seals. Hand seals are used to perform many ninjutsu, genjutsu, and other secret arts. They help regulate the amount of chakra needed for a technique, varying from the simplest to the most powerful. The hand seals are bird, boar, dog, dragon, ox, tiger, serpent, rat, horse, monkey, hare, and ram. Shizun read and explained parts Naruto did not understand, and the two of them sat there for about an hour as she taught him the basics of chakra. Shizun explained the composition of chakra and the locations of the chakra points, pointing to the places on her arms as she spoke. She asked if Naruto understood, and he sat in front of her, nodding while he studied a diagram that showed how physical and spiritual energies combined to form chakra. Naruto said he wanted to try to see if he could use his chakra. Shizun agreed warmly and guided him into a meditative pose, demonstrating with her own posture and helping him settle his legs. She asked if he was comfortable, and he nodded. Shizun showed him the ram hand sign and explained that forming a hand sign helped draw chakra out to the surface. Naruto did his best to imitate her. She adjusted 2 of his fingers until he had it right. She described how to draw chakra by searching inward for a warm sensation in the stomach, focusing on it, and pulling it outward, then demonstrated. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. After about 10 seconds, Naruto felt a strong burst of energy from her. He felt the warmth and noticed a faint bluish aura around her as the chakra surfaced. He wondered if that was chakra. Shizun confirmed that a visible surge of chakra often appeared as a light blue color. Shizun encouraged Naruto to try but reminded him not to be disappointed if he could not do it on his first attempt. He promised to try his best. Naruto closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and made the ram hand sign again. His fingers trembled slightly from nerves. Tun watched, and an ANBU assigned to watch over Naruto observed from the rooftop, leaning forward for a better view while remaining hidden. After a few minutes, Naruto opened his eyes with a disappointed look because he had not felt the warm pull in his stomach. Shizun reassured him that it often took several attempts and encouraged him to try again. He settled back into the meditative pose, focused on unlocking his chakra, and thought about protecting his father, his mother, Mito, and Eiji. Determined, he searched calmly until he finally felt a pull and a warm sensation in his stomach. He focused on it and pulled it to the surface. Warmth spread through his body and his fingers and toes tingled. A small blue aura appeared around him. Shizun smiled broadly. She was about to congratulate him but paused, surprised by the size of his chakra. It was already comparable to that of a fresh genin, larger than she had expected. She considered whether his Uzumaki heritage might explain the unusually large reservoir and noted that the chakra still felt untamed. He would need to learn basic chakra control exercises. The ANBU watched with concealed surprise, though his mask hid his expression. Shizun gently shook Naruto, which caused him to lose focus and the aura to fade. He opened his eyes to see Shizun and Tun looking joyful, and he returned her smile with a big grin. He stood up suddenly but immediately felt exhausted. His body went stiff and he collapsed to the ground. Shizun caught him and held him warmly while the ANBU remained still, seeing that she had the situation under control. Naruto yawned and wondered why he felt so sleepy. Shizun explained that he had pushed out a lot of chakra and would feel tired afterward, but that rest and some food would make him feel better. Tun nuzzled against his leg. Shizun decided they had done enough for the day, picked up the book she had been using, and carried Naruto home in her left arm. They left the park with the ANBU following at a discreet distance, watching over them as they made their way back. Halfway there, Naruto spoke up. Shizun called to him using the familiar nickname, and Naruto replied cheerfully as he looked up at her. Shizun answered that she was a medic ninja who practiced medical ninjutsu and therefore worked mainly at the hospital. Naruto asked what medical ninjutsu was, and Shizun explained that it was a type of ninjutsu used to heal people when they were hurt. Naruto asked if that meant it was for when people were sick and not feeling well, and Shizun confirmed that it was. She added that she was okay at fighting but preferred healing people, which was why she was Lady Tsunade's apprentice and admired Tsunade as the best medic ninja in the world. Naruto observed quietly that Tsunade was really strong. Shizun laughed and said she was nowhere near as powerful as Tsunade but liked to think she could look after herself. She told him she was a Chunin-level ninja and knew how to defend herself, which was the main thing. Naruto's eyes began to get heavy. They arrived at his home, walked inside, and Shizun heard female voices in the living room, one of which she recognized as Kushina's. As Shizun walked toward the stairs, she passed the living room where Kushina and the other mothers were gathered. Kushina sat beside Mikoto Uchiha and Ino Yamanaka, while Yoshino Nara and some Inazuka occupied other seats. All the mothers were holding little wrapped bundles, and the newborn twins rested in a small crib in front of Kushina. The mothers looked up to see Shizun in the doorway holding Naruto, who appeared ready to fall asleep. Kushina stood and greeted Shizun, and the other mothers followed with their own greetings. Kushina noticed Naruto's tired wave. She asked if he had had fun today, and Shizun nodded that he had. She added that he had unlocked his chakra for the first time, which surprised the women before they smiled and praised him. Naruto mumbled a quiet thank you and the women cooed at him. Kushina rose, kissed him gently on the forehead, and Naruto nuzzled into Shizun. Kushina told Naruto that he was already beginning his path to becoming a shinobi and that his father would be proud when he returned. Mikoto remarked that Naruto had grown since she last saw him and compared his size to her own little Itachi. When Naruto yawned, Kushina asked Shizun if she could put him to bed, and Shizun readily agreed. Shizun carried Naruto up the stairs and into his neat, tidy room. She laid him on the bed with blue covers patterned with small shuriken, placed his book on the desk beside the bed, and left the door slightly unlocked before leaving quietly. Kushina thanked Shizun for helping, and Shizun waved off the gratitude, saying she loved spending time with Naruto. Kushina then asked a favor. With the twins requiring most of her attention and Minato occupied with rebuilding the village, she wondered if Shizun could help Naruto with his chakra training. Shizun was taken by surprise but understood Kushina's situation and gladly accepted the request. The two said their goodbyes. Kushina returned to the living room to continue talking with the other mothers, and Shizun left the house. Some time later, Shizun sat beside the young blonde and watched him practice while reading a book on medical ninjutsu. Naruto held 5 leaves and was trying to balance them on the tips of his fingers using only his chakra. Shizun had told him the exercise would help him learn chakra control. Naruto reported that it was coming along and that he thought he almost had it. He wobbled but kept the 5 leaves balanced, and Shizun leaned in with an impressed expression. She was surprised that, despite his young age and unusually large chakra, Naruto showed very good control and learned quickly. He was eager, loved anything to do with ninjas, and asked many questions, qualities Shizun encouraged because asking questions was an excellent way to learn. Shizun had been teaching Naruto for almost a year. She had taught him bits of the village's history and its clans, instructed him about chakra, and over the last month had begun focusing on his control since his understanding of chakra was already quite advanced for a 6-year-old. She praised his control and told him that his parents would be proud. Naruto gave a half-smile that lacked his usual full cheerfulness, and Shizun recognized that he had been feeling down. She had noticed in recent months that Kushina and Minato had spent very little time with Naruto, devoting most of their attention to the twins, and she understood why he might be troubled by that. The twins looked almost identical, though they could be told apart by the deeper whisker marks on Mito's cheeks. They had celebrated their first birthday a few weeks ago and their parents had made a big fuss, wanting it to be memorable. Only a week before that it had been Naruto's birthday, a quiet affair with presents and cake and visits from Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Shizun had noticed that, despite it being Naruto's birthday, Kushina and Minato had spent most of the day focused on Mito and Eiji. She was not impressed. She understood the twins needed more attention because of their age, but she did not like that Naruto seemed a little left out. Shizune suggested they take a break and told Naruto he had done very well and deserved a treat. Naruto brightened at the word treat and let the leaves he was balancing drop from his fingers to the ground. Shizune said they would take their things home first and then get some ice cream since it was warm, and Naruto agreed eagerly. She took his hand and they walked toward his house. They talked along the way, Naruto peppering Shizune with questions about her work as a medical ninja. Since she had told him about it, he had repeatedly asked why she wanted the role and what kinds of skills it involved. Shizune considered the idea that Naruto might be interested in medical techniques. His chakra control, shown since he was 6, was promising, and she would be surprised but pleased if he took an interest. She resolved that whenever the time came, she might show him some basic medical ninjutsu. She thought to herself that she wanted to do what she could to prepare Naruto for the life of a ninja. Some villagers and other ninja passed by and gave the pair friendly waves. The village had loved Naruto from the moment he was brought into the world. As they reached the Uzumaki Namikaze home, Kushina was coming out of the door with the twins strapped into a stroller. Eiji slept while Mito had a pacifier. Naruto waved to his mother and rushed over. Kushina smiled and checked that everything was secure in the stroller. Kushina asked Shizune how their study session had gone. Naruto proudly announced that he could now balance 5 leaves on his fingers. Kushina congratulated him without looking up from the stroller, then said she was taking the twins for a walk through the market and that they would visit his father at his office afterward. She patted Naruto's head, smiled, and began to walk away. Naruto started to ask if he could go with them but stopped when his mother was already leaving. He finished the thought to himself with a small sigh and walked inside to put away his equipment before returning. Shizune frowned briefly at Kushina's distraction but pushed the feeling aside, took Naruto's hand again, and they headed into the center of the village for ice cream. 20 minutes later they left the ice cream shop. Shizune had a mint chocolate chip cone while Naruto held an orange-flavored one and was eating it very quickly. Shizune warned him to slow down or he would get a brain freeze, then noticed ice cream on the tip of his nose. She wiped it away with the end of her sleeve, then wiped the orange from his cheeks as well, smiling at his goofy grin. She teased that he was messy, and when she tickled him he warned her not to make him drop his ice cream, which made her stop and laugh. They walked a little further and sat on a bench to enjoy the sun and watch the people go by. After a few minutes, Shizune tapped Naruto's shoulder and asked him to read the feelings of a nearby mid-level ninja, Genma, who had a thin metal needle in his mouth and a headband worn the wrong way around. Naruto concentrated and sensed that Genma felt a little bored and lazy, unsure what to do. Shizune thought that sounded exactly like him. She then pointed out a member of the Inuzuka clan walking with their hounds. Naruto sensed happiness and excitement from the man, and a touch of overconfidence. Shizune nodded. Inuzuka males often seemed too sure of themselves. Shizune acknowledged that what they were doing might be seen as rude by some, but she believed it was an excellent way for Naruto to develop his sensing abilities. Feeling the energies of people around them helped him become familiar with the villagers so that, as he grew older, he would be better able to tell who belonged and who did not, and to sense whether someone had good or ill intent. She praised Naruto for his progress. Shizune told him he was getting better with his sensor abilities, which made him smile. When he smiled, he detected a familiar chakra signature approaching from behind that felt quite strong. He glanced back and Shizune did the same. Both of them grinned when they saw who it was. Naruto waved at Asuma while liking his ice cream and greeted him. Asuma nodded to Shizune as he took a drag from his cigarette. Shizune asked if he had just returned from a mission because he looked tired. Asuma confirmed he had come back a few minutes ago and explained that Might Guy was giving the mission report to the Hokage. Shizune looked sympathetic, though she admitted that Guy could be a bit overwhelming. Naruto, speaking with childlike earnestness, reminded Asuma that his older sister said smoking was bad for his health. Shizune giggled. Asuma said he used chakra to protect his lungs and that he felt as healthy as a horse. Naruto innocently asked what would happen if a horse had to be put down after breaking a leg, and whether the same would happen if Asuma's lungs failed. Asuma raised an eyebrow in mild disbelief while Shizun laughed. Shizun told Asuma he had been put in his place by a 6-year-old, and Asuma mumbled before trying to shake off the embarrassment. Asuma then offered to head back to the Sarutobi Manor and invited them to come along. Naruto brightened at the prospect of seeing his grandfather and looked to Shizun with a pleading expression. Shizun felt an urge to hug him but kept her composure and agreed, suggesting that Hiruzen might have some shinobi wisdom for Naruto. Asuma joked that his father had plenty of wisdom to go around, and the three set off for the manor. On the walk, Asuma described the mission, clearing a bandit encampment 2 days outside the village that had been terrorizing a nearby settlement. Naruto tried to listen, but the two older teens were careful to avoid grisly details so he would not be exposed to the killing part of a shinobi's duty at his age. They arrived at a large 3-story manor with wide grounds and fresh flower beds. Inside, after removing their sandals, Asuma called out that he was home with guests. Hiruzen replied from the dining room that he was there. They entered the dining room to find Hiruzen seated at the low table with ink, brushes, and paper, writing large, elegant characters. Naruto barreled toward Hiruzen, who greeted him with a warm, grandfatherly smile, hugged him, and settled him on the cushion beside him. Hiruzen welcomed Naruto and greeted Shizun as well. Shizun bowed slightly and took a seat beside Naruto. Hiruzen asked Asuma how the mission had gone. Asuma said it had gone well but that he felt tired and intended to get some rest. Hiruzen nodded and watched his son leave before turning back to Naruto. Hiruzen said it was a pleasure to have Naruto over and mentioned that he would have had tea and sweets ready if he had known. Naruto explained that his older sister had praised his studies, so they had gone for ice cream. Hiruzen asked about Naruto's studies and said he was sure Naruto's parents would be pleased that he was learning to become a capable shinobi. Naruto gave a half smile, and Hiruzen noticed a brief flash of sadness in the boy's eyes that concerned him. Shizun exchanged a look with Hiruzen indicating she would explain later. Naruto proudly told Hiruzen that his older sister had taught him the leaf balancing exercise for chakra control and that he could already balance 5 leaves on one hand. Hiruzen praised his progress, reminding him that everyone starts at the bottom and that it was good to know one's limits. When Hiruzen indicated he would like to see, Naruto jumped up, opened the door to the garden and training ground behind the manor, and went outside. Inside, Shizun sighed and told Hiruzen that she had noticed something worrying. She explained that over the last couple of months Naruto's parents, Kushina and Minato, had been focusing mainly on the twins and often spent their free time with them. Naruto had been feeling left out because he received less attention and when he asked for help with training or to play, they were usually busy. Hiruzen observed that changes like this were always likely to happen. Shizun told Hiruzen that with the twins being so young, it was only natural for their attention to be focused on them. She admitted she might be worrying too much, but she added that at Naruto's birthday a few weeks earlier she had noticed the attention was again mainly on the twins and not on Naruto, which she found a little odd. Hiruzen sighed and acknowledged her concern, but pointed out that when there is more than one child these things sometimes happen. He reminded her that because Mito was a sealing host, there was always a small chance something could happen with the seal, so their parents were probably being cautious. Shizun sighed in turn and agreed that it was likely temporary. As she was about to say more, Naruto returned and interrupted their conversation. She was a little surprised to see Tsunade enter behind him. Shizun asked Tsunade what she was doing there. Hiruzen greeted his former student, and Tsunade explained that she had come to visit while she had some time away from the hospital. She said it was an added bonus to see little Naruto, whom she had not seen since his birthday, then hugged him from behind, which made the boy smile. They all sat around the table and watched Naruto demonstrate that he could do the leaf exercise. When he succeeded, Hiruzen and Tsunade clapped while Shizun patted him on the back. As Shizun moved to speak with Tsunade, Naruto examined the items on the table and asked what all the scribbles and written characters were for, looking particularly interested in the equipment and the sheet with symbols. Hiruzen explained that it was his calligraphy equipment and that calligraphy helped keep his handwriting neat and readable. He said the practice was also useful for learning to draw sealing symbols used in sealing techniques. He picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and drew the character for fire on one of the sheets. Naruto watched with curiosity and asked about sealing techniques. describing them as making things disappear and putting them into another object. Shizun giggled at his description. Hiruzen chuckled and ruffled his hair, agreeing that the description was one way to put it. He added that sealing techniques were a type of shinobi practice that the boy's father and mother excelled at, and that when it came to sealing, they were the best there was. Naruto's eyes widened as Hiruzen confirmed this. The boy then asked whether Hiruzen was good at sealing too. Hiruzen considered the question and admitted that while he was not as skilled at sealing as Naruto's parents or some of their friends, he knew his way around seals and could recognize a great one when he saw it. He judged his sealing skills to be at a high level, comparable to the boy's grandmother. Hiruzen went on to explain the basics. He said a sealing technique could bind objects, living beings, chakra, and many other things within another object, and it could also release those things when needed. He described that there were 10 levels of sealing, from beginner to master. Naruto's parents were both level 10, Jiraiya was level 8, Tsunade level 7, and Kakashi level 6. Hiruzen placed himself at level 7 in comparison. Naruto exclaimed that it sounded cool and then asked if Hiruzen could teach him. Hiruzen was surprised but pleased, and he agreed. He cautioned that before learning sealing techniques, Naruto needed a steady hand and the ability to write and draw neatly and elegantly so the seals would work properly. Hiruzen offered to teach calligraphy first as the initial step. Hiruzen put a few large sheets of paper in front of Naruto, gave him a brush and a small ink palette, and guided him through the movements. Although Naruto already had fairly good handwriting for his age, Hiruzen explained that practice was important because one wrong mark could cause problems. He began with a simple exercise and told Naruto they would start by drawing the character for fire, moving slowly so the boy could follow. Naruto watched Hiruzen's brush glide along the paper and then tried to replicate the strokes, concentrating so hard that his tongue poked out slightly and he liked his lips. After Hiruzen finished the symbol, Naruto completed the last swish with his own brush and set it down. Hiruzen examined the work carefully, narrowed his eyes at a small detail, and then smiled. He praised Naruto for a very good first attempt and suggested making a small adjustment next time to one part of the character. Naruto nodded seriously and prepared to try again. They continued practicing calligraphy for several hours. Hiruzen taught Naruto to draw the elemental symbols and had him write sentences quickly while maintaining neatness and elegance. Hiruzen had to admit that Naruto performed very well for his first real effort. Each new symbol needed only small tweaks. The lesson progressed steadily, with Naruto learning the importance of patience and precision as the foundation for mastering sealing techniques in the future. From then on they all looked very professional and Hiruzen could not spot a flaw. Hiruzen thought that the Uzumaki blood ran strong in Naruto as he continued to show him the symbol for iron. Tsunade told Shizun that the little boy was doing well as they watched Naruto work with Hiruzen and found his determination very endearing. Shizun explained that Naruto had been asking her a lot of questions about medical ninjas lately, which made Tsunade raise an eyebrow in surprise. Tsunade admitted she had not expected Naruto to be interested in medical work, since not many children knew about it. Shizun replied that he was curious about the different types of ninja and always asked about the things she did as a medic. Tsunade asked whether Shizun thought Naruto could become a medical ninja one day. Shizun answered that she did not think he would become a full-time medical ninja, but she believed he could learn some medical techniques. She added that he was very smart for his age, asked good questions, and already demonstrated good chakra reserves and control, so learning basic medical techniques could be possible and would help him. Tsunade tapped her chin, thinking it over. She enjoyed teaching medical techniques because they were often taken for granted and had helped her develop her own abilities, including the creation rebirth technique and her exceptional strength. She felt she would like to teach Naruto and believed that, with parents like Kushina and Minato, he would go on to do great things. Preparing him early would give him a strong start. Tsunade said she would think it over and that perhaps teaching Naruto a little medical work would not be a bad thing, and Shizun smiled. Later at the Uzumaki Namikaze home, Naruto sat on the living room floor in front of the coffee table, practicing his characters. After working on calligraphy with his grandfather earlier, Hiruzen had gone out and bought Naruto a small calligraphy set so he could continue practicing at home. Hiruzen had told him to make writing the characters second nature and to work quickly, so Naruto decided to spend the rest of the day on it. Mito began crawling toward him and Naruto smiled. She and Eiji had spoken their first words a few days after their first birthday, and the milestone had made Minato extremely happy because Naruto's first word had been mother. Naruto greeted Mito and wiped some mashed carrots and beans from her face. She flailed her arms in protest. Mito then pointed at one of the brushes on the table and squealed with delight. Minato entered carrying Eiji, with Kushina following behind. Minato noted that Mito had gone to see what her big brother was doing and put a brush into her hand. Naruto and Mito dipped their brushes in ink and, with Naruto guiding her, they slowly drew the character for water on the paper. Mito giggled, and Eiji reached out from Minato's arms, wanting a turn. Kushina and Minato sat on the sofa and watched their children interact, then noticed the calligraphy kit on the table. Minato asked where Naruto had gotten it. Naruto said his grandfather had given it to him after teaching him calligraphy and that Hiruzen had said it was good practice for seals. Minato agreed that the characters were important for someone who wanted to learn sealing techniques and asked if that meant Naruto wanted to learn sealing. Kushina watched Mito doodle and asked the same question. Naruto nodded, and both parents smiled proudly. Minato went upstairs briefly and returned with a book he had co-authored with Jiraiya, A Beginner's Guide to Sealing Techniques. Minato suggested that Naruto have Hiruzen or Shizune go through it with him and asked whether Hiruzen had told Naruto about the 10 levels of seals. Naruto nodded. Kushina said that if Naruto followed their path he might fall in love with sealing techniques too. Many dismissed the field, but when used properly it could be very powerful and useful. Naruto asked his parents if they could help him learn sealing, since he had been told that Hiruzen and Shizune were very skilled. His parents shook their heads and said they did not have time at the moment but maybe another time. Minato patted Naruto's head and reassured him that his grandfather could definitely help, since he was well versed in seals and would be able to teach him. Naruto answered that maybe another time, trying to sound convincing though he felt disappointed. Kushina thanked Naruto for understanding and picked Mito up, which produced a disappointed gurgle from the little girl who had been enjoying her drawing. Kushina kissed Naruto's forehead before standing up. She told him that it was time to get cleaned and that she and Minato would take him for a bath, and they left the room with a twin in each arm. As they left, neither of them heard the slight sniffle from Naruto as he turned to a new page and began to draw again. Naruto ran through a small forest a little way from the Sarutobi Manor, jumping over logs and dodging obstacles. He had been running full out for about 30 minutes, an impressive effort for a 7-year-old. He wondered if some of his speed came from his Uzumaki blood but decided to think about that later. A small pouch strapped to his pants held kunai and shuriken that Sarutobi had bought for him months before. Since he had begun studying under Sarutobi just over a year ago, Sarutobi, Shizune, and Tsunade had been surprised at how quickly Naruto absorbed what they taught him. After 3 months of calligraphy under Hiruzen, his handwriting had become so neat that many would have thought an adult had written it. Hiruzen began teaching him level 1 sealing techniques. Naruto took to them like a sponge. Anything seal-related went straight into his head and stayed there, and Sarutobi was amazed at how quickly Naruto learned Fuinjutsu faster at his age than even his parents had been. Level 1 sealing taught Naruto how to make simple storage seals with scrolls, the basics of Fuinjutsu. In about 5 months he understood the concept and could make high-quality, working storage seals. By his 7th birthday he was already beginning level 2 Fuinjutsu. When Sarutobi tested him on how quickly he could make a storage seal with the equipment in front of them, Naruto completed one in under 30 seconds. His mentors were delighted and believed he might one day become a Fuinjutsu master. His studies with Shizune had progressed to the point that his grandmother Tsunade would show up occasionally to check on his progress and offer little tips. Once he had the leaf balancing exercise down, they moved on to balancing rocks on the tips of his fingers, which required more chakra control. Everyone was surprised at how quickly he completed the exercise, which confirmed for Tsunade that Shizune had been right about his chakra control. Tsunade resolved to teach him some medical ninjutsu at a later time. Even Asuma and Kurinai, who watched him practice, were amazed at how well he did for someone so young. They believed he had inherited his father's intellect and his mother's determination. Remembering his grandfather's advice about keeping his body nimble, Naruto slowed to catch his breath and did a few arm stretches and leg lunges. He knew he would not get far without maintaining a healthy diet and keeping his body in top shape. Spotting a tall tree, he decided to practice his kunai and shuriken throwing, a near-essential skill for a shinobi. Before he could begin target practice, he sensed someone nearby. The chakra signature felt familiar and young, but strong. He moved through the forest for about 5 minutes until he found the source. In a small clearing stood a boy about Naruto's age wearing a light blue top, gray pants, and shinobi sandals. The boy had raven hair tied into a small ponytail and pronounced tear troughs under his eyes. A red and white fan symbol marked the back of his shirt. Naruto recognized him as an Uchiha. The boy produced 4 kunai in his hands, flipped into the air, and released them toward a cluster of targets scattered around the clearing. The kunai all struck the centers of the targets. Naruto watched in awe. The Uchiha landed gently and called out, asking who was there and ordering the newcomer to come out in a slightly threatening tone. Naruto stepped from his hiding spot, bowed slightly, and apologized for spying. He explained that he had felt the boy's chakra and had come to investigate. He then introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and said it was nice to meet him. The Uchiha returned the bow and introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha. Naruto asked how Itachi had managed to hit the bullseye so consistently and expressed surprise that someone their age could do such a thing. Itachi explained that his father and clan had taught him from a young age, but that much of his skill came from self-study and relentless practice until he could perform without thinking. He had begun his training at 4, a fact that had upset his mother until his father persuaded her otherwise. Itachi collected his kunai from the targets as Naruto listened, impressed. Itachi noticed Naruto's ninja pouch strapped to his side. Naruto nodded enthusiastically when Itachi asked if he was training to be a ninja. He had been training since he was 5, though he admitted he might not train as much as Itachi. Itachi returned his kunai to a small pouch at his hip and described what he had learned so far: Uchiha-style taijutsu, shuriken techniques, fire-style jutsu, and a little genjutsu, adding that he was curious to hear what Naruto practiced. Naruto explained the chakra control exercises he had learned, the leaf and rock balancing drills, and that he also practiced sealing techniques. He mentioned that his older sister and his grandfather told him he had a sensor ability. When Itachi asked what that ability was, Naruto said he could sense other people's chakra and sometimes tell if they were happy, sad, or angry by the way their chakra felt. Itachi found the idea useful and asked who Naruto's older sister was, having assumed the Hokage and his wife had a daughter. Naruto clarified that the woman he called older sister was not actually a sibling but someone who treated him like a sister and thought of him as her little brother. Itachi apologized for the confusion. He then mentioned his mother, Mikoto, and Naruto recognized the name. He remembered hearing it before. Itachi confirmed that his younger brother Sasuke was about the same age as Naruto's siblings, Mito and Eiji. The two boys sat in the clearing and compared hobbies, unsurprised to find both devoted most of their time to training. They discovered they shared a strong desire to protect their families and their village, especially their mothers and younger siblings. Since they were the same age, they would start at the academy together. Itachi explained that the age for becoming a shinobi had been raised by the Hokage, Minato, so children could have more of a childhood before beginning formal ninja duties. Naruto spoke warmly about how much he adored his mother and how, after the attack with the 9 tails, he had felt helpless and resolved to grow stronger to protect his family. Itachi described the encouragement from his mother, who had tried to give him some normalcy and who treated injuries from overtraining with care. He also described his father, Fugaku Uchiha, as a very disciplined man who respected strength above all. Fugaku had high expectations for Itachi's potential, which Itachi sometimes felt were aimed at increasing the clan's power rather than at his own happiness. Itachi was surprised when Naruto said the third Hokage had been instructing him in shinobi basics and teaching him sealing techniques. Itachi knew the Hokage and his wife were highly regarded for sealing knowledge, and the arrangement made him wonder why they themselves were not the primary teachers. Naruto shifted the conversation away when the topic grew uncomfortable. When Naruto asked whether Itachi could really perform elemental ninjutsu at their age, Itachi demonstrated a fire-style technique. A large, roaring fireball filled the clearing in a dramatic, anime-style display of skill. Both boys watched in awe. They remained in the clearing until the sun began to dip below the trees. Realizing they had better return before their families worried, they said goodbye and agreed to meet again the next day. At that moment, neither of them nor anyone nearby could have known that two of Konoha's future legends had just met for the first time. Itachi returned to the Uchiha compound, slipped off his sandals, and went into the kitchen. His mother, Mikoto, sat at the table trying to feed little Sasuke, who was strapped into his high chair and clearly reluctant to eat his mushy peas. Sasuke rejected the food with a tiny glare, which made Mikoto sigh and then smile when she saw her eldest arrive. Mikoto greeted Itachi and asked how his day had been. Sasuke gurgled happily at the sight of his big brother. Itachi told his mother that his day had been fine. Itachi mentioned that he had just practiced his shuriken technique that day while sitting on the other side of the table and watching Sasuke try to get attention. Mikoto watched the two interact and asked softly whether Sasuke was being a good boy for his mother. Sasuke responded with a happy noise, which made Itachi smile and made Mikoto laugh at her youngest son. Mikoto wondered aloud why she got no smiles while Itachi received them, and Sasuke swung his arms in response. Itachi told Sasuke to behave for their mother or he would have to eat the mushy apricots, and the 2-year-old made a disgusted face at the thought. Mikoto tried again, moving the spoon towards Sasuke's mouth. This time he took a big bite and chewed with a pleased expression while his mother laughed. While feeding Sasuke, Itachi noticed once more that his father, Fugaku, was nowhere to be seen and asked where his father was. Mikoto answered that his father was at the Uchiha police force station with Yashiro and that they would probably be pulling an all-nighter again, and she sighed at how little time her husband spent at home. She thought bitterly that when Fugaku was home he focused too much on Itachi in his efforts to increase the clan's power. Itachi watched Sasuke happily munching and his mother laughing at the funny faces. He then told her that he had made a friend that day and, looking out the window, named the friend as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Mikoto turned in surprise and became very happy, clapping her hands together at the news. Sasuke watched his mother's sudden joy and turned his head in confusion at the excitement. Mikoto expressed how wonderful it was that the two boys were becoming friends and said she could see them growing up together like she and Kushina. Itachi admitted that he would like that. Mikoto kissed Itachi's forehead and said she would see him later, truly happy that he had made a friend. The gesture usually had little visible effect on Itachi, but this time a small smile appeared on his face. After leaving the room, Itachi slipped his hand into one of the drawers by the door and pulled out a few blank slips of paper. Walking down the quiet corridors of the clan compound, he paused at a mirror and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. Instead of his usual onyx-colored eyes, he saw a pair of red eyes with 2 tomo in each. Naruto called out to see if anyone was home as he stepped into his house, and his mother replied from the kitchen. He walked in to find her by the stove with the twins in their high chairs looking up at the ceiling. When they saw him they giggled and waved. Naruto waved back and asked where his father was. His mother said that his father would be home in a few minutes, just finishing some last-minute work, and told Naruto to go upstairs and wash up for dinner. She then moved from the stove to play with the twins, which made Naruto feel a pang of sadness, but he pushed it aside and went upstairs. On his way home earlier that day, Naruto had been thinking about elemental ninja techniques. He knew he was not ready for such a big step, but seeing Itachi perform the fireball technique had sparked something in him. He was amazed at how far Itachi had come and decided he needed to catch up, planning to increase his training with Shizen and Sarutobi in 2 days' time. Deciding to wash up, Naruto quietly went to his father's office and opened the door delicately. He looked at the giant bookshelf that held many recorded techniques his parents had mastered. His attention fell on the section about elemental techniques. He remembered his father telling him once that he had the wind element, which was rare in the Hidden Leaf Village, while his mother had the water element. Naruto's eyes stopped at a volume labeled for C-ranked water techniques. He took the book, flipped to the first page, and found a list where each technique had a small containment seal beneath it. One entry stood out: water style, water bullet technique. He thought it would be perfect, Because he had already studied sealing techniques and completed the first level, he pressed his hand against the seal and, in a small puff of smoke, a scroll appeared on the page. He quickly returned the book to the shelf, hid the scroll under his shirt, and left the office to go to his room. He planned to copy the contents onto a blank scroll and return the original to its place before anyone noticed. The next day, Naruto followed the path toward the open space in the forest where he had met Itachi, with his shinobi pouch strapped to his side and 2 scrolls at his left. One contained his seal-making kit that he practiced with almost every day. The other scroll contained a copied version of the water technique that he had taken from his parents' water scroll. He returned the original to the book where it belonged after his father left for work and while his mother was tending the twins. He knew he might be in trouble if his parents ever found out, but he reasoned that what they did not know would not hurt him. He told himself that his parents did not spend time with him anymore. Although he loved his little brother and sister dearly, he could not help feeling a little jealous. Since they had been born just over 2 years earlier, his parents' focus had been mainly on them. He wished Kushina and Minato would make some time for him, even if only a little. Shaking his head to clear the negative thoughts, he followed the path he had taken the other day. He felt Itachi's chakra signature just as he had yesterday and knew the Uchiha was nearby. When he entered the small clearing, Itachi stood in the center with his back to him. As Naruto approached, Itachi turned and nodded in greeting. Naruto greeted Itachi cheerfully. Itachi returned the nod. Naruto then asked what Itachi planned to work on today, but Itachi noticed the scrolls strapped to Naruto's side and asked what they were for, his eyes curious. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously and explained that one scroll contained his sealing technique equipment because he was thinking of getting some practice in. He added that the other might be a water technique he had taken from his father's office, biting his lip. Itachi looked at him with a faintly amused expression and raised an eyebrow, asking if he had stolen it. Naruto insisted it was not stolen but borrowed, and then admitted he had copied everything onto a blank scroll and had put the original back. Itachi shook his head. He had a feeling that hanging out with Naruto was going to lead to some interesting situations. Itachi reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 small slips of paper, handing one to Naruto. Naruto examined the blank paper and asked what it was for. Itachi explained that his father had called them chakra paper and that they helped determine elemental affinity. Naruto recalled that his grandfather had once mentioned something similar and that chakra paper could indicate which elemental techniques someone was best suited to. Fire would burn the paper, water would make it soggy, earth would cause it to crumble, wind would split it into 2 pieces, and lightning would make it crinkle. Itachi said he thought Naruto might want to find his element since he had shown interest the other day. Naruto confirmed that was the reason he had taken the water technique. He wanted to know if he could learn it too. Naruto closed his eyes, gripped the slip of paper tightly, and poured chakra into it until it glowed faintly blue. Itachi did the same with his paper, and Naruto watched both pieces with fascination. Itachi then explained that his main element was fire, which did not surprise him because his clan was known for its strong affinity to fire. He also revealed that he had been surprised to discover a rare minor affinity for water. Itachi noted that the fireball technique was a rite of passage for members of his clan and that everyone in his family had to learn it by that age. Naruto found the clan tradition impressive and wondered whether his family or other clans in the village had similar rites. Eager to know his own affinity, Naruto focused on his paper. When both boys opened their eyes, the result was unexpected. Naruto's paper split cleanly down the middle, dividing into 2 equal halves. On one slip of paper the left side crumbled away while on the other the paper became soggy and wet. Naruto and Itachi reacted in unison as they observed the small spectacle in front of them. Itachi could hardly believe what he had just witnessed and spoke with obvious disbelief. Naruto wondered aloud what it meant as he looked at the slips of paper in his hand and asked himself whether this meant he had 3 elemental affinities. Itachi finally wrapped his head around it and confirmed that it appeared so, recalling that his mother had once said it was very rare for someone to have even 2 affinities because it usually indicated a bloodline. He admitted he had been unaware that Naruto's family had such a trait. Naruto explained that he did not know his family had any special bloodline. He described his mother's side as having a naturally strong life force with high stamina and chakra and questioned how he could have 3 elements. Itachi suggested it might be a 1 in a million occurrence. Naruto considered the possibilities wind, water, and earth and imagined how powerful he could become if he mastered them. He also worried about how others would react and that his parents might discover he had used a technique from their library without permission. Naruto thought about how his grandfather, older sister, and grandmother might be angry that he had acted without telling them. He did not want to face scolding from Shizune or Tsunade, and he dared not imagine his mother's reaction. She was known as the red-hot habanero, and Naruto knew better than to cross her when she was in a bad mood. Naruto called to Itachi and asked if they could keep this discovery between them for the time being, since no one else knew he was exploring elemental techniques and they would probably say he was not ready. Itachi raised an eyebrow but shrugged and nodded, indicating it would not be a problem. Naruto thanked him, and they turned to training. Itachi returned to practicing his shuriken technique while Naruto approached the water scroll with renewed energy now that he knew he had an affinity for water. He felt more determined than ever to learn the technique. Minato stood on the small platform overlooking the academy grounds where the new students stood with concentrated faces. At the back, parents watched this proud moment they had been waiting to see. Minato reminded them that today the students were taking their first steps toward becoming ninja and protectors of the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. He asked what it meant to protect and why they should protect the village and country, saying that each student would have to answer that question for themselves. He emphasized that being a ninja was a serious responsibility and not to be taken lightly. Comrades, loved ones, and the village depended on them, and one only became strong when they had something worth protecting. He urged them to step forward and make everyone proud. The new students and their parents applauded, Minato waved, and then he disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto watched his father disappear and gave a small sigh. Itachi, standing beside him, noticed the sigh and asked if he was all right. Naruto nodded and admitted he had hoped his father would stay to wish them good luck, but he had not. As instructors began calling names to assign classes, Naruto watched parents converse nearby. His older sister and grandfather waved when they saw him, and he returned a half-smile. A little to the right, Naruto saw Itachi's parents. Fugaku stood with his usual emotionless expression, staring at the sky, while Mikoto held Sasuke, who clung to the hem of her dress. In her arms she also carried a small bundle wrapped in pink. Mikoto had given birth to a daughter named Ria 3 months earlier, a surprise for the Uchiha clan and a joyful shock for Itachi. When he had told her about Ria, Naruto had never seen his friend smile as broadly. Naruto scanned the crowd and noticed that a certain redhead was not at the ceremony, which dampened his spirits. His mother had decided it was best not to attend this time because she, like Mikoto, had been given the surprise of another child. Naruto felt happy at the thought of a new sister but knew it also meant he would lose more time with his parents. 9 months later, Mina Uzumaki was born in the Leaf Village Hospital, and everyone breathed a little easier knowing the birth had been safe. From the first glance, it was clear she would grow up to resemble her mother. Little tufts of red hair rested on top of her head, matching the same skin tone and violet eyes as Kushina and Naruto. Though he had been unsure at first, when Naruto held his youngest and newest sister in his arms for the first time, he quickly loved her and silently promised to protect her and to grow stronger for the sake of their family. Naruto and Itachi's drive to train intensified with the arrival of their baby sisters. A voice called Naruto's full name, and the room fell quiet as Naruto walked toward the man who had spoken. The man was in his early 30s with brown hair and eyes and wore the standard rank uniform. He introduced himself as Itamo Oba and said he would be Naruto's instructor for the next 4 years. Naruto bowed slightly and politely asked Mr. Namikaze to look after him. Naruto lined up with some of the other children in his class. He smiled when Itachi was called by the instructor, which meant the two of them would be in the same class. He was glad to have one friend with him. After about 20 minutes, the parents said their goodbyes. Shizune and Hiruzen offered Naruto luck and farewell before they left. Walking through the academy, the students entered their classroom and quickly took their seats. Naruto and Itachi sat in a middle row. A purple-haired girl joined them and gave a shy greeting, which both boys returned. As their new instructor explained the life of a shinobi and elaborated on the speech their leader had given earlier, Naruto looked around the room for familiar faces. Aside from Itachi, the only other girl he recognized sat at the front. She had brown hair, slightly tanned skin, and the distinctive red fang marks on each cheek. 3 little puppies were snuggled together by her leg, leaning on her as she scratched one lightly. Naruto whispered that she was an Inazuka, and Itachi nodded, explaining that her name was Hana Inazuka and that his mother and hers had been old friends from their early ninja days. 2 other students stood out. One was a sickly-looking child who coughed frequently. His skin was pale and he rested his arms on the desk. The girl beside him had purple hair tied in a pineapple-shaped ponytail, wore a dark shirt and a slightly tan skirt, and toyed with a training knife, looking as if she wanted to test her aim. Naruto shook his head to clear his wandering thoughts and turned them toward his current strength. His sealing technique had advanced from level 2 and was moving into level 3. Hiruzen no longer acted surprised by Naruto's skill with sealing. He recognized Naruto as a prodigy in the art. Since level 2 had focused on weight seals and similar conditioning, Hiruzen and others had applied a few weight seals to Naruto to help with his body conditioning, improving his strength and stamina. He had mastered the water techniques he had taken from his parents' library, even though it had taken some time to fully learn them. Water techniques seemed to suit him naturally, and because his parents were so focused on Kushina's PRGZY, they had not noticed Naruto slipping into the library to study. By now he knew 3 water techniques while Itachi had learned 3 fire techniques. His training with Shizune continued, and he was surprised when Tsunade decided to help. Since Hiruzen was teaching Naruto sealing techniques and Shizune was working on his chakra control, Tsunade offered to teach him hand-to-hand combat because it was one of her specialties. She tried to show him slug-style close combat first, but it did not fit his style. Instead, she taught him the Senju clan's hand-to-hand techniques. Even though she did not use them often herself, she was trained in them, and she adapted small parts to suit Naruto. Tsunade brought in Guy, the village's resident hand-to-hand combat expert, to observe. Guy praised Naruto's dedication and enthusiasm and demonstrated some moves from the mighty fist style. Naruto showed aptitude for those techniques as well. Guy and Tsunade decided to combine aspects of both styles to create something new tailored to Naruto. They had not named it yet, but Naruto felt it would be something impressive. His progress in hand-to-hand combat was rapid, further proof that hard work and talent were paying off. Itachi nudged Naruto and urged him to pay attention, bringing Naruto back to focus. Naruto apologized quietly as Itachi shook his head at his friend's tendency to drift. Naruto listened closely to the instructor, though he noticed that some of what was being explained overlapped with what Shizune had already taught him. He thought that the academy might not be all it was cracked up to be and tried to drown out the instructor's voice as his mind wandered. The purple-haired girl beside him saw his distracted expression and covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. The instructor, clearly not pleased at being interrupted, asked the girl if she had something to say to the class. All student eyes turned toward her. She blushed a little and fidgeted, apologizing and then stuttering when the instructor asked for her name. The teacher told Miss Yuzuki to keep any comments about noises to herself and then returned to his lesson. Yugao nodded and fell quiet while the rest of the class refocused on their instructor, everyone except Naruto, who had turned his attention to Yugao. Naruto asked Yugao what she had been laughing at after he heard her giggle beside him. Yugao replied that she had been laughing at him because he had a funny look on his face, which made Naruto's eyes light up and a grin spread across his face. Naruto then began making a series of exaggerated faces, and Yugao, turning red, covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Their teacher did not notice any of this. Itachi, sitting next to Naruto, rolled his eyes but allowed a half-smile as he watched his friend. Though Naruto was usually quiet and serious like Itachi, he sometimes let a more playful, warm side show through an echo of his mother's temperament that he had inherited beyond just his eyes. From the front row, Hana Inazuka covered a laugh with her hand, finding Naruto's antics amusing. In the back row the other purple-haired girl and the pale boy laughed as well. The pale boy had to cough every few minutes, which drew the teacher's attention. At the end of their first academy day, most of the children went home to tell their families about what they had learned. A group of 6, however, stayed behind. Naruto and Itachi went to the familiar clearing in the forest to train, and 4 others Hana Inazuka, Yugao Yuzuki, Anko Mitarashi, and the ill-looking Heiate Gecko had followed them after school to see what they were doing. The four had become fast friends, but Naruto and Itachi remained distant and hard to approach. They had almost spoken with them during lunch, but when the bell rang the two boys had already slipped away. Yugao hushed Heiate, warning that if he kept coughing they would be discovered. Heiate apologized and explained that pollen from the plants was making it difficult to breathe, and he tried to get his coughing under control. Hana hissed for quiet while Anko watched with interest, wondering how strong the two boys might be and whether they would provide a good challenge. Anko focused intently on the scene in front of them, then noticed Itachi was missing. Naruto stood perfectly still, looking toward where the group hid. Naruto called out and let them know he was aware they had been following him and Itachi since leaving the academy, which made the four freeze. A voice from behind them, amused, urged them to come out, and they jumped and turned to see Itachi standing there. Itachi told them they could have simply asked to watch or train instead of hiding, and Naruto appeared in front of them with the same point. The four children blushed and looked embarrassed. Hana's three pups sniffed the air and padded over toward Naruto. Naruto smiled, went down on his knees, and began petting them. The pups wagged their tails and happily accepted the attention. Hana explained that she had only had them for about 6 months and they had never warmed to someone so quickly before, introducing them as the three Haramaru brothers. The six properly introduced themselves to one another. After a few minutes of talking and when Anko asked if they could train together, Naruto and Itachi shrugged and agreed. As the four reviewed what they had learned that day, they watched Naruto and Itachi face each other across the clearing. In an instant the two charged and began sparring, exchanging punches and kicks in a fluid, fast-paced practice. They moved for several minutes, each trying to land a decisive hit. The four observers recognized Itachi's style as the Uchiha clan's technique, while Naruto's movements resembled the Senju style with subtle differences that hinted at a unique personal approach. The observers also wondered why Naruto did not use the Uzumaki taijutsu style his mother had been known for. Each managed to land a solid punch on the other's cheek, and both stumbled back, momentarily dazed. They quickly refocused, gathering chakra and forming hand seals. Itachi released a fire-style technique, producing a large stream of flame. Naruto answered with a water-style technique, sending a blast of water from his mouth. The two techniques collided in midair, producing a small explosion and a plume of steam. The steam rolled through the clearing and obscured the fighters for a few minutes. The four tried to make out the boys' positions, listening closely to the sounds of their clash to judge what was happening. The noises of swift movement and focused effort made it clear the sparring continued. Yugao watched the bout and thought they were incredible. Heiate, still fighting with a cough, marveled that people so young could perform elemental ninjutsu, noting how precise chakra control had to be. The group agreed quietly that the two were impressive and that their training was something to admire. Hana observed that they needed to catch up with them if they were already at that level. Yugao and Heiate nodded and then noticed Anko had disappeared. Heiate looked around and asked where Anko was. A voice from within the steam cloud identified the technique as striking shadow snakes. Naruto sprang out of the cloud from one side and Itachi from the other, both surprised by the interruption. When the mist cleared, Anko stood in the center with two fairly large green snakes emerging from her sleeves and landing where Naruto and Itachi had been moments before. Everyone reacted with surprise. Naruto and Itachi narrowed their eyes at the sight of the snakes and at the purple-haired girl. They grew wary because the snake technique suggested a connection to snakes, and the only person they knew who used snake-like jutsu was a trader who had left the village. Itachi's parents and Hiruzen and Tsunade had warned them about that man. Both boys silently wondered how Anko could perform snake techniques. Anko grinned at Hana, Yugao, and Heiate's shocked expressions and at Naruto and Itachi's wary looks, and she made it clear that she, too, had tricks up her sleeve. A month passed. Since their first meeting, the 6 academy students had become fast friends and an inseparable group. They met whenever they could, sparred with one another, and helped each other grow stronger. The academy soon recognized Naruto and Itachi as prodigies. Their talents were most obvious when both mastered the henge technique the same day they were shown it, leaving the instructors baffled. Itachi earned a reputation as his clan's prodigy, and Fugaku and Mikoto were proud of their son. Naruto became a similar source of pride for his family. Kushina and Minato embraced him with overflowing affection when they learned of his acceptance into the academy. The small celebration did not last long, but Naruto cherished the moment when his parents' attention was focused solely on him. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune marveled at his progress, though his early training with them made his talent less surprising. Enko was quickly becoming the strongest among the girls, though Yugao and Hana did their best to challenge her. While Enko was powerful for her age, she had not reached Naruto and Itachi's level. When she sparred with them, she pushed them hard enough to make them sweat. As the group went about their days, Hiruzen decided to take Naruto to a shinobi supply shop in the marketplace. Naruto asked his grandfather if he minded taking him, worried he did not have enough money. Naruto admitted that mom and dad had forgotten to give him his pocket money that week. Hiruzen smiled and reassured him he would buy everything Naruto needed. Hiruzen patted him on the shoulder and reminded him that while a shinobi's skill mattered most, proper equipment and appropriate clothing were essential. Naruto hesitated and pointed at an orange outfit in a shop window, joking about whether an orange jumpsuit would be appropriate. Hiruzen responded with a wry shake of his head and said that being a walking target was not ideal. Somewhere in the village, a jonin sneezed, earning a brief, amused glance from Hiruzen as they continued through the market. Naruto felt grateful that Hiruzen still spent time with him and trained him, even now that the old man had a biological grandson of his own. Hiruzen had been a leader in the village through its wars and knew well the importance of good equipment. After walking for another 10 minutes, they reached a moderate-sized shop on the edge of the shinobi district. Hiruzen explained that he had frequented this store since he was a young man and believed there was no better place for shinobi supplies. When Naruto noticed locking seals on the door hinges, Hiruzen explained they were to prevent burglaries. Hiruzen called for the shopkeeper, and a man in his mid-30s with brown hair appeared from behind the counter. The shopkeeper recognized Hiruzen and greeted him warmly, noting that he had been expecting Naruto now that he had entered the academy. Hiruzen explained that Naruto needed proper shinobi gear, and the shopkeeper welcomed them and expressed his honor that the village's shinobi still trusted his family's store. A little brown-haired girl at a nearby counter, hair tied in 2 buns and wearing a pink top and shorts, held a wooden kunai and gleefully said that she could finally throw it at the target. The shopkeeper and Hiruzen laughed at her enthusiasm, and the moment eased the tension as they moved forward with Naruto's fittings. Torano asked Hiruzen if he remembered his daughter Tenten. Hiruzen offered a small hello and Naruto returned the greeting. Tenten walked to her father, who lifted her onto the counter. Naruto looked around the shop and understood why it was popular with the village's shinobi and why Hiruzen liked it so much. On the walls and in secured racks were weapons of many types: swords, axes, nunchaku, sai and more. Along another wall, rows of clothing stretched from sizes for children to garments large enough for an akimichi, most in dark colors with a few brighter pieces in purple and red. Naruto commented that everything was so cool as he began to pick through the clothing for something that suited him, while Hiruzen spoke with Torano and cooed over little Tenten. 10 minutes later, Naruto had chosen 5 black tops with a blue stripe down the middle, 5 pairs of pants, and sandals in shades of black and gray. Next he moved to kunai and shuriken. The ones he currently owned had once belonged to Minato and had been given to Naruto because they were still in excellent condition. Hiruzen joined him to help and nodded approvingly at the clothes Naruto had picked. Hiruzen pointed out that the kunai and shuriken were made of chakra metal and praised Naruto's eye for quality. Naruto, not remembering the term, asked what chakra metal was. Hiruzen explained that it was metal that conducts chakra, making attacks stronger than they would be with ordinary metal. Naruto recalled his mother using a sword that glowed blue and realized that it must have been made of chakra metal. He made a mental note to remember that information for later. They added the items to their basket and continued down the narrow aisles. They found a small section with scrolls and inks for sealing techniques, including sealing scrolls for sale. Naruto was surprised to learn that sealing-related equipment could be purchased. Finally, they browsed the weapons on display while Hiruzen and Naruto examined them. Hiruzen remarked that Naruto's mother was extremely skilled with the sword and could likely match the 7 swordsmen of the mist if she wished. He picked up a katana, inspected it, and handed it to Naruto, suggesting that Naruto might follow in her footsteps. Naruto took the katana in his right hand, swung it through the air once, and admired its beauty. He thought of the sword arts practiced in other lands, the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, Kumo's academy-style kenjutsu, and Iron Country's samurai and their extensive training. A frown appeared on Naruto's face, and Hiruzen asked what was wrong. Naruto admitted that the sword did not feel right in his hands. Hiruzen and Toranno exchanged surprised looks as Naruto tried handling every sword in the shop over the next 10 minutes, none of them connecting with him. Toranno found the situation interesting and suggested that Naruto should consider whether wielding a sword was truly what he wanted. Naruto simply nodded and affirmed his desire to become a great kenjutsu user and to one day surpass his mother. Toranno shared a story his father had told while running the store. A sword could be like an extension of the wielder's arm and, in a way, have a life of its own. His father believed that the wielder did not choose the sword. Instead, the sword chose its wielder. Perhaps, Toranno offered, the sword Naruto was meant to wield had not yet been made. Ten listened from the counter. Hiruzen asked if Toranno could make such a sword. Toranno shook his head and explained that he could not forge it himself, but he knew a trader from Iron Country who visited a few times a year and had been a business partner of his father. Toranno said he could contact that trader to ask a blacksmith to construct a sword for Naruto. He added that the smith who handled such commissions was Muramasa Sengo. Naruto asked who Muramasa Sengo was. Toranno explained that Muramasa Sengo was one of the finest blacksmiths of the era, whose katanas and weapons were considered works of art. He also revealed that Muramasa had forged Naruto's mother's katana, the kitetsu. Naruto remembered seeing the kitetsu only a few times when his mother kept it sealed on her wrist, but he knew it was a beautiful blade and that watching his mother wield it had inspired his own desire to excel at kenjutsu. Hiruzen asked if Muramasa would agree to make a sword for Naruto. Toranno nodded and said that Muramasa had been a good friend to his father and would likely extend the same courtesy. He believed that building a first-class katana for a boy who wanted to be a great kenjutsu wielder and who intended to use that strength to protect those he cared about would be a cause Muramasa would support. He warned that it might take a month or two, but promised that Naruto could expect one of the finest katanas he would ever see. Naruto smiled brightly at the news. Toranno added that they could sort out payment later. They all nodded and paid for the equipment currently in their basket. The instructor asked everyone to congratulate their classmates Itachi Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and Anko Mitsurashi for passing the academy in a single year and wished them well as they began their first steps as ninja of the village. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko stood at the front of the class, smiling as their fellow students called out congratulations. After a year at the academy, the teachers and the council agreed that, despite being only 9, the 3 were ready to become junior ninja. They had outclassed their peers, and keeping them in the academy would have been a waste of their talents. Yugao, Heiate, and Hana applauded the loudest and vowed to do their best to catch up by next year. Naruto noted that the real path of being a ninja was beginning. Itachi gave his usual quiet nod, and Anko flashed a big grin and complained that she had been so bored she thought her head might roll off. Their teacher expressed his honor at having had them in his class, bowed to them, and wished them luck in their ninjutsu careers. The 3 thanked him together. The teacher informed them that their new high-ranking ninja instructor would meet them on the roof in 10 minutes. The 3 nodded, waved to their friends, and left the classroom. They exchanged knowing looks, formed the ram hand sign, and used the body flicker technique to reach the roof. They had learned that technique from Hiruzen after Naruto had asked him to teach a jutsu during a break from ceiling techniques. Hiruzen had considered the request and decided Naruto was ready to learn the body flicker technique. After Hiruzen taught it to Naruto, the blonde boy passed it on to the others. Hana, Heiate, and Yugao struggled to master it, while Itachi and Anko had it down within a few days. On the roof, the 3 sat together. Naruto read a book on ceiling techniques, Itachi stared at the clouds, and Anko twirled a dagger around her index finger. Anko asked if they had any idea who their instructor would be. Both of the boys shook their heads. Naruto hoped the instructor would be strong and was eager for more training. Itachi observed that the village leader would not have assigned them someone unable to handle the task. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword he carried in his right hand and set it across his lap. 2 months earlier, after placing an order at the weapons shop run by Torino, the katana he had been waiting for finally arrived. He admired how beautiful and unlike any other sword it looked. Torino had suggested it might be one of Masamune's finest works. The blade measured 27 inches. The metal was a deep black with a distinct red edge, and the guard had petal-like contours. The handle was a dark purple, and the sheath was plain black with 2 red spirals running up one side. Naruto noticed that the blade was a bit heavier than most swords, a weight he was told came from denser, harder metal that granted greater physical strength. He expected it would take time to get used to, but with his weight seals now set to 30 pounds on each limb, the weight would not be a problem. When he had received the sword, he, Hiruzen, Shizun, and Tsunade had marveled at its elegance and power, none of them having seen a blade quite like it. Naruto named it Shusui, and the others agreed the name fit. He created a storage seal on his wrist similar to the one his mother used so he could keep the Shusui with him at all times. When it was not sealed, it hung at his side. He preferred to hold it rather than strap it on. He thought that if he ever met Muramasa, he would owe that smith his eternal thanks. As he was thinking about his sword, Naruto sensed an approaching energy signature moving toward them at great speed. Itachi and Anko saw him tense and prepared to defend themselves, but Naruto relaxed almost immediately, indicating the newcomer was not hostile. Leaves swirled into being and parted to reveal Mikoto in her high-ranking ninja uniform, holding little Ria in her arms as the child giggled. Ria greeted her as Aunt Mikoto. Itachi, surprised to see his mother in uniform, asked what she was doing here. Mikoto explained that she was their assigned high-ranking ninja instructor. The 3 reacted with stunned looks, and Naruto pumped his fist in the air, thrilled by the news. Itachi announced that Mikoto would be their sensei, and little Ria looked puzzled but joined in cheering. Anko felt pleased because she knew that Mikoto Uchiha, known as the Fire Mistress of Konoha, was one of the village's finest female shinobi, ranked alongside Tsunade and Kushina. Itachi asked his mother if she was sure and expressed concern about Sasuke and Ria, and whether their father knew about this change. Mikoto reassured Itachi that Sasuke would stay with a sitter and that Ria would be with her during their D-rank missions. She explained that for higher-level missions she would arrange for other clan members to watch the children while she accompanied the team. Mikoto also told Itachi not to worry about their father, and that she was returning to the life of a shinobi because she wanted to. She added that she had always wanted to lead a genin team, and that she could think of no better team than the one her son belonged to. She kissed Itachi's forehead, causing him to blush slightly, while Ria sat in her big brother's lap. Mikoto then said that since introductions were required for a new team, she would start and asked each member to say their name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. Mikoto introduced herself as Mikoto Uchiha. She said she cared deeply for her family, enjoyed fire jutsu, friends, and the village. She stated that she disliked traitors and anyone who harmed children or her family. Her hobbies were learning something new every day and cooking, and she smiled when she added that one of her dreams had already come true. Mikoto asked Anko to go next. Anko introduced herself as Anko Mitarashi. She said she liked her close friends, dango, and testing her skills in battle. She stated that she disliked those who belittled others, arrogance, and people who thought themselves superior. Her pastime was making life difficult for people she disliked. She became serious when she said her future goal was to confront a certain white snake. Her teammates exchanged curious looks, since Anko had never mentioned that goal before. Mikoto narrowed her eyes briefly but understood. Like the other village leaders, she knew of Anko's past and why she harbored that ambition. Itachi introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha. He said he cared for his friends and family, enjoyed ninjutsu and genjutsu, and liked visiting cafes. He disliked anyone who tried to hurt those precious to him, and those who craved power selfishly. His hobbies were meditating and training, and his dream was to protect his home and live up to the legacy of the Uchiha. Mikoto then invited the last member to introduce himself, and Naruto stepped forward. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He said he cherished his loved ones, enjoyed ramen, sealing techniques, and sword work. He disliked those who hurt others and people who sought power for selfish reasons. His hobbies were training and spending time with his grandfather and friends. He said his dream was to surpass his parents and become a great protector of the village. Mikoto observed that Naruto's dream sounded like a desire to become Hokage one day, and Naruto replied that if his path as a shinobi led him there, he would accept it. Ria excitedly raised her hand to speak, prompting laughter at her eagerness. Mikoto told Ria that it could wait for another time, taking her daughter into her arms while Ria pouted. Naruto asked what they would do next. Mikoto said they would break for the day and asked everyone to meet at Training Ground 13 the next morning at 9 o'clock so she could test their abilities. She admitted she had ideas about Itachi and Naruto but knew little about Anko, and she wanted all three there. The three responded affirmatively, and Mikoto smiled at them. She thought to herself that this would be an interesting experience and that she looked forward to proving herself in front of Kushina, smiling inwardly at the thought. Because they were the only team that had graduated from the academy, Mikoto announced that the three of them were now genin and that they would be designated Team 13. Naruto and Anko beamed, and Itachi offered a small smile. Mikoto nodded, said goodbye, and then departed in a flash of movement with Ria in her arms, leaving the new genin team alone. In the Hokage's office, Minato sat behind his desk, running a hand through his hair as he sat across from one of the few men in the elemental nations who could match him in combat. Kakashi was seated to Minato's right and Jiraiya to his left, while Kushina sat nearby. Hiruzen sat on a sofa with his pipe, composed but alert for their guests. The visitor was the fourth Raikage, the man with whom Minato had fought many times. Was a large man with dark skin, pale blonde hair slicked back, and a neatly trimmed goatee. He wore his Raikage cloak and hat, with heavy weights at his wrists and a broad gold belt at his waist. Beside A were two Kyumo shinobi. One had white, spiky hair that covered part of his left eye, wore a standard Kyumogakure flak jacket, and carried a cleaver-like sword. The other was a fair-skinned man in the Kyumogakure uniform with bandages wrapped around the top of his head and his forehead protector covering his right eye. Minato welcomed the Raikage to the Leaf Village and expressed relief that the delegation had arrived safely. A snorted but accepted the welcome. A suggested they get straight to the point without delay. Minato nodded, and Kushina remained guarded, her mistrust of Kyumo shinobi stemming from a past attempt on her life when she was younger, an incident that had left her wary of them. Minato agreed. Minato said that he saw no reason why the two villages should remain at each other's throats and that he was more than willing to put the past behind them if it meant the Leaf and the Cloud could finally regard one another as allies rather than enemies. The Raikage agreed that the safety of his village was his top priority and that he would do whatever was necessary to prevent another needless war. Minato nodded. Although he and the Raikage did not always see eye to eye, he appreciated that the leader of the Cloud recognized the benefits of an alliance. Minato observed that Kyumo had always been more militarized than Konoha, built like a tight, army-like village, while Konoha was more relaxed yet always kept its guard up. He then remarked that he was surprised B was not present, since the two brothers were usually inseparable. The Raikage explained that B was a Jinchuriki and that, as such, his place was to remain in the village as a protector. He spoke plainly about the role Jinchuriki played for Kyumo. Kakashi frowned at that but knew that was often how Jinchuriki were treated elsewhere. The Raikage then asked why Konoha would not reveal who their own Jinchuriki was, given that Kyumo's Jinchuriki were known. That question made everyone tense. Kushina and Minato turned to face the Raikage with guarded expressions. Minato responded in a calm, even tone that the identity of their Jinchuriki was classified. The Raikage's voice rose as he challenged the idea that his village did not deserve to know about Konoha's weapon while Konoha knew theirs. Kushina slammed her fist on the table and reminded them that Jinchuriki were not tools to be controlled, but human beings who carried a great burden. The Raikage appeared unmoved and raised an eyebrow at Kushina's outburst. Minato reached for her hand to soothe her. The Raikage pointed out that Minato seemed unusually protective of Jinchuriki, implying that Konoha's Jinchuriki must be someone close to him. All the Leaf shinobi stiffened at the implication, preparing for confrontation as Kushina's expression hardened. When the Raikage suggested that perhaps coming to the meeting had been a mistake if Konoha would not be honest, Kushina scoffed and accused the Raikage of hypocrisy, recalling how members of the Cloud's leadership had behaved in the past. The Raikage retorted that his father's actions did not reflect on him and voiced condescension about the Uzumaki clan's abilities. Tension rose further as Kushina looked ready to retaliate. Minato and others exchanged weary looks. He had brought her to the meeting and now regretted it. The Raikage stood and said it might be best to continue the discussion another day. Minato proposed they keep cool heads, think on it overnight, and resume the treaty talks the next day, since he truly wanted a pact that would prevent future conflicts and spare children from war. The Raikage scoffed but nodded, agreeing to continue the following day. He announced that they would take up residence at the Golden Leaf Hotel and then departed by leaping through a window. Jiraiya, who had been present, offered a sheepish apology about the window, and Minato acknowledged with a wry smile that some people preferred not to use doors. The white-haired man and Jiraiya left through the door together. After the meeting room door closed, everyone breathed more easily despite how poorly the discussion had gone. Kushina checked her nails and whistled innocently, diffusing the mood with a small, defiant air. Night fell as Naruto, Anko, and Itachi sat at Ichiraka Ramen. Shizune watched from the side with Mito and Eiji beside her, looking after the children because many of the clan heads were attending the post-meeting gathering. Mito and Eiji swung their legs playfully with noodles at their lips. Naruto had little Mina on his lap. She was nearly a year old and clapped her hands as he fed her some ramen. Shizune noted that Uzumaki children naturally loved ramen. Naruto smiled as Mina beamed, showing a few tiny teeth. Anko, despite her tough demeanor, softened at the sight and called Mina sweet. Itachi looked on with a quiet expression. Naruto then felt a tug at his sleeve and saw Mito and Eiji looking up at him with wide eyes, arms outstretched. He felt conflicted. Although he loved his siblings, his parents' attention had often focused on the twins, and he had been somewhat distant from Mito, who could be very clingy. The two little girls adored being with their big brother. Shizune sensed Naruto's dilemma and lifted the twins into her arms. Mito protested that she wanted Naruto, but Shizune smiled warmly and said it was time to go home. Shizune told them they both needed baths, noting the twins' disagreeable expressions. Naruto called to Mito and Eiji, promising he would try to read them a bedtime story when he came home. The twins smiled, and Naruto returned a small smile. Shizune set the twins down and placed Mina in the stroller. Mina cried a little, reluctant to leave her older brother's warm embrace. Shizune asked Naruto if he was coming. Naruto told his sister not yet, he was going to have one more bowl. Shizune reminded him to be home soon and that even though he was a ninja, he was still 9 and needed his sleep, and that the same went for everyone. Anko and Itachi nodded. Shizune kissed Naruto's forehead before leaving with Mito, Eiji, and Mina. Naruto noticed the Black Ops agents who had been watching them move to follow Shizune and the children. They watched them go. Itachi observed that Naruto was still trying to put distance between them. Naruto sighed and nodded. Anko asked why he was trying to put distance between the children and remarked that they were adorable. Itachi said it was personal business. They sat and talked among themselves, occasionally speaking with the ramen stand owner Tucci, a friendly middle-aged man who was always willing to help. He had a daughter their age named Ayam, whom they had seen a few times. As Anko and Itachi spoke, Naruto's sensing ability detected something irregular. He felt Cloud ninjas enter the village along with the Lightning Leader. The Lightning Leader stood out because of his enormous power, like that of his father and grandfather. Naruto hopped off the stool and stood in the middle of the empty street, looking toward the direction of the signature. Anko asked Naruto what was wrong as she and Itachi followed him. Naruto answered that one of the Cloud ninjas was not at the hotel with the others but near the Hyuga compound, and wondered why he was there. The three were alarmed. Anko voiced concern that the Cloud ninja might be attempting to abduct a member of the Hyuga, since Cloud had long coveted the Hyuga clan's unique eye ability. Itachi pointed out that all the clan heads were at the gathering and that the attacker had known the head of the Hyuga clan would not be present. They agreed to check it out. Within minutes they arrived on a building opposite the Hyuga compound. Naruto scanned the area for the cloud ninja he had sensed and spotted a black-clad figure against an outer wall, a forehead protector covering his right eye. In the man's left arm, Naruto saw the Hyuga heiress Hinata unconscious. Naruto ordered Anko to warn his father at once, and she took off immediately. Itachi noted that all the clan leaders were away. Naruto agreed they had to buy time and could not let the man get away. The two took a deep breath, knowing the situation could go badly, but they were leaf ninjas and it was their duty to protect the people. As the cloud ninja moved, Naruto and Itachi threw throwing blades toward him. The attacker sensed them and dodged, landing to his left. He glanced over and showed brief interest in the black sword Naruto held, then pulled a dagger from his pocket to block Naruto's descending strike. The dagger cracked a little under the force. While the attacker focused on Naruto, Itachi moved in and freed Hinata from the man's grasp. The attacker cursed loudly as Itachi retreated with Hinata and Naruto followed. The two regrouped while keeping Hinata protected. The attacker taunted them, warning them not to make him angry. Naruto stated that they were leaf ninjas and would not allow one of their own to be taken. The attacker laughed and formed hand signs, then unleashed a lightning technique that sent thin threads of electrical energy outward toward Naruto and Itachi, aimed to strike between them. Naruto and Itachi jumped. Naruto noticed Itachi's eyes flare with a distinctive red pattern that let him anticipate movement. The cloud ninja appeared in front of Naruto and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. He struck at Itachi as well, but with his reactive battle eye active, Itachi managed to evade most of the assault. Holding Hinata limited Itachi's ability to counterattack. Itachi laid Hinata down in the Hyuga compound garden and then returned to the fight. Naruto summoned a water technique, sending bolts of water toward the attacker. The cloud ninja dodged, giving Itachi time to return and rejoin Naruto. Back in the skirmish, Naruto kept his black sword drawn to block quick, powerful strikes. Despite his efforts, the man's superior strength forced him backward against a wall. The attacker grinned and bounded away from the incoming daggers. Naruto and Itachi stood side by side and charged. Naruto struck with punches and palm techniques, targeting the pressure points he had been taught by Tsunade and Shizune. Itachi moved to sweep with his Uchiha-style technique. The two smaller ninjas tried to push him back, but his adult strength and reach were superior. Their quick, compact movements let them avoid most of his slower strikes. He managed to land a few blows, but he was surprised that they kept getting back up and attacking him. He felt a faint wave of illusion energy settle over him, which he dispelled with a pulse of spiritual energy. He knew that with the Sharingan, Itachi would try to trap an opponent in an illusion. The cloud ninja's frustration grew as the two young fighters pressed on. Both genin jumped back simultaneously. Itachi formed the signs for fire release, great fireball technique, and a large fireball erupted from his mouth toward the attacker. The cloud ninja leapt to dodge, but his eyes widened when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, Shusui drawn and ready. Naruto swung the blade as the cloud ninja tried to push away. The tip of Shusui grazed the man's chest and forced him to stagger backward, clutching at the shallow cut that ran across his front. The man cursed as he examined the wound and wondered aloud what kind of children these were, noting that they were no ordinary young ninjas when he met Itachi's intense gaze and Naruto's violet eyes. He began preparing a lightning attack, placing his hands together to form lightning release, surge flash. He did not notice that Itachi had already copied the sequence with his eyes. Just as the technique was about to be unleashed, a powerful energy signature erupted nearby. A blur shot out from the Hyuga compound and struck the cloud ninja in the chest. Hisashi Hyuga, the younger twin brother of Hayashi, had appeared and executed 8 trigrams 32 palms with swift, precise strikes to the man's torso. The cloud ninja staggered and collapsed, rendered motionless. Naruto and Itachi watched, stunned, as Hisashi glared down at the fallen shinobi and then approached the two boys. He bowed to them and thanked them for protecting Hinata. Before they could reply, Naruto became aware of a larger surge of multiple energies arriving from the right. The group turned to see Naruto's parents, Jiraiya, Tsunade, the clan leaders, and several special operatives appear at the Kushina and Mikoto rushed forward and embraced the boys, checking them over with a mixture of relief and sternness. They examined the bruises beginning to form on the boys' faces and shot a hard look at the incapacitated attacker. When the mothers were reassured that the boys were all right, Kushina joined Minato in speaking with Hizashi and the others, while Mikoto stayed with the two boys. Mikoto fussed over Itachi with gentle, motherly affection, smoothing his hair and pressing a quick kiss to his forehead. Naruto watched from a short distance and felt a flash of bitterness when he heard Mikoto talk about checking on the twins and Mina. Naruto felt the old knot of loneliness tighten. He hesitated, then shook his head and walked home, keeping his distance. Itachi glanced after him with concern, and Mikoto wondered what had left Naruto so withdrawn. Nearby, Tsunade and Hiruzen, having heard Kushina's words, exchanged worried looks. Tsunade noted that the way the children were being treated seemed to be affecting Naruto, who had begun to distance himself from the twins, and she suggested that someone needed to speak with Sarutobi about it. Hiruzen agreed, concerned for the boy they all cared for, but they decided that for now there was little they could do other than wait and see if the others would come to understand how their behavior was hurting him. Some time later, Naruto stood at the north gate of the village, waiting for his team and their teacher to arrive for their first C-rank mission. He could not help but feel a little excited. The previous night's rescue of the Hyuga heiress had drawn the gratitude of the Hyuga clan and the Shinobi Council. Because Naruto, Itachi, and their teammate had held the attackers back long enough for warning to be sent, the mission had been upgraded to an A-rank success and all three young ninjas had been rewarded. Their deeds set a record. They became the youngest team to complete an A-rank mission. Mikoto had given them a light scolding afterward, the unmistakable sternness of a proud mother, and the trio had understood it as such. She had tested them the next day to gauge their abilities and had been impressed on more than one occasion. She had found herself pushed onto the defensive before regaining control and subduing them. The experience made the three realize how formidable Mikoto was and why she was called the village's fire mistress. For the next 6 months, the team carried out simple D-rank missions across the village, growing stronger and more confident with each task. They came up with a simple routine: perform D-rank missions in the morning, break for lunch, then meet again for a few hours of training in the afternoon. Mikoto had found ways to help each of the three improve, and she was grateful for that since she did not want to favor one while ignoring the others. With Itachi, she focused on his ninja techniques and illusion techniques because they both shared the same special eye technique. With Enko, she concentrated on hand-to-hand combat, spending an hour or more sparring with the girl while also helping her refine her elemental fire techniques after seeing the two boys use theirs for the first time. It was not surprising that Enko also had an affinity for fire, which was a bonus. With Naruto, she had struggled for a short while before she could help him with hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship. Although Mikoto used a tanto rather than a katana, the dynamics were similar, and it gave Naruto plenty of opportunity to practice his swordsmanship skills against his mentor and improve. As Naruto considered his progress, he looked down and stared at his two hands. He had always wondered what could set him apart from his famous parents and teachers. His father had the Flying Thunder God technique, his mother had her swordsmanship and both had sealing techniques, Mikoto had her fire techniques, Tsunade had her healing technique and super strength, Jiraiya had his toad techniques, Kakashi had his lightning blade, Itachi had his special eye technique, and Sarutobi had his staff techniques and decades of experience. He had wondered what would mark him as unique. A month ago he had finally found an answer. Flashback. Naruto panted as Tsunade threw another punch that he barely dodged. He regained his footing and charged toward her. This was one of their regular hand-to-hand sparring sessions that Tsunade had started when she began teaching him. They were in a small training area on the Senju compound, a place Tsunade kept in use since she did not want her ancestral home to fall into neglect. Naruto swung his right fist, which Tsunade caught almost effortlessly. He followed with a right leg sweep that she blocked with her elbow. Tsunade smirked, thinking she had him, but his momentum drove his left fist toward her. She evaded the blow and spun, using the motion to send him flying to the far end of the area. Naruto landed on his feet but stumbled and hit a tree. From the sidelines, Shizune and Hiruzen winced at the impact but saw Naruto already getting back up and charging again. Shizune commented that Naruto surely had spirit, and she was not surprised given his renowned stamina. Hiruzen observed that Naruto had improved greatly over the past few years and asked if Tsunade still planned to teach him the mystic palm technique. Shizune confirmed that Tsunade wanted him to learn it for emergencies and that his chakra control had improved. She suggested that with a few more years his control might even surpass hers. She also mentioned that Tsunade had considered giving him the creation rebirth mark on his forehead but wanted to leave that decision to Naruto, which Hiruzen nodded at, aware of the technique's benefits and drawbacks. Back with the spar, Naruto panted as Tsunade kept throwing him around like a rag doll. He thought that her hand-to-hand combat was just too strong and understood why she rarely needed ninja or illusion techniques. His eyes widened when her hand glowed blue and tightened into a fist. Tsunade warned Naruto to be ready and then struck the ground, causing fissures to tear through the earth in front of her. The ground around Naruto trembled like an earthquake and he fought to keep his footing. When he tried to jump clear, his foot became trapped between a slab of rubble and the root of a tree, pinning him in place as debris flew toward him. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune moved to help but stopped as Naruto did something none of them had expected. Unconsciously, Naruto channeled chakra into his hands and pressed his palms together. Just as the debris was about to strike, pillars of wood shot up from the ground and formed a protective dome around him, stopping the debris in its tracks. The shaking subsided and silence fell. Naruto stared at the wooden dome in shock, his eyes wide. Tsunade dropped to her knees, equally stunned at seeing one of her grandfather's techniques. She muttered that it was not possible, while Shizune suggested it had to be some kind of illusion technique and tried to dispel it. Hiruzen murmured Naruto's name as he looked at the boy, equally amazed and bewildered. Naruto remembered being asked what he would become. It was a day he would never forget. He and his 3 teachers had come to the conclusion that he had somehow awakened the Hidden Leaf's most legendary heritage, the wood release of the first Hokage. For now the discovery was kept secret. If word reached enemies or even the village elders, Naruto's life would never be the same. Mikoto, flanked by Itachi and Anko, approached him and asked whether he had everything he needed, holding a small scroll in her hand. Naruto wanted to be sure about the mission and asked for a recap. Mikoto explained that they had to deliver the scroll to General Mifune of the Iron Country. It contained updates on the next shipment of chakra metal used in trade. Anko noted that Iron Country was neutral and known for samurai rather than ninja. Mikoto added that the Iron Country traded for food because its cold climate made agriculture difficult. Naruto, excited that this would be his first time leaving the village, announced he could not wait. Itachi shared that excitement quietly while Anko remained silent. Team 13 set out from the Hidden Leaf toward the cold reaches of the Iron Country. 2 days later, Naruto, Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko paused on 2 fallen logs to rest after traveling and to eat. 2 days of travel felt like a new kind of mission for the young ninja. Their usual low-rank tasks normally took only a few hours. Naruto ate rice ball he had made before leaving, a skill his older sister Shizune had insisted on teaching him so he could carry compact, reliable food on missions. Mikoto and Itachi shared a leftover stew, and Anko ate sweet dumplings she had brought from the village. As they ate, Naruto began to sense multiple chakra signatures converging on their location at speed. Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko had already detected them as well. The 4 exchanged a look and prepared themselves. A minute later, a volley of arrows erupted from the trees. In a practiced substitution technique, all 4 vanished and were replaced by logs. Bandits burst into the clearing, assuming they had the advantage against 3 young ninja and a woman. Naruto intercepted a sword strike from an overweight attacker and countered with a kick that sent him reeling and out of commission. The bandits searched the area where the logs had been, confused, until Team 13 dropped from the trees into the center of their ranks and launched a swift counterattack. Naruto landed between 2 attackers and knocked them back with a split kick. When one rose again, Naruto ducked a blow and delivered a precise strike to his knee that left him unable to continue and clutching his leg. Before the other could recover, Naruto hurled several shuriken that pinned him to a tree, immobilizing him. Mikoto and Itachi moved through the group with controlled efficiency. Mikoto, almost bored at times, used precise strikes to neutralize opponents and quickly bound them, while Itachi neutralized the more aggressive threats with equal precision. Anko produced a small summoned snake that subdued one attacker and left him collapsed and motionless. Naruto dodged a heavy club, retaliated with a forceful kick that sent another assailant into a tree, and sensed only a few remaining foes, who were soon taken down by Itachi and Mikoto. Suddenly Naruto felt a focused, lethal intent aimed his way. On instinct he spun, readied his blade, and threw it. He felt a warm splash on his face, wiped his hand, and realized he had struck a young man in his early 20s who stood among the bandits with a chipped sword. The man slumped forward and lay still. Horror washed over Naruto. He recognized the finality of what had happened and his hands began to shake. The man's brown eyes had gone vacant, and Naruto stood frozen as the reality sank in. Mikoto called his name from behind him as Anko stood watch while Itachi, who had used a decisively violent move that proved fatal for another assailant, turned away and looked pale. Anko put a steadying hand on Itachi's back while he composed himself. Naruto, voice faltering, expressed that he had not meant to kill him and that it had happened so suddenly. Naruto stuttered that his body had reacted on its own as Mikoto closed the distance and placed her hands on his shoulders. Mikoto thought that the first kill was always the hardest to take. Naruto suddenly broke from her grasp and, like Itachi had done moments earlier, vomited behind a bush. Mikoto moved through the aftermath with steady efficiency, gathering the fallen bandits. She used controlled fire techniques to clear the area and neutralize the remaining attackers with swift, decisive strikes, leaving the scene secure and ready to be cleared properly. Her gaze softened toward Naruto and her son. This was one reason she had taken the C-rank mission. The route to Iron Country was known for bandit camps, and she wanted Naruto and Itachi to face a first kill. She believed that experiencing it would make them less hesitant later. She remembered her own first kill at 13 and how the memory still surfaced sometimes, but she trusted that Naruto and Itachi were strong and would rise above it. She checked that Anko was all right. Anko had already killed before during training. Mikoto then patted Naruto and Itachi's shoulders, rubbed them gently, and urged them to move on and cover as much ground while there was still light. The two boys moved more slowly than usual, their first kills weighing on them and likely to do so for days. 2 days later, Mikoto presented the scroll they had been sent to deliver to Lord Mifune. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko stood with her in a large office decorated with blades and samurai armor. 3 framed portraits of armored men hung on one wall, each imposing in appearance. Mifune, an older man with long hair threaded with gray, bandages around his head, and a small mustache, took the scroll and read it. He wore a navy blue kimono and sandals, and Naruto noticed a katana at his side. 2 samurai in Iron Country armor stood by as Mifune studied the message. After reading, he nodded and began to write a reply scroll. When he finished, he handed it back to Mikoto, who bowed and thanked him. Before they left, Mifune warned them that a strong blizzard would arrive that night and that anyone caught in it could be in grave danger. Mikoto bowed again to express her gratitude for the warning. As Naruto, Itachi, and Anko prepared to leave, Mifune sent a few hand signals to Mikoto. He had noticed the boys' tired, emotionless faces and wondered what was wrong. Mikoto sighed and signed back that it was their first kill. Understanding crossed Mifune's face. He nodded and settled back into his chair, intrigued by Naruto's sword, since few from the Leaf practiced Kenjutsu and he was curious about the boys' progress. Early the next morning, Naruto lay on his futon staring at the ceiling, the image of the man he had killed replaying in his mind. Every time he tried to sleep, the figure returned. He wondered if others experienced the same after their first kill as the room brightened with morning light. Itachi slept nearby, having spoken with Mikoto for hours the night before, and looked better. Mikoto had tried to comfort Naruto as well, but her words had not eased his thoughts. Realizing he would not get more sleep, Naruto rose, dressed, and left his room carrying Shusui. Mifune had given them rooms for their stay in Iron Country to avoid the coming blizzard. Walking through halls lined with paintings and display armor, Naruto found one of the indoor training rooms the samurai offered. Iron Country's harsh weather meant the samurai maintained large indoor spaces for training. The room held wooden and stone dummies, a 10-meter circle for sparring and racks of weapons. Naruto approached a wooden training dummy, unsheathed Shusui, and began to practice his sword work. The blade no longer felt heavy to Naruto after nearly 6 months of carrying it. He had grown accustomed to it and grown stronger. For about 30 minutes he moved around the wooden dummy, slashing and stabbing at the straw target without any formal style, simply practicing the motions. A pair of eyes watched him from behind. Naruto felt the presence but did not show he noticed. The observation felt curious rather than threatening, as if the watcher wanted to see what he would do next. After a few moments the figure dashed forward with a katana and swung toward Naruto. Naruto spun around as quickly as he could and blocked the strike with Shusui. Turning fully, he found Mifune standing there, studying both Naruto and his sword. Naruto addressed him as Lord Mifune, quickly sheathing his sword and bowing while apologizing for engaging him. Mifune waved the apology away and explained that he had approached because he had seen Naruto carrying the blade and wanted to see how well he handled it. He complimented Naruto's reaction time. Naruto, taken aback that one of the best sword users in the world was praising him, stammered his thanks. Mifune observed Naruto's footwork and grip and asked if he had a formal style. Naruto shook his head. Mifune found it odd that the son of Kushina Uzumaki, known for her skill with a blade, did not already practice kenjutsu. Naruto explained that his mother was a busy woman and had not had time to teach him while tending to her duties. Mifune's expression softened. He asked to see Shusui. Naruto hesitated but handed it over. The sword had become one of his most precious things. Mifune noted its weight and the black metal with a red, wave-like pattern running to the tip, admiring its unique look. He identified it as a strong blade built for power and physical strength and told Naruto that he would need a style suited to it. Naruto agreed. Mifune returned the sword and led Naruto to a sparring circle. Both drew their blades. Mifune instructed Naruto to attack with full commitment, as if in a real battle, or not to attack at all. Naruto braced himself and advanced. He launched a series of strikes, and Mifune let a few through while remaining primarily defensive. Each time Naruto struck, Mifune blocked with ease and little difficulty. Mifune told him he needed to try harder, then spun and used the back of his sword to jar Naruto off balance, knocking him backward. Naruto shook his head and charged again, increasing his speed and attempting to catch Mifune off guard. Mifune again blocked and dodged the strikes. Naruto swung higher and harder. Mifune locked blades with him, producing a loud clang. Naruto tried to push his advantage, but Mifune's strength and control forced Naruto backward and then away once more. Breathing heavily and frustrated at not landing a decisive blow, Naruto charged a third time. Mifune locked swords with him, spun the blade in Naruto's hand, and disarmed him with a swift motion causing him to drop Shusui. Naruto watched as Mifune prepared to place him on the spot and make him think creatively to retrieve his sword. As the strike descended, Naruto took a leap of faith. He hoped the move would work and, feeling the air shift, he moved his hands out and caught the blade in his palms. Mifune was impressed by the bold, unconventional maneuver. Even though he had been holding back, catching a blade between two palms showed quick thinking. He slid the blade from Naruto's hands and swung again. Naruto used his stature, ducked, and rolled toward his fallen blade. He grabbed Shusui and deflected another strike. Mifune acknowledged that Naruto was beginning to think like a swordsman and cautioned him never to drop his sword in battle because an opponent might use it against him. To demonstrate, Mifune again pushed Naruto, knocking Shusui free just enough for it to fly briefly through the air. Mifune reached for it and caught it before bringing both blades to rest in a scissor-like hold near Naruto's neck. Naruto stood awestruck at how quickly the exchange had turned, reaffirming Mifune's formidable skill. Mifune examined the boy and recognized that he had talent. Mifune thought that if Naruto worked hard and found the right style, he would become a force to be reckoned with. Mifune handed the sword back to Naruto, and Naruto accepted it, sheathing it but keeping his hand on the handle. Mifune instructed him to spar again, and Naruto obeyed. They practiced together for several hours, and Mifune left convinced that Naruto would grow into a formidable swordsman. One day later, Naruto packed his belongings and sealed them into a storage seal as he and his team prepared to return to the Leaf Village. Itachi, Mikoto, and Anko waited for him outside the room while Naruto finished the last of his packing. The sword Shusui was strapped to his side and he patted the handle. After sparring with Mifune during his stay, Naruto felt he had improved. He had learned that a great swordsman must make the blade seem like an extension of the body. Mifune had also emphasized patience as a key element, and after their final spar he had encouraged Naruto to become stronger so that one day they might have an unforgettable clash. As Naruto was about to leave, a small breeze moved through the room and a brief chakra signature flickered into existence, disappearing almost immediately. On a side table, a slightly larger scroll now stood out. Naruto approached and read a note attached to it that explained the style had no master yet and would teach fundamentals while allowing the user to create original techniques. The note suggested that he might be the first to master it. The name on the side of the scroll read One Sword Style. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise and gratitude toward Mifune for pointing out his flaws and helping him improve. A grin spread across his face. He sealed the scroll into a storage seal on his arm. As he left the room, he did not notice Mifune standing with his back to the wall beside the window, arms crossed and eyes closed. Mifune expressed that he looked forward to seeing who Naruto would become, and then he disappeared. Naruto rejoined his team, cast a last glance back at the compound, and they began their journey back to the Leaf Village. Minato, in his role as the village leader, sat behind his desk and addressed Team 13 and Mikoto about the importance of the upcoming exams. Minato asked if they understood how important this was. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko answered respectfully that they did. Minato informed them that their team was the only one from the Leaf Village competing in the Chunin exams this year and that the village had high hopes for them. Mikoto watched her team with evident pride. Minato urged them to give their all and reminded them that the entire village, both ninja and civilians, would be supporting them. He told them they were the best group of junior ninja the village had produced in a long time. He added that, based on what their teacher had told him, the three of them were more than ready. Minato looked at Naruto with pride, but Naruto remained expressionless and met his father's gaze with a slightly bored look. The three promised to do their best, and Minato nodded as he handed them the registration forms they needed to enter the exams. He warned that if any of them lost those forms, none of them would be allowed to participate. He explained that the Chunin exams would be held in the Sand Village, a 3-day journey away, and that the exams started in 5 days, so they would need to depart by the following day. The three genin bowed to the village leader and left to prepare. Minato mentioned that Naruto's mother wanted to know what he would like for dinner that evening since he would be away for a while, and that she had offered to make whatever he wanted. Naruto turned slowly, still showing no emotion, and told them to tell his mother not to worry because he would be having dinner at Gigi's that night. Before anyone could respond, Naruto left instantly. Minato and Mikoto exchanged puzzled looks. Mikoto had begun to notice that Naruto was becoming distant and a little cold toward his parents, even attempting to avoid his siblings when possible. She also noticed he had been spending more time at the compound with Itachi and Anko. Mikoto suggested that it was probably nerves, that the shock of being entered in the Chunin exams had made him withdrawn. She reminded Minato that they had all felt the same way before their own exams and recalled how nervous Kushina had been when she was 14, chuckling at the memory of Kushina's excitement turning to a nervous wreck on the day of her exam. When her confidence returned, she made sure everyone knew she was going to become a middle-level ninja and prove anyone who doubted her wrong. Mikoto suggested that Naruto was probably handling things differently and that everyone coped with situations in their own way. Minato sat quietly for a few moments, then smiled and agreed, adding that Kushina would be disappointed Naruto would not be home that night but that she would understand. He bade Mikoto farewell and prepared to face the Kage's greatest enemy. Mikoto left the room with a frown, worried about her blonde-haired student and genin. She went straight home to ask her eldest son about Naruto's behavior toward his parents. She found Itachi in the backyard playing with his younger sister and smiling at her. Mikoto approached and asked Itachi if he had noticed the way Naruto acted toward his family. Itachi answered with a sad expression and said he had noticed. He recalled meeting Naruto when they were both 7 and explained that one of the first things he learned about Naruto was how skilled he was with sealing techniques. Mikoto assumed Naruto had learned those techniques from his parents, given their backgrounds, but Itachi corrected her. He explained that it was the third Hokage who had taught those sealing techniques. Naruto's parents had not taught him even the basics of chakra control. Instead, he had learned that from Shizune. When Naruto asked his parents to teach him, Itachi said, they had become distracted by the twins after their birth. Minato had given Naruto a book to take to the third Hokage for lessons, and Kushina had told him she was too busy and passed him off to Shizune. Mikoto looked toward the mountain where two small figures could be seen on the fourth Hokage's head and felt a wave of sadness. She could not understand what had caused two of her closest friends to act that way toward their son. She asked why no one had confronted them about it. Itachi shook his head and explained that the parents were not acting out of malice but were simply unintentionally favoring the twins. He said Naruto had asked everyone not to confront his parents because he believed it would not change anything and he did not want them to think he was causing trouble out of jealousy. Despite how he had been treated, Itachi said, Naruto loved his younger siblings deeply and would do anything to protect them. Mikoto then asked about Naruto's unorthodox fighting techniques and who had taught him. Itachi explained that Naruto's hand-to-hand combat combined elements of the Senju clan's defensive style and a powerful fist style taught by Might Guy. The Senju-derived techniques were defensive, so Naruto learned the powerful fist style to compensate and then adapted both to fit his own body and freedom of movement. Mikoto admitted she had trouble following his movements with her own special eyes, and Itachi agreed that Naruto's free-form approach made it difficult to read. He added that Naruto's sword techniques came from the land of iron and had never been fully formalized anywhere. Naruto's natural talent had attracted the attention of Mifune, who had seen him struggling with his first life or death test. Mifune had sparred with Naruto, then left him a scroll containing footwork and a challenge to grow strong enough to meet him on equal footing someday. Itachi picked up his sister to take her inside for a nap, leaving Mikoto to think over everything he had told her. She resolved to speak with Naruto herself, impressed that he had come so far with so little direct guidance. Later, sitting on the first Hokage's head on the monument as the sun began to set, Sarutobi asked Naruto if he was excited about taking the middle-level exams. Naruto smiled with excitement, clearly looking forward to the challenge. Naruto said that he really wanted to test himself against strong people from the other villages. The stronger, the better. Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly scolded him, warning him not to get in over his head and reminding him that overconfidence had ruined many shinobi he had known. Naruto nodded and admitted he was simply excited, a complete turnaround from his earlier mood. Hiruzen asked Naruto to say goodbye to Tsunade and Shizune before he left, and Naruto nodded quickly. Hiruzen remarked that they would miss having their little blonde sunshine around, and laughed at Naruto's pout. Naruto replied that he would miss them too but it would not be for long, and he asked whether they would all come to watch him if he reached the final round. Hiruzen promised they would try to stop themselves, and Naruto smiled brightly. Naruto thought that Tsunade would definitely go. She cared for him in a maternal way like she had for Nawaki, and Shizune likewise had a soft spot for the young Uzumaki. Hiruzen muttered that there was no greater fury than a woman scorned. Hiruzen shook his head, put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, adopted a more serious, grandfatherly tone, and told him to pay close attention. He warned that because shinobi from other villages would attend the exams, they might recognize Naruto by his appearance or name. Ninja from Kumo and IWA would likely participate, so he needed to stay on guard, especially after the Kumo incident the previous year had made the village wary. Naruto said he still did not understand why an alliance never happened. He recalled that the Raikage had claimed ignorance of the abduction and said Kumo's ninja had acted on their own. Naruto had sensed the Raikage's calm chakra and believed he was telling the truth. Hiruzen explained that, despite that statement, the word of a lone junior ninja would not have been enough to change the minds of Naruto's father and the Shinobi Council. He added that Naruto's mother's past experiences with Kumo also made her dislike their presence in the village. Naruto muttered sarcastically that those two were unlikely to listen even if they had the full truth. Hiruzen briefly frowned, and Naruto changed the subject. Naruto asked whether using his hidden bloodline during the middle-ranking exams would be allowed. Hiruzen said it was imperative that no one discover his would release until he was older and strong enough to handle most threats. Naruto asked whether other villages might try to target him if they found out, and Hiruzen nodded. He explained that would release was recognized as one of the strongest bloodlines in the world, rivaled only by the Sharingan and considered by many superior to eye techniques. The ability to control and suppress a tailed beast was a power many would desire. Hiruzen added that there were people in the village who might try to take advantage of that power. His face darkened as his thoughts passed to a few power-hungry council members and then settled on his old teammate Danzo. Hiruzen warned that if Danzo ever gained influence over Naruto, he would not stop until Konoha was under his control. Naruto and Hiruzen fell into silence, each thinking Naruto about who and what he would face in the future, Hiruzen about the obstacles his surrogate grandson would one day have to overcome. 5 days later, a cloaked Team 13 trekked through desert sands toward the massive stone gate of Sunagakure. 2 middle-ranking ninjas stood guard, similar to the posts at Konoha's gate. One guard called for names and purpose. Mikoto removed her hood to show her Konoha headband and identified herself as Mikoto Uchiha with her junior ninja team, here for the middle-ranking exams, handing over their registration forms. After a minute, the guards nodded and noted that they were a little late. The exams would start in an hour and most teams were already heading that way. Mikoto explained they had been delayed by a sandstorm and had sheltered until it passed. The guards understood, sandstorms were common in the desert and could prevent travel. One guard directed them to the academy building on the west side of the village and suggested they follow other teams. Mikoto and the 3 junior ninja nodded and continued. Team 13 passed through the gates and went to their lodgings at the Desert Possum Hotel. They left their bags and Naruto, Itachi, and Anko kept only what they would need for the exams. When they were ready, Mikoto led them toward the academy building on the east side. On the way they saw other teams from different regions, one from the grass country and another from the rain, and remained alert. After about 10 minutes they arrived at the academy building. Mikoto stopped at the entrance and turned to look at her team, a proud smile on her face. She asked if they had everything they needed, and the trio nodded. She told them they had made her incredibly proud over the past year and were about to accomplish something few do in such a short time. She believed they would go on to great things if their progress so far was any indication. She warned them that not everything in the exam would be as it seemed and advised them to look beneath appearances and notice small things that could become important. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko smiled toward their teacher. Itachi also bowed to his mother. They thanked Mikoto for her faith and for helping them reach this point in their ninja careers, admitting that without her they likely would not have come this far. Mikoto leaned down and pressed a warm kiss to each forehead, lingering a moment longer over Itachi's and fighting back tears. Though she had only been their teacher for a year, she had treasured every moment training her eldest son and his 2 friends. They promised to do their best and honor her teachings. Mikoto stepped aside to let them enter the building and, watching them go, murmured to herself that they should show the world why they would one day be legends. She then moved to join the other high-level instructors to observe the exam. Naruto walked in the center with Itachi on his right and Anko on his left as the trio made their way through the academy halls. A mid-level examiner informed them that the exams were on the 3rd floor in room 3A. The 3 of them immediately sensed something was off. They climbed 2 flights of stairs and saw a sign reading 3A with a team from the grass village heading inside. Anko started toward the door but stopped when Naruto and Itachi placed their hands on her shoulders. Itachi warned her to hold up and pointed out that this was not their floor. Anko protested that the door was right there, but Naruto asked how many flights they had climbed. When she realized it had been only 2 flights, she turned back to the sign and watched the letters flicker. Anko recognized the effect as an illusion and the others nodded. Anko groaned at nearly falling for the trick, and Itachi smirked while Naruto put an arm around her shoulders. Naruto suggested that the illusion was meant to weed out teams not ready for the exam. If a group could not see through a simple illusion, they were unprepared. Itachi noted that because they had noticed it, they were ready. Anko's determination flared stronger, and she declared they should get going. She grabbed Naruto and Itachi's hands and began pulling them up the 3rd flight of stairs. When they reached the correct floor, they found the real door. They examined it for signs of trickery, then opened it and stepped into the exam room together. They felt some nervousness but kept their composure. The room was full of low-level teams that looked older than them, Many entrants appeared to be in their teens, the oldest around 16. One of the teens scoffed at their youth, but many others were staring at Naruto. Several onlookers speculated that Naruto might be the child of the Yellow Flash and the Crimson Princess, and a young man from the Cloud Village said that would make the exam more interesting. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko moved to stand against a back wall. Anko muttered that there were a lot of teams and gave a fierce smile, saying that more opponents meant more chances to prove themselves. Naruto and Itachi exchanged looks and rolled their eyes at their teammates' intensity, satisfied that she was confident but mindful that overconfidence could be dangerous. Naruto scanned the other teams for weaknesses and to identify which nations they represented. Many seemed to come from smaller countries such as the Grass, Rain, and Bird nations. Naruto guessed those smaller nations fielded more mid-level challengers. He noticed 2 Cloud Village teens glancing his way but saw no teams from the Mist Village. From conversations back in the Leaf Village, he already knew why. The Mist Village was embroiled in civil war. The Mist leader Yagura was fighting rebel forces, and as Hiruzen had explained, the conflict stemmed from Yagura's attempt to eradicate certain bloodlines he saw as threats. Naruto quickly decided that Yagura was not someone who should be left in charge of an entire village. Looking over the teams once more, he was about to look away when his eyes fixed on a group leaning against the far wall. He recognized their headbands as from IWA, and they appeared to be about the same age as Naruto, Itachi, and Anko. The largest of the 3 caught his attention first. He was the size of an older teen and a little chubby, wearing standard red IWA clothing and sporting a very large, round nose. His expression was open and carefree, which made him seem innocent and childlike. The second male gave Naruto an uneasy feeling. He had long, pale blonde hair that covered part of his left eye and wore dark blue clothing similar to Itachi's. He kept shaping white clay with his hands as if molding it into something. The lone girl completed the trio. She had dark hair cut just below her chin and wore an outfit similar to the larger boys, except that one leg featured a mesh covering instead of a pant leg. When she turned toward Naruto, he noticed her eyes were an unusual shade of pink. She narrowed them and scowled before looking away. A small burst of smoke at the front of the room revealed a kunoichi from Tsunegakure. She was clearly a jonin, and Naruto, Itachi, and Anko could tell at a glance that she was powerful and experienced despite appearing to be in her early to mid-20s. She had fair skin, dark green hair with 2 orange bangs framing her face, and cold dark brown eyes. Her outfit consisted of a sleeveless top, short pants with decorative lapels, an obi around her waist, purple arm warmers that reached toward her shoulders, and bandages around her thighs and ankles. The Jonin introduced herself brusquely as their proctor and warned that she would be enforcing the rules strictly throughout the Chunin exams. She ordered everyone not to interrupt and instructed them to sit in the seats marked with their names. The candidates moved into place. Naruto found himself at the front seated beside the IWA kunoichi, who made a point of not looking at him. Anko was further back and Itachi sat near the second-to-last row. The 3 teammates were separated across the room. The proctor announced that the first test would be a written exam and the station Chunin began setting exam papers on the desks. The proctor warned that if anyone was caught cheating, the offender and their teammates would be removed from the room and fail the exams. She explained that they had 50 minutes to answer the 9 questions on the paper, after which they would be given the choice to attempt a 10th question. With that, the exam began and most of the genin bent over their papers. Naruto started reading and quickly realized something was wrong. The questions seemed far beyond the level of most genin, more like jounin level problems. He could answer 3 or 4, but the rest left him baffled. He began to scan the room discreetly. Chunin judges frequently called out numbers and escorted several candidates out. Many protested, but the removals continued. Naruto glanced at the IWA kunoichi and noticed she had her forehead protector strapped around her wrist and was using it as a reflector to view the paper of the person behind her. Itachi had subtly activated his Sharingan and was copying the hand movements of the candidate in front of him. Anko had a small snake alongside her that was relaying answers from the person behind her. Seeing this, Naruto realized what the test was evaluating: the ability to handle the situation and adapt. The purpose of the first exam was not simply to test knowledge. He answered the questions he knew, then leaned back and closed his eyes to sense the chakra in the room. Most of the candidates were nervous and afraid, while a few remained composed. A proctor glanced at Naruto in surprise as one of his hands took a pencil, wrote a few answers, and then returned the pencil to the desk. He did that continuously for the rest of the 50 minutes. Pakura raised an eyebrow at the kid, wondering what kind of trick he was pulling. She ordered everyone to put their pencils down and drew the room's attention to her. She asked if they were ready for the final question and then warned them that quitting now would disqualify them from the exams, while taking the risk and failing would leave them as genin for life. She flared her chakra, and worry and panic rippled through the room as many complained that the rule was unfair. The Konoha and IWA ninjas stayed silent while others voiced their objections. Naruto watched as about 4 teams stood and left, unwilling to take the chance. Pakura singled out Naruto with a taunt, questioning whether he thought he had what it took because of who he was. Naruto shrugged and met her challenge calmly. He made clear that he would not be demoralized by her attempt to intimidate them. He explained that the question was about willingness to take risks. Shinobi risked their lives every mission, and if he were not prepared to take such risks he would not be sitting there waiting for the 10th question. He also clarified that he was not participating because of his family name. He was doing it for himself because he believed he was ready. His 2 teammates grinned at him, and Pakura surveyed the room to find that many who had been about to leave had decided to stay. She sighed, gave them a pointed look, and then raised her chakra to intimidate the remaining genin. Afterward she declared that those who remained had passed. She explained that choosing to continue had been the 10th question and that everyone who stayed had advanced to the second part of the exam. Relief and delight spread among them as she dismissed them to regroup into their teams. Enko complimented Naruto on his speech, saying it had been informative and likely kept many from leaving. Itachi nodded in agreement. Naruto noticed the IWA girl he had been sitting next to watching him with an unreadable expression before she looked away. Pakura then called their attention again and announced the second test with a devious smile. The other Chunin proctors had vanished from sight. She formed a hand seal and activated a technique that caused the paper notes around the room to glow. Instead of exploding, the notes released a sleeping gas that spread through the air. As the gas took effect, teams grew drowsy and collapsed one by one. Naruto watched as Enko fell asleep in front of him, Itachi followed, and then Naruto himself succumbed, the last to go down. When the proctors returned, including a few dozen other shinobi and Mikoto, they gathered their teams and vanished in sudden bursts of motion. Pakura went around the room collecting exam papers. When she reached Naruto's paper she noticed several correct answers and, on other questions, careless doodles of tic-tac-toe. The sight made her snort and shake her head. She wondered at having advanced a genin who had not taken the first exam seriously and predicted that this year's Chunin exams would be interesting. After finishing, she left the now empty classroom. Bright light struck Naruto and he groaned as he shielded his eyes with his hand. He did not know where he was, but wherever it was hot enough that sweat beaded on his forehead and his clothes clung to his skin. The ground beneath him was flat and soft but shifted under his weight. When he sat up and rubbed the back of his neck, he found sand covering it. Naruto looked behind him and saw that his entire back was crusted with sand. He frowned in confusion, then took a careful look around and realized they were sheltering under the shade of a cluster of cacti standing in the middle of the desert. Naruto called out loudly, startling movement beside him. He turned and saw Enko and Itachi lying next to him, beginning to stir. Naruto shook them both awake and warned that there were problems. The last memory they all had was being in the classroom with the other teams who had passed the first tests. Enko complained as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Itachi blinked and pushed himself upright as well. As they came fully awake they blinked as if trying to dispel a genjutsu, searching for any sign that this was an illusion. When they realized it was real and they were truly in the desert, Enko voiced what they were all thinking, demanding to know where they were. Naruto guessed that they were in the desert and suspected the proctor had knocked them out with a knockout gas. The trio shakily stood and checked themselves, relieved to find their belongings intact. Naruto was especially glad his blade had not been taken. He kept it tucked inside a storage seal on his right wrist so others would not see it. Itachi spotted a note pinned to the center cactus. He carefully removed it to avoid the cactus prickles and read its contents aloud. The note congratulated them for passing the first exam and announced that the real test had begun. Their team had been stranded in the middle of the Sand Village desert and had 5 days to return to the village. Failure to return within that time would result in disqualification. The note also warned that a surprise awaited them along the way. Naruto responded dryly that this sounded like a lot of fun, and Anko and Itachi agreed reluctantly. Anko complained about being stranded and demanded to know who had come up with the idea. They checked their supplies. Each of them had about 2 bottles of water, a few ration bars to share, and 1 rice ball apiece. It was not much, and they all understood they would have to ration water carefully. Naruto said that if they ran out they would have to hope for an oasis or move faster toward the Sand Village. Anko pointed out that they had no compass or map and asked how they would find the village. They all wished they had better navigation tools, but if they wanted the mid-level ninja rank they were aiming for, they had to find a way. Itachi asked Naruto about his sensing ability and how far he could sense. Naruto recalled being able to sense a few miles when he was younger but admitted he had never tested its full range and could not be sure how far they were from the village. Itachi suggested that Naruto should look for the nearest sign of life rather than trying to sense the village itself. Anko asked about Itachi's Sharingan, but Itachi said his vision could not reach that far. Then Anko brightened and announced she had an idea. She said she could show them rather than explain. She bit her thumb, pressed it to the sand, and performed a summoning technique. A small cloud of smoke appeared and a small, green-skinned snake slithered forward, climbing up Anko's arm. The snake greeted Anko in a sibilant voice and Anko asked the snake, whose name was Rella, if it could point them in the direction of the Sand Village. She explained that they needed to reach the village within 5 days and preferred the fastest route given their limited food and water. Rella nodded, coiled on the sand, and began to taste the air with its forked tongue. A few minutes later the snake twitched and slithered away, indicating they should follow. The 3 of them donned cloaks to protect against the sun and followed Rella, with Anko in front and Naruto and Itachi behind. Naruto marveled at how quickly Anko had found the summon. Anko explained that she had familiarized Rella with the scent of the Sand Village and that summoned snakes could sense chakra and pick up heat signatures from a distance. Itachi nodded at the explanation that snakes possessed senses far keener than a person's, and Naruto whistled to himself. Anko told them that summoning animals were amazing and could even outperform a shinobi, and she admitted she wished for one as a partner. Itachi agreed and lamented that the Uchiha had no summoning contract like some other clans. As they followed Rella, Anko asked Naruto if he would sign the Toad contract, reminding him that his father and Jiraiya held it and were always close to the family. Naruto's expression went cold, and he replied that he probably would not sign. He murmured that his parents would likely give it to the twins and Mina and leave him out as usual. Anko looked confused, Rella pet her head, and Itachi shook his head as if to discourage further questions. Naruto added that not having the Toad summons did not mean he would never have any summoning contract, perhaps not Toad, Slug, or Ape, but he would hold one eventually and hoped it would surpass the rest. Anko shrugged, wished him luck, and reminded him that summoning contracts were hard to come by. Naruto said he would be on the lookout in the future. After hours of trekking through the harsh Suna Desert and using up about 1/3 of their water supply, the group stopped for the night at a small rock formation that provided some shelter. After thanking Rella and giving her a small treat, Rella slipped away toward her home. The trio made a modest supper with what they could spare and settled into their sleeping bags. Unlike the daytime heat, the night was cold, the moonlight cutting through the desert winds. Naruto lay on the soft sand and looked up at the star-filled sky, with Itachi on his right and Anko on his left. Naruto noted that it was a nice night. Anko suggested they travel through the night to avoid the sun and make their movement less strenuous and less expected. Itachi objected, explaining that traveling at night would create problems with defense and navigation. Without daylight they would struggle to see, and there were poisonous creatures in the desert they might stumble over in the dark. Naruto agreed with that point. When Anko asked whether they could just use moonlight, Itachi teased her and she pouted, crossing her arms, while Naruto laughed and the two made idle conversation. Naruto wondered how his mother was faring in Suna, confident in her capability as a powerful shinobi. Later, Naruto asked Anko how she had obtained the snake summoning contract. Anko froze and a look of panic flashed across her face before she narrowed her eyes. She asked why he was asking, since he had never wondered before. Naruto explained that summoning contracts were rare and that his grandfather had once told him about a former student who had gone bad and taken the snake summoning contract, which made him curious how she had acquired hers. Anko suddenly lunged at him in anger. Naruto reacted quickly, using his strength to flip her onto her back and pin her hands while placing his knees to keep her from kicking. Itachi started to move to help, but Naruto gave him a look that told him not to interfere. Naruto reminded her that they were still in the second exam and needed to be quiet, and then he noticed tears running down Anko's face. Anko explained that the man had promised to look after her but had turned his back on her, declared she had outlived her usefulness, and marked her with a curse. The confession hung in the cold air between them. She sobbed that she had trusted him. Naruto did not know what to do, so he hugged her, pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her. Itachi watched in silence, feeling his heart go out to his friend. Naruto urged Anko to tell them what had happened so he could help. Anko sniffed and explained that 6 years earlier, when she had been 4, Orochimaru had taken her under his wing as her guardian and mentor. She had spent 4 years with him and had even gone with him when he turned his back on the village. At first he had seemed kind and made her feel at ease, but over time he had grown increasingly sinister and distant. One day he had suddenly attacked her and placed a seal on her neck that sent a surge of painful chakra through her body. When she woke, he had shaken his head in disappointment, said it had not produced the result he wanted, and left without looking back. 2 days later, a team of hunter nin from Konoha had found and returned her to the village. Naruto, looking with anger at the mark on her shoulder, asked why her parents had not tried to remove the seal. Anko shrugged. She explained that the Hokage had said it would be difficult to destroy the seal without knowing the exact formula Orochimaru had used and that some of his essence had been placed within it, which made others uneasy about tampering with it for fear it might backfire. Naruto understood their caution but was still furious. He covered the seal with his hand and, looking Anko in the eye, told her that he was training to be a sealing technique specialist and that after hearing her story he made a promise to her. Naruto promised that he would make Orochimaru pay for hurting her and that he would remove the seal, pledging it on his way as a shinobi. Anko looked up at him in stunned, wide-eyed surprise. Itachi, who had been standing by, quietly pledged the same. He said that they would make Orochimaru regret harming her and that they would bring her justice. Anko thanked them quietly, then hugged Naruto and Itachi tightly. The two returned her hug with warm smiles. They decided to call it a night and prepare for the second day of their trek through the desert toward the sand village. The next morning the trio woke when the sun hit their faces, quickly packed and sealed their gear, and set off back toward the sand village. Anko seemed happier than either of the boys had seen her in a long time. She summoned a serpentine companion that led the way at a quicker pace, since none of them wanted to spend another 4 days in the Suna heat. As they walked they were grateful to find a stand of cacti. Knowing cacti stored water, Naruto cut pieces and they drained enough to give them an extra day's supply. They walked for a few hours feeling good about their progress until Naruto suddenly stopped. He signaled for silence and indicated there was someone nearby. The three grouped back to back in a tight triangle formation as Naruto closed his eyes and extended his senses. After a moment he narrowed his eyes and pinpointed a presence about 20 meters east. They all turned to that spot and launched coordinated attacks. Naruto unleashed a large fireball effort. Anko sent a concentrated water projectile. Itachi employed a lightning-style technique that sent focused chakra strikes forward. The 3 attacks surged toward the location Naruto had sensed. As the attacks closed in, 3 reddish-orange bursts erupted from the sand and disrupted the incoming techniques, kicking up a cloud of sand and smoke that swirled around them. When the dust cleared, a figure stepped from the smoke wearing a light brown cloak and a standard masked operative mask that concealed the face and gender. The figure spoke in a monotone, altered voice. Wind gusts erupted and a barrage of fine needle-like projectiles shot from the figure's hands toward the team. Naruto slammed his palm to the ground and formed an earthen wall that successfully stopped the wind-formed needles. The cloaked figure leaped over the wall and landed in the middle of the group, forcing the trio to jump back. Naruto unsealed his sword, Shusui, and swung at the masked shinobi, but the blow was blocked by a chakra-enhanced kunai. Naruto demanded to know why they were attacking. Anko came up from the right and tried to kick the shinobi, who ducked away. The masked fighter explained that they could not let just anyone proceed to the next round of the Chunin exams. The figure noted that Naruto, Anko, and Itachi had come far in a short time, implying that passing this encounter was part of the test. Naruto realized it was a trial and acknowledged that they had to get past the figure to advance. He looked to Anko, who was still trying to strike the shinobi, and nodded to her. She nodded back, and the three prepared to continue the challenge. Both stepped back and leapt to a safe distance as Itachi made intricate hand signs. Itachi executed fire style, phoenix flower technique, and 5 flower-shaped fireballs shot toward the masked shinobi. The fireballs struck their target, and when the flames cleared, a log had taken the place where the shinobi had stood. Naruto identified the substitution technique and announced that Anko was above. Anko leapt just as hands shot up from the sand to seize her ankle. A figure burst from the ground, followed Anko and delivered a strong kick to her abdomen that winded her. As she began to fall, Itachi moved in from behind to catch her. Naruto launched a flurry of shuriken at the enemy, but the shinobi deflected them with a scattering of their own blades formed from wind. Naruto unleashed water style, raging torrent, sending a jet of water from his mouth. The masked shinobi countered with fire style, ash veil, expelling ash that formed a protective layer and absorbed the water jet. Before Naruto could press the attack, the figure appeared beside him and struck him, knocking him back. The figure rapidly reappeared behind him and kicked him again before finally hurling him toward his teammates. When he landed, Itachi seized a kunai with an attached paper bomb and tossed it at the enemy. The bomb detonated as it passed the shinobi, but they had used the substitution technique once more. The masked shinobi warned that they would have to do better, then reappeared behind them and launched a series of wind needles. Itachi formed a wall of flames with fire style, flame barrier technique that halted the wind needles, but the shinobi leapt through the wall and lunged at Itachi. The two began to spar in close combat. Naruto recovered from his earlier blows and moved in with Anko to support their teammate. The figure managed to trip Itachi and produced a kunai from their sleeve, driving it toward Itachi. Naruto materialized beside Itachi and blocked the strike with Shusui. Anko struck from the side, connecting with the shinobi this time. The enemy smiled beneath the mask, then dispersed into a gust of wind. Naruto recognized the dispersion as a wind clone technique. The voice that had been guiding the attack called out and wind style. Typhoon assault erupted from the palms of the shinobi, forming a tornado that shot toward the team. Naruto ordered his team to disperse, and the trio jumped away. As they did, what they had thought were clones appeared behind them and kicked all three, sending them tumbling. The clones dispersed into wind again as the real shinobi approached. Itachi considered using his new sword technique but resolved not to reveal anything more than necessary. He reminded the team they had to work together. Whoever they faced was not a typical Chunin and might be as powerful as a Jonin. Complained about being paired with someone so high level, but Itachi insisted they could not disappoint whoever had chosen them. The trio agreed to cooperate. Naruto vowed that if they worked together, they could win. The masked ninja doubted their worth, asking why the effort would be worthwhile. Naruto promised they would prove themselves. Anko then unleashed snake art, twin serpents, and 2 snakes shot from her sleeves and struck at the shinobi, forcing the enemy to retreat. As the masked shinobi did so, a flurry of kunai from Naruto and Itachi flew toward her. She responded with wind style, Great Blast, producing a powerful gust of wind that knocked the kunai aside. When she turned to face them, Itachi and Anko had vanished. The shinobi soon saw both of them descending and engaged them, dodging Itachi's high kick and Anko's low attack with practiced elegance. Naruto likewise had vanished from her sight, and her eyes scanned the battlefield while she defended against the 2 attackers. Anko opened an opportunity and moved in to strike, but a muffled thud drew the shinobi's attention. The shinobi looked down to see a water bottle on the ground that had been used to collect cactus water earlier. Naruto revealed himself from his camouflage and announced water style, Sea of Battle. The water in the bottle burst upward and formed a sharp spire about 5 feet high. The shinobi cursed inwardly and leapt forward toward Anko and Itachi to avoid the spire. As they converged, Anko's foot connected solidly with the shinobi's stomach and Itachi threw a kunai that grazed the shinobi's right arm. The enemy tried to form hand signs but sensed another presence behind them. Naruto appeared there, both hands gripping Shusui. The shinobi noticed a blue aura around the blade as Naruto poured chakra into it. He channeled his energy briefly, then swung, creating an afterimage with the speed of the strike in a technique he named Mist Drizzle. The sword met the defending kunai, cutting cleanly through it and grazing the kunoichi across the face and shoulder. The masked warrior swore, the muffler falling away, revealing a woman's voice. The kunoichi vaulted backward and made a series of hand signs. She unleashed Scorch style, Scorching Assault, and 3 swirling ball of heated gas, like those the team had seen earlier, appeared and shot toward them. Naruto responded with Earth style, Mud Wall, spitting mud to form a barrier that shielded the group. The explosion struck the mud wall, which cracked and shattered, throwing the trio back into the sand. They hit the ground hard but recovered quickly. The shinobi assessed them with renewed interest and then tested her tactics further. The battle continued with rapid exchanges and strategic maneuvers, each side probing for an opening while the desert winds swept the sand around them. Anko asked if it was some kind of bloodline. Itachi answered that it was an old bloodline of the Sand Village, though he was unsure how many remained who could use it. They readied for another attack but found no one there. Naruto, concentrating a moment before letting out a relieved sigh, said he could sense her leaving the area. Anko asked if they could pass and continue back to the village, and Itachi nodded. Anko thanked the heavens and dropped to the ground, and Naruto and Itachi followed, finally able to catch their breath. Naruto noted that the match had been intense. The opponent had been very strong and her blows had real power, not quite like his grandmother's but still impressive. The others agreed. Itachi, still panting from the fight, observed that she had been very skilled. From her speed and power and from following her movements with his ocular ability, she must have been at the Jonin level. He thought his own mother would have had a bit of a struggle with her. Naruto grinned and expressed a wish to fight her again someday because she seemed like an amazing opponent. Itachi and Anko shook their heads but had to admit they agreed. As they rested, Naruto noticed a small scroll nearby. Itachi picked it up and recognized the symbol of the junior ninja exams stamped on it. Naruto wondered if it was meant for them. Itachi explained that since they had passed the test, the scroll was a confirmation left by the female ninja before she departed. They accepted the explanation and took a few more minutes to recover from the skirmish. Elsewhere, a masked shinobi dropped beside a rock formation a few miles from the battle and took a few ragged breaths to get her bearings. She muttered that those kids were surprisingly good, then shifted her form in a small cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the proctor of the junior ninja exams, Pakura, stood revealed. She winced as she wrapped a bandage around a small wound on her shoulder, intending to have it treated when she returned to the village. She touched a faint mark on her cheek where a small smudge had dried, surprised that the trio Naruto in particular had managed to land a solid hit. She reflected that the kids were impressive. Naruto had already shown promise in the first exam, which had prompted her to test him further during the second. Although she had not been going all out, being struck and needing to use her Scorch style had been notable. With a final click of her neck she began her return to the Sand Village, thinking that the blonde boy might have what it takes to win this exam. The next day, 2 middle-rank gate guards stood watch at the entrance to the Sand Village, scanning the horizon. 3 cloaked figures made their way across the dunes toward them. The guards readied themselves, but as the travelers drew closer they recognized the faces from the previous day and relaxed. The trio pulled back their hoods, and Naruto stepped forward to show the scroll they had been given. One of the guards, impressed, told them that they were the first team to return and that their time had been one of the fastest in the Sand Village survival exam. Anko, a little sunburned from the journey, remarked dryly that they should feel special. Naruto and Itachi bore similar signs of the harsh desert. Having subdued the disguised proctor, the trio quickened their pace toward the village. The desert had become one of their least favorite places. After another night of camping and a lot more running, Naruto finally sensed the village nearby. The familiar signatures confirmed they were close. Itachi asked what they should do next. One guard pointed at the scroll in Naruto's hand and instructed them to open it now that they had arrived at the gate. Naruto unrolled the scroll, which began to glow. He placed it on the ground and stepped back. Smoke briefly enveloped it before clearing to reveal a smiling Mikoto, looking at the three with pride. Itachi was surprised to see his mother. Naruto and Anko grinned at the sight of their sensei. Mikoto congratulated all three of them and embraced them in a warm, relieved hug, admitting she had been worried even though she had believed they would succeed. Naruto asked hopefully whether their return meant they had passed, and Anko shared the same hopeful expression while Itachi remained more reserved. Naruto walked through the gates of the Leaf Village with two middle-rank guards giving friendly waves as he passed. Itachi and Anko walked beside him and Mikoto trailed behind them, all happy to be home. The 2 days of rest after the second exam had been a welcome break. The 3-day trek across the hot sand village had taken its toll. After the full 5 days off, they reported to the sand leader's office and learned, to their surprise, that only 2 other teams had made it back. Technicalist. Body replacement technique. Summoning technique. Earth style, mud wall. Water style, sea spire. Water style, violent water wave. Wind style, wind needles. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, typhoon attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, phoenix flower technique. Fire style, burning ash accumulation. Autumn rain cut. Scorch style, extreme heat technique. One team was from IWA and the other from Kumo. The Kazekage was a man in his mid-30s with dark plum-red hair, tan skin, and brown eyes. Dark rings under his eyes made him look perpetually tired, and he wore the traditional Kage robes. He congratulated them and explained the purpose of the Chunin exams, describing them as a deterrent to war and a way to build better relationships between the shinobi villages. They each had to pick a number to determine the matchups. Because there were 9 participants, the first 3 matches would be singles and the 4th would be a 3-way match. Naruto picked number 8, Anko picked 1, and Itachi picked 4. When all the numbers were revealed, Naruto learned the names of everyone in his bracket and who his opponents would be. Anko of Konoha versus Rado of Kumo. Didara of IWA versus Itachi Uchiha of Konoha. Kuratsuchi of IWA versus J of Kumo. C of Kumo versus Naruto U. Namikaze of Konoha versus Akatsuchi of IWA. Naruto groaned inwardly at the thought of starting with 2 opponents rather than 1, but he accepted it as a good test of his strength. When he glanced toward the IWA team, the girl from the first test was staring at him. At first her expression was a puzzled frown, as if she were trying to figure something out. Then she scowled and looked away. Naruto decided girls were just too weird for him to understand. Mikoto stopped the group and announced that she would go see the Hokage to report their return. She told the others they could go home and get some well-deserved rest, but she expected them to be training for the next portion of the exams. As Itachi's mother and sensei, she offered to help him prepare every day for the exams in a month's time, and she invited any of the students who wanted assistance to come to the Uchiha clan compound. Anko thanked her and mentioned she might ask some of the older jonin for help, since Kurenai and Ibiki had offered assistance if she advanced past the first 2 exams. Naruto said he might ask his grandparents to help him prepare as well. Mikoto reminded them again to come to her if they needed support, and both Naruto and Anko expressed their gratitude. The group dispersed. Naruto headed home. The house was quieter than usual, and Naruto paused outside until he sensed his family in the backyard. When he stepped out, a pang of emotion hit him at the scene. Kushina was teaching Eiji and Mito how to hold and throw wooden kunai at a post. Both children used wooden training kunai because they were too young for metal ones. Mina spotted Naruto, let out a happy gurgle and toddled over. Naruto's expression softened as he bent down to hug her, and she happily played with his hair. Mito came running and leapt into Naruto's arms, hugging him tightly and saying how much she had missed him. Eiji followed and hugged his older brother around the waist. Kushina walked up slowly and praised Naruto for making it to the third part of the exam, then took Mina from him. Naruto thanked his mother and said he was lucky to have a great sensei and teammates. Kushina teased about Mikoto being a good teacher, then fell quiet when Naruto gave her a small, unfamiliar glare. Naruto told his mother not to speak about Mikoto like that and stated that he was grateful to be under her tutelage. He rubbed his eyes and headed back inside, mentioning that he was tired from the trip and was going to bed. Kushina watched him go with a slightly struck expression, thinking that Naruto had never glared at her before. Kushina said that he was just tired and needed his rest. She turned to see her children with slightly sad looks on their faces as Naruto walked away. The twins returned to practicing with their wooden throwing knives and Mina went back to chasing butterflies. If Kushina had paid more attention, she would have noticed that Naruto had used a more formal address than usual. That evening Naruto lay in his bed, watching the moonlight filter through the curtains. He had stayed in his room to rest for most of the day and had only come down for dinner when his father returned. Most of the conversation at the table was taken up by Mito and Eiji, who told Kushina about their day, while Mina either gazed into space or laughed at the silly faces Naruto made for her. When talk turned to Naruto and the mid-level ninja exams, he gave only short answers and did not go into detail. Minato and Kushina exchanged worried looks and asked for more, but Naruto stayed mostly quiet and ignored their questions. After dinner he washed his dish and cutlery and returned to his room. He planned to visit Hiruzen the next day for training in preparation for the third round and hoped that Tsunade and Shizen would join them to teach him the healing technique he was eager to learn. At 11 p.m., just as he was about to sleep, Naruto heard the door open slightly and small footsteps approach the bed. He sat up and saw Mina in her purple pajamas, clutching her teddy. Naruto asked what she was doing and told her it was late and she should be in bed. Mina rubbed her eyes, held out her arms, and asked him to stay with her. Naruto hesitated, then smiled and picked up his little sister. He lifted the covers and settled them both in. Mina curled up against his chest while Naruto wrapped his arms around her to keep her warm and safe. Mina yawned and murmured that she loved him before falling asleep. Naruto looked down at his sister and gently kissed her forehead, wishing her a good night and sweet dreams. When Kushina passed Naruto's door, she saw it slightly open and peered in. Her face softened into a warm smile at the sight of her youngest cuddled with her oldest. She tiptoed back, closed the bedroom door quietly, and went to her room with Minato. The next day Hiruzen told Naruto that he was impressed, noting that Naruto and his team had performed well in the mid-level exams and that finishing the second round in 3 of the 5 days was a notable achievement. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Shizen welcomed Naruto back and praised his efforts and advancement to the third round. Hiruzen asked what Naruto knew about his 2 upcoming opponents. Naruto admitted that he did not know much and could only guess based on their size and demeanor, since they had not had the chance to see one another's abilities. Tsunade considered the information and asked how large he would say they were. Naruto replied that they were very big, larger than other kids his age, and the 3 adults nodded. Tsunade predicted that his opponents would favor physical strength and likely be slower, so she proposed focusing on improving Naruto's speed and drilling him in hand-to-hand combat every day. That idea made Naruto grin. Shizen added that the boy from the Stone Village would probably use earth-based techniques while the boy from the Cloud Village would favor lightning-based techniques, so they agreed to train Naruto in ways to counter both earth and lightning. Since Naruto did not have an affinity for lightning, they decided to focus on water and earth techniques to counter those elements and let him also work on sword and sealing techniques on his own time. They quickly arranged a training schedule for the month before Naruto would travel to the Sand Village again. Shizen would train him in the mornings until 1, then he would have an hour for lunch before Tsunade trained him from 2 to 6. In the evenings he would practice sword work and sealing techniques. Hiruzen asked how advanced Naruto was in his sealing techniques. Naruto grinned and retrieved a small book from the storage seal on his right wrist, saying that he was in the middle of level 4 and estimated he had a couple of months to maybe a year before he reached level 5. Hiruzen whistled in admiration and said he would not be surprised if, within a decade, Naruto reached his parents' level or even surpassed them. With that settled, Shizen said it was time to introduce the new techniques they would teach Naruto. When Naruto asked what those techniques were, Shizune extended her hand and a green aura gathered around it. Naruto recognized the effect as the healing technique. Shizune explained that they would teach him how to heal himself and others, and, given his control at a young age, she expected he would learn quickly, though they might have a way to shorten the learning time. Hiruzen then performed a hand sign and created a clone beside him. Naruto recognized it as the clone technique. Hiruzen tapped the clone's head to show Naruto that it was solid and explained that these clones were different from illusion clones. He said they were real but could be dispersed by will or if struck hard enough, and that any memory or action a clone had would return to the original. He added that, although the technique was normally kept for higher ranks because of its chakra cost, Naruto's high chakra and good control made it possible to teach him early. Tsunade agreed that that was their aim and noted that with clones learning alongside him, Naruto could shorten the time needed to learn many techniques. She praised his cleverness and encouraged him to make a few clones to speed his training. Naruto asked for clarification about who would teach which techniques. Shizune's older sister would teach him the healing technique, Hiruzen as his grandfather would teach him the shadow clone technique, and he wanted to know what Tsunade, his grandmother, intended to teach him. Hiruzen and Shizune looked uneasy, but Tsunade smiled with confidence and said she intended to teach him one of her signature techniques. Hiruzen expressed concern that Naruto might not be ready yet, but Tsunade dismissed his worry and insisted she was certain he could learn and master it in time for the Chunin exams. She added that she had never taught this technique to anyone before and believed it was the right time to teach Naruto. Tsunade motioned for Naruto to follow her. She led him to one of the Sarutobi clan training fields while Hiruzen and Shizune followed, both looking pale and muttering to themselves. Standing before the field, Tsunade told Naruto this was the technique she would teach him and warned that people seeing it might not want to be near him. She raised her right fist, which glowed with dense blue chakra around it before the glow condensed and vanished into her hand. She shouted as she brought her fist down with full force into the ground. The impact cracked and shattered the training field in a massive, explosive display that sent clouds of dust and rubble into the air. Naruto, Hiruzen, and Shizune used their chakra to steady themselves as the surrounding area suffered considerable damage and the field was leveled. Naruto watched in amazement and a little fear. He had seen Tsunade use her great strength before, but this display was awe-inspiring. Tsunade turned to him and confirmed she would teach him the technique, but warned that it was dangerous. She emphasized that he must be careful because a single mistake in timing or chakra release could seriously injure his hand. She also insisted that he must not teach the technique to others without her permission, since she did not want it widely known where it could be used against them. Naruto nodded and grinned at the opportunity. Before they could begin training, an ANBU operative arrived and informed Tsunade, the third Hokage, and Shizune that the Hokage had requested their presence in his office and that it was of utmost importance. The three exchanged surprised looks and hurried off, while Naruto was given the choice to stay and practice or go home. Hiruzen suggested they see what Naruto's father needed, and Naruto decided to head home, thinking to himself that he had something to learn and planned to surprise everyone at the Chunin exams. He ran back home with a grin. Hokage office. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune entered the Hokage's office to find Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Kakashi already gathered and talking. Minato greeted them warmly and said Jiraiya had important information they all needed to hear. Jiraiya, unusually serious, explained that the prophecy from the toads had changed and that he was now certain whom it referred to. He said the prophecy spoke of two children, born to powerful parents in the village, who would bring about a great revolution and lead the world into an era of peace. Hiruzen and the others reacted with surprise. Hiruzen asked Jiraiya to say his thoughts outright. Jiraiya stated that he believed Mito and Eiji were the children of the prophecy, and that he, Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi were convinced. Tsunade interrupted, hands on her hips, and questioned why they had been summoned for this information now, saying it could have been shared at another time. Jiraiya explained that because Eiji and Mito were believed to be the prophesied children, they needed to be prepared for when the time came. Kushina explained that they knew early and thought it best to begin the twins' training at 5, to make them as strong as possible when the time came. The announcement left several of the gathered elders surprised. Shizune objected that 5 was a little young and reminded them that she, Tsunade, and another had only begun Naruto's training at 5 because of the Nine-Tails attack. She argued that the twins would not face a similar incident in their youth. Jiraiya countered that the twins were special in a way Naruto was not and insisted they knew what they were doing. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Tsunade, Shizune, and Hiruzen were taken aback by Jiraiya's implication, and Kushina and Minato were momentarily unsettled, though they did not react. Minato then outlined a plan for their training. He proposed teaching the twins hand-to-hand combat, Kushina focusing on sealing techniques and possibly swordsmanship, Kakashi handling stealth and trap-making, and Tsunade and Shizune taking medical ninjutsu. Tsunade refused to join the effort. She reminded them that she had already promised to help Naruto prepare for the mid-level rank exam and that she would not turn her back on him. Jiraiya stepped forward, calling her princess as he reached to touch her shoulder and argued that the twins were more important and that someone could be found to take over Naruto's month of training. Tsunade reacted by seizing his hand so fiercely that Jiraiya winced in pain and pulled back. She declared that she would not abandon Naruto and then left the office. Hiruzen and Shizune offered their goodbyes and departed with the Senju woman. Minato checked on Jiraiya and asked if he was all right. Jiraiya assured him that he would speak with Tsunade and convince her that the twins needed her help more than Naruto did, confident they could find someone else to train the boy. Kushina warned Jiraiya not to say Naruto was not special, insisting that all children were special. Jiraiya quickly dismissed the complaint and said he would see them the next day, mentioning that he had some research to do before disappearing in a flash. Kushina muttered that he would never change, and Minato smiled at his sensei's antics. Naruto moved on his own. He told himself that it was fortunate his parents were not present, since they would probably disapprove of him trying to learn the technique. He slipped into his father's office, knelt before the desk, and tapped a hidden panel 3 times. A small cabinet opened to reveal a few scrolls. He had discovered the secret compartment by accident when he was 7 and had been surprised there was no locking seal. Inside, he found the scroll he wanted, an A-rank technique that most would say he was nowhere near ready for. He produced a brush and ink, unrolled his own blank scroll, and copied the contents at remarkable speed. Thanks to his training in sealing techniques, his handwriting was quick, and he finished copying everything in under a minute. After checking the copy, he sealed away his materials, returned the original scroll to the hidden cabinet, and closed it. As he left the office, Naruto smirked at his luck and at how easily he could access his parents' jutsu library. He remembered that his older sister Shizune had complimented his stealth skills and thought he could probably paint the monument in broad daylight and still get away with it. He imagined the surprise on everyone's faces when he used the technique and felt that it would be worth the risk. After a moment, he went to his room and began studying from his sealing techniques textbook. The next day, Anko panted as she dodged a swipe from Ibiki Marino, a man in his early 20s who worked for the Tactics and Intelligence Division in Konoha. Since she arrived in Konoha, Ibiki had taken an interest in her and shown her a thing or two from time to time. Anko enjoyed spending time near the Tandai building. The sounds of intense training from there were music to her ears. At the edge of the small training field, Kurenai Yuhi watched Anko spar with Ibiki. They had agreed to help ready Anko for the exams. Kurenai resolved that she would not let the gap between Naruto and Itachi grow. She needed to catch up, especially if she hoped to defeat him one day. With that determination, she charged and engaged Ibiki in taijutsu, using her snakes to strike and distract him. Itachi sat meditating in the middle of one of the Uchiha training fields with his eyes open, his matured Sharingan scanning the area. After a few moments, a barrage of shuriken shot toward him. Itachi rose quickly and, with precise timing, threw his own shuriken to counter every incoming one. When he stood, his mother appeared behind him and advanced with her tanto, but Itachi did not move. The blade passed through him and, instead of any injury, Itachi faded away like a mirage. Mikoto praised Itachi, and the two shared a nod before their Sharingan flared and they moved toward each other in a practiced exchange. Naruto breathed easily as he crouched in his spot, holding the sheathed shusui in his left hand. He closed his eyes to focus on everything around him, sensing every sound and movement, including Shizune and Hiruzen watching from the side. When he opened his eyes, he moved forward with great speed and stopped a few meters away from a small boulder. He drew the blade and then began to sheath it slowly. He muttered under his breath as the blade clicked fully into place, and a loud crack echoed. The onlookers turned to see that the boulder had been cleanly cut in two. Naruto smiled, and Shizune exchanged a pleased look with Hiruzen. The crowd roared and cheered as Naruto stood at the center of the Suna Chunin exam stadium. To his left stood Itachi and Enko, while to his right the IWA and Kumo teams waited. Naruto observed how many people filled the stands. Enko and Itachi nodded in agreement. Shinobi from Suna and many civilians filled the stadium, and foreign shinobi had come to watch as well. The crowd cheered for Naruto, and he went a little red before smiling when he spotted Tsunade, Shizune, and Hiruzen among the spectators. Tsunade waved a large flag that read Team Naruto. Naruto laughed and gave her a thumbs up in response. Tsunade grinned back at him. Beside them, Mikoto sat with members of the Uchiha clan, including Fugaku, Sasuke, Little Ria, and Shisui, whom Naruto had met a few times. Shisui resembled Itachi but lacked the typical Uchiha reserve. Little Ria sat on her mother's lap, taking in the new surroundings with wide eyes while waving happily at her oldest brother. Sasuke smiled and cheered for Itachi. On the other side of the stadium, the Kumo and IWA contingents were quiet and stoic. Many IWA shinobi watched Naruto with hard stares that felt as if they might leap from their seats. In the Hokage box, Naruto's father conversed with the Kazekage while Kakashi stood nearby. The Kazekage had a tan companion who kept half his face covered. Beside the Tsuchikage sat an older man with a triangular beard, angular mustache, a prominent nose, thick eyebrows, and a traditional topknot. He wore a layered coat of green and red over his shinobi uniform. Beside him stood a large man in the red IWA uniform, his right sleeve absent and the strong arm exposed. Near the Raikage was the same Jonin who had accompanied him to Konoha more than a year ago. As Naruto waited for the proctor to begin the third exam, he noticed that his immediate family was absent from the stands. Before they had left for Suna, Minato and Jiraiya had decided it would be best to keep the twins and Mina in Konoha to avoid any risk, and Kushina had agreed. The decision had frustrated Naruto, and he wondered if his parents remembered him at all, since they had not shown concern when he left for Suna over a month earlier. He understood they preferred to watch the exams from the Leaf Stadium on a big screen rather than risk travel. Naruto turned his attention to the shinobi his team would face and noticed that an IWA kunoichi was glaring at him. Kuratsuchi recognized the outfit. It was the same as before, but her eyes were brimming with confidence. Naruto thought that she must have grown stronger, especially with her grandfather Inoki as the Tsuchikage. He glanced up at the Kage box and saw Inoki looking down at his granddaughter with a prideful smile. Inoki then turned toward Naruto and narrowed his gaze in a small, disapproving scoff. Tsunade, watching Naruto from the stands, noticed Inoki's look and where Naruto's attention had gone. She let a low growl build in her throat, an unspoken promise of trouble for Inoki if he tried anything during the exams. Enko, sitting next to Naruto, raised an eyebrow at his frown and tapped his elbow to check on him. Naruto brushed it off, saying he was fine and that he was just thinking. Enko teased that he always seemed on edge, and Naruto bumped her with his hip, earning a sharp glare from her. Kushina sat in the Kage box among many clan leaders as they waited and watched the Chunin exams. She wondered how Mikoto's team would perform, remembering Mikoto's confident claim that her team would make Chunin on their first try. The claim had been met with scoffs, but the leaders were curious nonetheless. Kushina sat with Mina on her lap. Mina giggled as she watched her brother on the big screen. Inora commented that if not for the eyes, he would be a carbon copy of Minato, while Ino sat at her feet playing with Mito and the other clan children. From the center of the arena, a small cloud of dust appeared and was quickly swept away as Pakura arrived and took her place in the ring, signaling that the matches were about to begin. Naruto whispered his good luck to the competitors. Itachi and Enko echoed the wish and then focused as the Kazekage rose and addressed the crowd, welcoming everyone and introducing the third part of the Chunin exams. He invited the audience from Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure to watch 8 young genin compete for advancement and left the rest to Pakura. Pakura inclined her head to the Kazekage and looked at the 8 genin. She announced that anyone who wished to drop out could do so now, and when no one moved she directed everyone except Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha and Reito Kurashini of Kumo to leave the field and go to the competitor's box. Naruto called out encouragement to Anko, and Anko grinned in response, ready for the match. Naruto and Itachi stepped outside the arena and watched their friend. Itachi asked how Naruto thought Anko would do. Naruto was confident that Anko would win, certain she had been training rigorously the previous week and would not lose to Reito. On the field, Reito cracked his neck and taunted Anko, asking if she was ready to lose. Anko stood calmly and stared at him, anticipation visible in her stance. Pakura raised an arm to quiet the stadium and then lowered it to signal the start of the match. Reito lunged forward, drawing a sword from its sheath and swinging down. Anko reacted quickly, leaping backward several meters to avoid the strike. Reito pressed the attack, launching a flurry of blade strikes. His movements were aggressive but somewhat unrefined, and Anko easily evaded him. He attempted to follow up with a lightning-style technique, moving his hand forward to shock her, but Anko performed a substitution and reappeared 10 meters behind him, leaving a decoy log in her previous spot. Anko crouched briefly and traced a mark on the ground, something that drew the attention of the shinobi in the stands. Hiruzen watched with interest. Reito, growing frustrated, charged again with crude taijutsu punches and kicks thrown with the force of someone desperate to land a hit. Anko continued to move with control, staying just out of reach and repositioning herself with measured steps. Reito spluttered insults and lunged, but suddenly felt something unexpected. A sharp sting on his cheek and a small smear of blood made him wince, and a kunai lay behind him. Anko had blurred from her previous spot and appeared behind him, pinning his arms. She taunted him, calling him the coward, and then quickly wiped the blood from his cheek in a way that unnerved him. Anko stepped back and launched a number of senbon needles toward Reito. He scoffed and tried to throw them off, but both of his arms went limp as the senbon took effect. Reito's face registered horror and surprise as he realized he could no longer move his limbs. Anko explained that the senbon were coated with a paralyzing agent not lethal, but strong enough to numb and immobilize him for a few hours. She added that he would recover by the end of the day, but for now he was at her mercy. Anko formed a hand sign, and the earth responded. A large snake, greater in size than Reito, rose from the ground and wrapped itself around the numbed shinobi. Reito, shaken and unable to resist, looked as though he might collapse with fear. Anko gave him a final choice: surrender or remain restrained by the summoned creature. Pakura watched the exchange from the side as the match continued in clear, decisive fashion. She patted the snake's head and explained that it had not been fed in a few days, so it was very hungry. The snake hissed loudly at Reito. Everyone watched as the serpent opened its jaws and elongated its fangs toward him. Just as its mouth seemed about to close over him, Reito announced that he gave up and surrendered. Anko shrugged and remarked that this took the fun out of things, then signaled the giant snake to stand down. Reito dropped to the ground, exhausted. Pakura, standing a little to the side, smirked and raised her hand to declare Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha the winner of the match. The audience applauded and those from Konoha cheered. A stretcher was brought onto the field and they took Reito away. Hiruzen commented that Anko was talented and might have a bright future in the Leaf, though he wondered where she had learned to use poisons. Hiruzen and Tsunade glanced toward Shizen, who shuffled in her seat before returning her attention to the field. In the Hokage box, the Raikage grumbled while Inoki regarded the girl with curiosity and asked how she had obtained the snake contract. Minato responded firmly that he was not at liberty to say, while Kakashi and Inoki exchanged sharp looks. Inoki muttered that the boy had always been full of himself, and he and Kakashi continued to glare at one another until Minato put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and the box fell quiet. Later, Naruto praised Anko for her performance, and Anko downplayed it, telling Itachi that he had better win his match because she would be waiting for him in the next round. Itachi nodded and walked onto the field to face Deidara of IW. Deidara grinned and kept his hands close to a pouch at his side, boasting to Itachi that Itachi should be ready to behold his art, promising a spectacular display. Itachi frowned but remained composed. Some in the crowd were surprised to hear that Deidara had been trained by Inoki. Members of the Uchiha clan, including Mikoto, looked worried while others remained expressionless. The other Kage exchanged looks of surprise as well, since Inoki had seldom shown interest in taking students beyond his own family. Naruto observed that being a student of the Tsuchikage suggested Deidara would be strong, and Anko agreed. Pakura raised her hands to signal the start of the match. Both Itachi and Deidara moved to opposite sides of the field. Naruto fingered the shuriken in his pocket, eyes fixed on Deidara, who took a lump of white clay from his pouch. The crowd watched in curiosity as Deidara worked the clay. Then a small hand-shaped clay construct appeared, its tongue sticking out as it began to chew the clay. Sasuke told his mother that he had lost his appetite, looking a little green, while Ria pouted and waved her arms in clear disgust. Deidara grinned, then noticed Itachi's eyes change and his Sharingan activate. Deidara avoided direct eye contact, aware that an Uchiha could cast illusions with their gaze, and claimed that eye tricks would not work on him. Itachi responded by launching a flurry of shuriken. Deidara formed hand seals and raised an earthen wall that stopped the shuriken. He was surprised when Itachi appeared atop the wall and unleashed a great fireball attack that rushed toward Deidara, pouring over him and drawing gasps from the crowd. When the flames subsided, Itachi and everyone else widened their eyes as Deidara began to dissolve in a strange, non-graphic way. Itachi suspected it had been a clone. Sudden scurrying came from beneath Itachi. Small clay spiders crawled toward him. Deidara reappeared at a distance and activated the constructs, which lit up and burst in flashy, non-graphic explosions. Anko cried out, seeing her friend at the center of one of the blasts, though Naruto remained calm. When the smoke cleared, where Itachi had been standing there was now a log. It became clear that a substitution had been used. Itachi then appeared behind Deidara with a kunai at his opponent's back and noted that the clone must have been created when the earth wall rose. Deidara mocked the Uchiha for not watching their backs, and more clay spiders leapt at Itachi and tried to latch onto him. Itachi sprang high toward the top of the wall and used a powerful flame technique in the shape of a dragon's head, which swept toward the clay and burned most of the spiders away. As those clay constructs vanished, a flock of clay owls took to the air and headed straight for him. Frowning, Itachi formed another sequence of hand seals to prepare for the next wave. Itachi unleashed a lightning technique that formed a barrage of needle-like bolts and sent them toward the clay owls. Anko was surprised because she had not expected Itachi to know any lightning techniques. He had been known for fire-based skills. Naruto suggested that Itachi must have picked it up during training. The lightning needle struck the clay owls and sent them tumbling. Itachi looked toward Deidara and saw a grin plastered on his face. Deidara warned that Itachi was in range, and a small clay bird formed in front of him. Itachi's eyes widened and he jumped back as far as he could, but he was too close. Deidara looked triumphant as he manipulated the clay, declaring that his art was an explosion. The clay bird detonated nearby in a bright blast. That produced a shock wave, rattling the arena and knocking several people off their feet. A nearby wall took a deep dent and a web of cracks. When the smoke cleared, Itachi stepped forward. He was intact but wore the signs of a close strike, singed clothing on his right hand and leg and a shallow scrape across his cheek. Before he could recover, a clay centipede burst from the ground and coiled around his legs. Deidara appeared before him with a grin and the signaling motions for another detonation. He taunted that he would not want to make a mess. Itachi did not respond with words. Instead, a small, knowing smile crossed his face. The smile stoked Deidara's anger, and as he moved in to question it, Itachi vanished into a flock of crows. Deidara felt a sudden clamp and looked down to find the clay centipede wrapped around him instead of Itachi. Confused, he watched Itachi reappear before him with no visible injuries and with the distinct red of his Sharingan eyes spinning. Deidara realized he had been caught in an illusion. Itachi explained that the illusion had been placed the moment Deidara first met his eyes at the start of the match. The scene around them shattered like glass, revealing the true audience, who looked surprised. The Uchiha family sat together with proud smiles, and Naruto and Anko watched with approving expressions. Pakura approached the two competitors, impressed by Itachi's composure throughout the match, and declared Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf Village the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers as Itachi received congratulations. Deidara left the field with his head low, humiliated in a way he had never felt before. The Earth Village leader shook his head, and Deidara's colleagues offered quiet sympathy. He cast a final, hate-filled glance back at Itachi and silently vowed revenge. Itachi's mother called out proudly that her son had done well. Sasuke and Ria joined in, and Fugaku made a half-hearted attempt to scold his wife for her enthusiasm, but she waved him off. Itachi left the field slightly red-faced from his mother's praise while his teammates beamed in approval. Anko patted his shoulder and teased him about winning with an illusion, warning that it would take more than that to bring her down. Itachi replied that he would expect nothing less. The next match was announced: a Cloud Village ninja versus the Earth Village girl. They took the field, and Anko asked who would win. Naruto observed that the girl was strong. As the granddaughter of the Earth Village leader, she must have been trained rigorously. He suspected that an illusion would not be enough to defeat her. The match ended quickly. The Cloud Ninja started with flashy moves that looked inexperienced, while the Earth Girl remained composed. She used precise close-quarters combat and the Earth Village's stone techniques to control the field. She trapped her opponent with Earth techniques and finished the match with swift, powerful strikes, leaving him unconscious and bruised on the ground. She walked away barely scratched and clearly victorious, and Pakura called the match for her. The Earth Girl returned to the finalist box with a proud smile and glanced at Naruto as if to challenge him to do better. Naruto smirked. He was ready. When Naruto, Akatsuchi, and C walked onto the field, each received cheers from their villages. The Leaf Village delegations in the stands, Tsunade, Shizun, and Hiruzen among them, cheered the loudest. Back home, their family and supporters watched on the big screen and applauded. In the leader's box, the village heads and their attendants watched Naruto with interest, wanting to see if he bore any resemblance to his parents' strength. The three contestants formed a triangular formation with Pakura standing just outside. Akatsuchi and C exchanged a nod and turned toward Naruto. Naruto sensed their intent and braced himself. He slipped his hand behind his back and formed a subtle hand sign. Only Hiruzen and Tsunade noticed and exchanged knowing looks. Pakura signaled the start, and Akatsuchi and C launched themselves forward. Naruto read their approaches and felt the flow of their energy. Akatsuchi aimed a strike from above while C moved in from below. When they connected, to everyone's surprise, Naruto vanished. The other ninja guessed that he had used shadow clones, and Minato watched closely with his eyes widening at the sight. Akatsuchi put a finger to his lips and wondered aloud where Naruto had gone. C tried to taunt him, but before he could, a pair of arms burst from the ground and dragged him down until only his head remained visible. Naruto performed an earth technique that pinned C into the ground. When he shot out of the earth, Akatsuchi sized him up and rushed into hand-to-hand combat. As Akatsuchi swung, Naruto noticed that the Rock Village fighter favored raw power over speed. Naruto evaded kicks and swings with ease and landed a few precise blows of his own, targeting the side where a kidney would be. He silently thanked Shizun for the anatomy lessons. Akatsuchi grunted as Naruto pushed the large junior ninja away. C managed to dig himself free and made a few hand signs, releasing small arcs of lightning that streaked toward Naruto. Naruto answered with an earth technique that caused the ground around him to surge upward, lifting him into the air and dodging the lightning. Akatsuchi jumped back, then pumped chakra into his feet and lunged at Naruto at great speed. Rocks coalesced around his hands, enhancing his strength, and he swung down. Naruto leapt away and landed on the side of a wall. The impact from the Rock Village assault reduced the spot beneath him to rubble. Naruto dropped back to the ground. C and Akatsuchi closed the distance and attacked together, trying to land hits. Naruto's superior speed let him dodge gracefully and return strikes. The two assailants kept colliding with one another, making their teamwork clumsy. Akatsuchi shouted for C to stop getting in the way and called him an idiot from the Rock Village. C snapped that he was trying and insulted Naruto as a boy from the Cloud Village. Naruto noted that they did not make a good pairing and then delivered a strong kick to see that sent him flying a few meters. He followed with a quick blow that knocked Akatsuchi back. Akatsuchi staggered, holding his face. Water jets shot out and struck C and Akatsuchi, leaving them off balance as they bumped into each other. In retaliation, they threw kunai and shuriken at Naruto. Instead of dodging, Naruto calmly drew the black-bladed sword Shusui and deflected every projectile with it. The crowd and the ninja alike marveled at the black blade. Those in the leader's box, including Minato, watched curiously. Minato had only ever seen the sword sheathed. Several foreign shinobi eyed the weapon greedily, but Tsunade's glare shut down any thieving thoughts. Kushina in the leaf stood wide-eyed, wondering why she had never seen that sword before. Naruto, curious about why the two of them had teamed up, asked the question aloud. C responded that it did not matter. Naruto was the son of the Flash and despised by many. The Cloud resented Naruto's mother and the Rock resented his father, so both villages hated him. Minato and Kushina frowned in the leader's box, and many Leaf Ninja voiced that they would not allow anything to happen to one of their own. Naruto decided to get serious. He tightened his grip on the sheathed Shusui and thought about his grandmother always saying he had the devil's luck because she was unlucky. Tsunade shook her fist at him, and a few people laughed. He resolved to end the fight quickly, annoyed at watching the two of them fumble together. He considered using his secret move and traced his fingers along the hilt of his sword. C prepared a volley of kunai wrapped with paper explosives and ready to throw them. Akatsuchi formed hand signs and slammed his palm into the ground. A massive stone hand moved up and a towering rock body 3 times the size of a normal person emerged with a mighty roar. Naruto placed his hand on the hilt of Shusui and closed his eyes, focusing. He sensed his opponent's chakra, one tense with anger, the other oddly curious and almost pleased, and pushed chakra into his feet to launch himself at great speed. The older ninja noted the shift and alerted those around him to watch closely. C hurled the paper-bombed kunai while the rock golem lunged with its outstretched hand. Attacks closed in and people shouted for Naruto to get out of the way. Just as they reached him, Naruto's eyes snapped open and he pushed off his feet at startling velocity. In an instant, Naruto vanished from one spot and reappeared behind Akatsuchi and C, sword drawn. The air whistled as he moved, and for a few breathless seconds everyone could only register the sound of wind slicing past. No one in the crowd realized at first that the blur had been Naruto himself swinging the blade. The Jonin and higher-ranked shinobi watched him move with surprised expressions. None expected a genin, let alone a potential chunin, to be so fast. The kunai missed their target and flew to the other side of the field, injuring no one, while the golem and the contestants stood frozen. Slowly Naruto returned his blade to its sheath. The field fell completely silent as he murmured the name of his technique, single sword style quick draw, lion's roar. He fully sheathed the blade, the clink echoing through the arena. When he did, the golem suddenly collapsed into pieces and C and Akatsuchi staggered and fell, clearly injured but without any graphic detail. No one moved, many stood wide-eyed, while Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizune, Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko watched with broad smiles. Pakura, standing to the side, shook herself out of her daze, smirked, and raised her hand to announce that the winner of the match was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As soon as she declared his name, the Konoha side of the audience burst into applause, rising to their feet and cheering. Tsunade shouted that Naruto was hers, and Shizune clapped enthusiastically. Mikoto called out that he was her student, and she and her children joined in the cheering. In Konoha, Mito, Eiji, and Mina rose to their feet, cheering loudly for their big brother. Mina clapped and kicked her legs in excitement. While the crowd celebrated, 2 people did not clap. Minato and Kushina stood in stunned silence, both thinking the same thing. How and when had their son grown so strong? After the first round of the third task had finished, everyone was given 30 minutes to rest and gather their bearings before the second round and the next fights. Mikoto, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune descended from their spots in the crowd to check on the trio and to confirm there were no major injuries. Each of them praised the young competitors, especially Naruto, whose sword technique had become the talk of the audience after a single, decisive maneuver that took down 2 shinobi and a large rock construct. Hiruzen praised Naruto, telling him that his first round had been excellent and that he had prevailed while revealing little of his true strength. Naruto acknowledged the compliment and explained that deception was a core ninja skill, though he admitted that the upcoming match against Kuratsuchi would probably be much tougher and that he would have to bring out some stronger techniques. Tsunade pumped her fist and assured him of their full support, declaring that he would show the Iwa Kunoichi who led the field. Naruto grinned at her encouragement. From the Kage box, Minato watched with growing amazement. He had not realized how far Naruto had progressed in his training. The match had looked almost effortless. Minato wondered why he had only just begun to notice Naruto's accomplishments and whether he had been paying enough attention. He thought that Mikoto would make a good sensei for Naruto because she was a well-rounded ninja, skilled across the main disciplines. He had considered asking Kakashi to mentor Naruto, but Kakashi had declined, citing a lack of time. Minato resolved that once the exams were over he might test Naruto himself to see how much of his own style the boy had adopted. Kushina shared similar thoughts back in Konoha. As a Kenjutsu master, she had been impressed by Naruto's attack, which had seemed like a single strike but had actually been a series of blows delivered so quickly they blurred together. She waited outside the stadium restrooms while the twins finished so they would not miss the matches. Mina clung to Kushina's skirt and looked around nervously in the unfamiliar surroundings. When Naruto returned, Kushina planned to ask him where he had learned those techniques and whether she had been involved in teaching him. In the Suna Stadium, the bell signaled the start of the second round. Naruto, Itachi and Anko returned to their box and found Kuratsuchi already waiting. She watched Naruto closely as they entered, glancing at him and then looking away several times, which puzzled Anko. Anko asked why Kuratsuchi kept looking at Naruto, and Naruto guessed that Kuratsuchi was trying to analyze him, assessing strengths, weaknesses, and temperament. Itachi agreed and suggested that they watch her closely, noting that she came across as smart and potentially unpredictable. Pakura took the field and announced the next match of the second round. She called for Anko Mitsurashi and Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf Village to come forward. The crowd cheered, anticipating a competitive bout from the pair. Naruto urged them not to disappoint. Anko and Itachi walked onto the field side by side and took their positions in the center. Itachi gave Anko a brief, supportive smile and wished her luck. Anko returned the gesture and offered the same sentiment. Pakura confirmed they were ready and, after both nods, signaled the start of the match. At the signal, Itachi and Anko adjusted their footing, hands dipping into their pouches, and launched a rapid volley of shurikens at one another. The projectiles met in midair and rebounded, scattering across the ground and along the walls as the skirmish unfolded with swift, precise movements. A few shinobi had to duck to avoid shuriken as the exchanges continued. After a minute of tossing weaponry at one another, the skirmish slowed, but Anko pressed her hands to the ground with a smear of blood at the edges of her fingertips. Anko performed the summoning technique, and a puff of smoke produced a long snake. The snake spotted Itachi and slithered toward him, striking quickly and precisely with its mouth. Itachi efficiently dodged the strikes and managed to land several blows on the snake before pushing away and leaping onto the stadium wall. The snake followed, trying to catch up, but Itachi's speed and maneuvering kept him ahead. He leaped away from the wall and formed hand seals to use a fire release technique that expelled ash and flame from his mouth and engulfed the snake, which hissed in pain. Naruto observed that the attack would be painful, and many in the crowd shared that thought. When the ash cloud cleared, the snake remained but its skin was singed in places. The snake hissed about shedding for weeks before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. When Itachi landed, Anko came up behind him and slipped a kunai across his neck, warning him to watch his back. Itachi smiled and replied that he could say the same to her. His eyes then flicked and he vanished in a flutter of crows. Anko heard something flying toward her and turned in time to see kunai snigi her way. She counted them and threw the same number of shuriken in retaliation. Her shuriken collided with Itachi's and neutralized them. Itachi appeared in front of her, vaulted over her shoulder, and in midair grabbed her shoulder. He landed and used his strength to throw her across the field with considerable force. Anko could not evade in time and slammed into the stadium wall, wincing as she rubbed her lower back and thought she felt something crack. She steadied herself despite the burning pain and resolved to tough it out. Naruto noted that she was hurt, and Tsunade and Shizen made the same observation. Anko formed hand seals that Itachi copied with his active Sharingan. Both of them unleashed fire-release flame ball that collided in midair, producing a shockwave of heat that washed over the closer audience members. Fugaku turned to his wife and asked why someone outside their clan knew that technique. Mikoto suggested that Itachi must have shown Anko the jutsu because she had a fire affinity, which would make the technique useful. Fugaku accepted the explanation reluctantly and turned his attention back to the match. Anko used a fire release technique that sent flames into the air and scattered them into many pieces that rained down across the field. Itachi countered with an earth release barrier, acting a wall of earth that blocked the falling fire. Anko questioned when Itachi began using earth release. He explained that he had asked Naruto to show him an earth technique useful for defense and had promised in return to show Naruto a fire technique later. Anko pouted at the unfairness, then reached into her pouch and produced several throwing needles, the same ones she had used in her previous match and known to be coated with a toxin. She advanced with 3 needles gripped in each hand and swung at him, but Itachi moved aside smoothly. When he attempted to sweep her feet and strike her midsection, his legs passed through her. He realized he had been caught in an illusion and turned to find a needle embedded in his shoulder. Anko remarked that sometimes it was necessary to return to basics. Itachi chuckled and acknowledged that the poison had likely taken hold and that his arm might be compromised for a while. He decided to remove the toxin before it spread. Using a kunai, he quickly cleared the wound and removed the needle to stop the poison from taking hold, an act that surprised many in the audience and earned quiet respect from the shinobi who recognized the dedication it represented. Anko recovered and lashed out with 2 snakes summoned from her sleeve, which flew straight at Itachi. The attack connected, but in a puff of smoke a log appeared in his place. Itachi observed that she was not the only one who could return to basics. Anko turned to stop him but felt a heavy thud on the back of her neck. Her vision dimmed and she collapsed, unconscious. Pakura nodded, and the announcer declared Itachi Uchiha of Konoha the winner of the match. The crowd cheered and applauded as the 2 genin had given an entertaining performance, and Itachi's siblings cheered loudly for their older brother. Itachi looked down at Anko, lifted her, and carried her to the medics to have her checked and vitals taken. He told her that she had done well and that she had pushed him quite a bit. He said he looked forward to any future battles as he patted his friend's shoulder and returned to the contestants' box. In the stands, Mikoto applauded both her son and her female student loudly, proud of them both. A teammate remarked that Anko had put him through the ringer, and Itachi winced from the cut on his shoulder. The teammate added that now it was someone else's turn to face a fierce opponent as Kuratsuchi stepped onto the field. Naruto said it looked like his turn again and cracked his shoulders before following onto the field. When Naruto and Kuratsuchi stood opposite one another, the Konoha and IWA sides erupted into cheers. The match had long been anticipated, essentially pitting one family against another. Naruto noted that Kuratsuchi seemed different from the others, observing that she did not react to the crowd. Kuratsuchi asked how he meant she was different. Naruto explained that, for one thing, she had not insulted him because of his family. He acknowledged that his father could be difficult at times, but she need not take it out on him. The crowd snickered at his comment. In the Kage box, Minato felt uncomfortable as the other Kage laughed. Naruto asked about earlier moments when Kuratsuchi had looked at him as if she hated him. Kuratsuchi explained that she had merely been observing him, noting his strengths, any weak points, and what made him tick. When Naruto asked whether she had found any answers, Kuratsuchi smirked and said he would have to find out for himself. Pakura teased them that if they were done flirting, the match could begin. Naruto and Kuratsuchi both blushed and a few in the crowd laughed. They nodded and took their stances. The officials signaled for the match to begin. Kuratsuchi used an earth technique to move a massive spike of earth toward Naruto. Naruto jumped back and missed the spike while unsheathing his blade. Kuratsuchi advanced with a kunai in each hand and swiped at Naruto, who deflected with his sword. Sparks flew when the kunai clashed with the blade. Kuratsuchi relied on her slim body and flexibility to perform agile, balanced maneuvers aimed at Naruto's vital spots. One of Kuratsuchi's kunai targeted Naruto's neck area to show how serious she was being. Naruto moved his head back and felt the kunai graze near his collar before responding with a forceful sweep to her legs. Kuratsuchi quickly jumped into the air and unleashed a kick. Naruto caught the kick, threw her over his shoulder, and she rolled out of it smoothly. Kuratsuchi used an earth technique that produced a spray of mud launched toward Naruto from her mouth. Naruto countered with a powerful wind technique, expelling a large gust that disrupted and dispersed the mud projectiles. Kushina watched the screen and wondered at her son's use of wind, earth, and water techniques, noting that having 3 elements was unusual and made him stand out. On the field, Naruto defended against Kuratsuchi's quick strikes. She was fast and managed to have several moves blocked and countered. Their weapons locked and both struggled for dominance. Using superior physical strength, Naruto pushed her back and sent her flying several meters. Kuratsuchi backflipped and landed on her feet. Naruto created 3 shadow clones, which surged forward to attack Kuratsuchi while he prepared beside his blade. Hiruzen noted that Naruto was attempting that strategy again, and Tsunade agreed that it was early for him to use it now. When the clones maneuvered Kuratsuchi into the right position, Naruto charged with a one-sword technique called Lion's Charge, attempting a decisive slash. Kuratsuchi anticipated the dynamics of the attack, ran toward one of the clones, jumped onto its shoulder, and used the motion to leap into the air. She successfully dodged the charge as Naruto passed by, missing his target. Inoki grinned at his granddaughter's display from the Kage box. Naruto acknowledged that she had dodged him and then noticed Kuratsuchi performing hand seals. Kuratsuchi explained that the direct strike would not work on a moving opponent because it needed a stationary target to connect. Naruto grinned at her explanation. Naruto complimented Kuratsuchi, saying she was a real kunoichi and asking her to give him her best. Kuratsuchi smirked and reminded him she carried IWA blood and aimed to make her family proud. Naruto replied that he felt something similar, though his pride was directed only at certain members of his family. He said bitterly that he was showing them what they had missed by not helping, and glanced up at his father, who watched the battle with calculating eyes. Naruto and Kuratsuchi stared at each other, then both formed a rapid set of hand seals with matching speed and motion. Kuratsuchi released a concentrated fire barrage, and Naruto countered with an equally focused water barrage. Fire and water raced toward their targets and collided, producing a veil of steam that began to engulf the lower field and made it difficult for some spectators to see the action. Neither opponent stopped. Flames and jets of water continued to crash into each other as they tried to bypass one another without success. Naruto thought that she really was very skilled. Kuratsuchi imagined that it was to be expected, given the son of the yellow flash. Deciding to escalate, Kuratsuchi jumped onto the high walls and looked down at Naruto, who returned her stare along with the rest of the crowd. She formed more hand seals and unleashed a lava release technique she called Molten Rain. Large globs of lava shot into the air and broke apart into smaller droplets that fell like a hail of molten rock. One piece struck Naruto's shirt sleeve and burned a hole through it. Naruto quickly tore the sleeve off and tossed it aside to avoid getting burned. Shizune asked aloud in surprise whether Kuratsuchi knew lava release, noting she had not realized IWA had shinobi with that chakra nature. Tsunade and Hiruzen narrowed their eyes, and Mikoto watched from her seat with interest. Someone explained that there had once been a clan specializing in molten rock techniques whose members were scattered over the years, similar to the dispersion of the Uzumaki, and that Kuratsuchi had likely inherited the lava affinity through her family. Naruto recognized the implications. A lava affinity raised the stakes, and he thought he would have to be careful because contact with the lava could be devastating. Kuratsuchi grinned down at him and teased that she hoped the attack had not burned him too badly. Naruto, feeling competitive, responded that he was fine and that he would still defeat her. Kuratsuchi glared and returned the challenge, then executed another lava technique and sent a large stream of molten rock rushing toward him. Naruto immediately leapt away from the advancing flow. He noted that when the lava hit the ground it began to spread, covering more of the field. He considered the properties of molten rock that water should be effective at cooling and immobilizing it, and quickly formed hand seals to channel his chakra. He released a strong water torrent that flowed over the lava and stopped its advance. The water spread evenly across the molten surface and produced steam as it cooled the lava into solid rock. After a few moments, the steam cleared and a hardened layer of earth covered the field. Kuratsuchi used the newly formed earth to her advantage, activating an earth release spike technique that sent sharp columns of rock shooting up from the ground. She explained that once lava cooled, it turned to earth and allowed her to use earth techniques. Naruto dodged most of the spikes, but the last one grazed his left shoulder, leaving a painful cut that made him wince and prompted cheers from the IWA crowd. Naruto stepped back and clenched his right fist. He looked toward Tsunade, who met his gaze and gave him a decisive nod. He announced to himself that the tables were about to turn, and Kuratsuchi listened and narrowed her eyes. Naruto assumed a stance that channeled chakra into his fist, a move that caused many from Konoha to pale and made Minato and Kushina exchange startled looks. Jiraiya watched in disbelief, certain that Tsunade had not taught Naruto that technique. The stadium held its breath as Naruto brought his chakra-enhanced fist down and struck the ground. He shouted as his palm impacted the earth, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. Giant cracks began to form all over the field. Kuratsuchi looked around in alarm as fissures opened up where she stood. She began to wobble as the ground suddenly burst all around her, huge pieces of earth shooting up and the field tearing itself apart. She realized the situation was bad and jumped back, trying to brace against a wall. Naruto appeared in front of her in a blur of speed. He resolved to finish the fight and used a chakra-enhanced kick to her midsection, knocking the wind out of her and sending her into the air. He reappeared above her, threw her toward the ground, and then intercepted her with a powerful rising kick that drove her down with a shock of impact. He executed the Tsuten Kyaka technique, and a burst of dust and force marked the strike. He looked down and saw Kuratsuchi conscious but badly battered and unlikely to rise soon. He sighed, swept a hand through his hair, and dropped down beside her, feeling the fatigue from exerting his super strength. Kuratsuchi admitted defeat, trying to raise her head but unable to do so. Naruto acknowledged that she had given him a fierce fight and that she had not made it easy. She accepted that outcome. Pakura gave the signal to declare the winner, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was announced. Many in the audience cheered while members from IWA groaned and looked away, unhappy their shinobi had lost. Naruto's siblings in Konoha cheered loudly. Little Mina stood up on her mother's lap, waving her arms and giggling with joy. Kushina clapped, speechless at her eldest son's performance. Kuratsuchi lay on the ground, dreading the scolding her grandfather would give her for the loss. She felt a cool, relaxing sensation spread through her back and turned to see Naruto with his hand glowing green as he applied chakra to heal her. She looked puzzled and asked what he was doing. Naruto explained that he was healing her. When she asked why, he shrugged and said that he had plenty of chakra and it would not tire him out. After a few minutes, the pain eased enough for the medics to take over and place her on a gurney. As they carried her away, Naruto walked back to the fighter box and their eyes met. For a brief moment they shared a quiet, mutual recognition and respect. Naruto returned to the box to find Itachi standing and watching him. Itachi noted that only the two of them remained and asked if Naruto would give him his best. Naruto grinned and agreed that he would, provided Itachi did the same. The two men stood together, catching their breath and taking a short rest before returning to the field. In the Kage box, one of the men leaned back and observed that the finals were once again filled with Konoha competitors, though he was not surprised by the result. The Kazekage told Minato that he had not realized Tsunade had trained an apprentice and passed on the secret of her super strength. Minato was inwardly impressed by his son's performance but kept a calm exterior, remarking that his son had a talent for surprising people. The Kazekage nodded, and Minato glanced at Kakashi, who appeared equally surprised. Back in Konoha, Yoshino told Kushina that she had not known Naruto had developed so far in his shinobi skills and suggested he might already deserve promotion. Shikamaru slept beside her. Other mothers voiced the same astonishment. Few had expected Naruto to be at such a level, and his healing of Kuratsuchi had particularly surprised them. Kushina found herself fixed on the screen, her children gathered at her feet while Mina sat on Mito and the sisters played together. Eiji sat with little Kiba Inuzuka. Kushina's lip trembled as she watched, overcome with a mother's pride. In the stadium, Mikoto waited with bated breath for her son and his opponent to return to the field, torn between wanting her boy to win and not wanting to appear biased. Fugaku sat with a stoic expression among the Uchiha, having made his intentions clear to Itachi before they left for Suna. He expected victory to restore respect for their clan. Itachi had nodded without comment. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune sat nervously, knowing this would be the match Naruto would find most challenging. Confronting the Sharingan demanded extreme caution and restraint to avoid its effects. If they did, then it was all over. They had taught him all he knew, and now it was time for him to put it to the real test. Everyone watched in silence as Pakura looked up to the box and saw the Kazekage nod to signal that the 10-minute break was over. Pakura announced that the final match of the Chunin exams was about to begin, and cheers rose through the stadium. Pakura then called for the match to begin. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha walked onto the field and stood in the center, turning to face one another with serious, focused expressions. Naruto grinned and wished the Uchiha good luck. Itachi returned the sentiment to the Uzumaki. Pakura stood beside them, raised her arm, and signaled the start. Both teams of watchers waited, expecting one to make a move. Children in the stands wondered why nothing was happening. Mikoto held Ria on her lap while Shizune observed that neither fighter was moving because they were patiently waiting for the other to make a tiny slip that could be exploited. The Kage and the bodyguards watched with the same calm focus. After a few minutes, the standoff broke. Both boys' fingers twitched at the same time, and each took that as an opening. They threw kunai at each other. The blades met in midair with a loud clang. The two pushed off the ground and closed in for taijutsu. Itachi aimed an uppercut. Naruto avoided it with a step back. Itachi tried to sweep Naruto's legs. Naruto jumped and countered with a high kick aimed at Itachi's head, which Itachi blocked with his elbow. Itachi then grabbed Naruto's shoulder and flipped over him in an attempt to throw him. Naruto somersaulted when thrown, created a shadow clone behind him, and used it to launch himself forward, shoulder-barging Itachi and forcing the Uchiha a few steps back. Itachi narrowed his eyes and activated his copy wheel eye. Naruto immediately averted his gaze and looked anywhere but Itachi's eyes, insisting that the copy wheel eye would not scare him as long as he avoided eye contact. Itachi warned that Naruto would have to look up eventually. Naruto drew the shusui and executed a powerful sword-style strike called one-sword style. 36-pound strike, slashing the air with great force. A massive gust of dense wind shot forward toward Itachi. Itachi saw it coming, read the movement with his copy wheel eye, and dodged, watching the attack streak past and strike the wall behind him. The impact cut deep into the concrete. Itachi immediately responded with fire release, great fireball technique, sending a ball of flames toward Naruto. Naruto swung shusui in retaliation, producing another great slash that met the fireball. The collision caused a small explosion and a plume of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Itachi was already in the air with kunai that had paper bombs attached to them, and he threw them toward Naruto. Naruto made water hand signs and used water release, water bullet technique, spitting globs of water to intercept the incoming kunai. He managed to hit 9 of the 10 kunai, but one hidden behind another slipped through and landed near him. The paper bomb lit and then exploded beside him. Shizune and Tsunade cried out in concern. Some members of the Uchiha clan, including Fugaku, reacted to the blast with grim interest. Itachi landed a few feet from where Naruto had been and looked at the spot, thinking about where Naruto had gone. He scanned the front, left, right, above, and behind, and then glanced down at the ground beneath him. The ground began to crack and shake. Itachi's eyes widened and he jumped back as a chakra-enhanced fist shot out of the ground and missed him by inches. Naruto, concealed, kicked Itachi in the stomach as he passed, forcing him to bend forward and skid before managing to stay on his feet. Itachi, feeling the sting but refusing to waste time, launched fire release, meteor flame. Thick fireballs shot into the air and small comet-shaped embers began to rain down toward Naruto. Hiruzen noted that it was an interesting move, and other fire users in the arena watched with curiosity. Naruto built a defensive barrier with water release, water wall, shooting water from his mouth to form a wall about 10 meters high. The fire comets passed through the water wall and dissipated into steam, which Naruto easily dispersed with Shusui. He pushed off the ground and charged Itachi, swinging Shusui. Itachi drew 2 kunai and blocked the blade, and the two began trading rapid metallic strikes. Sparks flew brightly as they exchanged blows. Naruto swung his Shusui at Itachi, aiming for vital areas to bring him down quickly and end the match. Itachi's Uchiha-I technique tracked Naruto's movements and anticipated his strikes, allowing him to dodge or block most attacks. The crowd cheered, civilians watched from the edge of their seats. Fugaku remarked that the blonde Namikaze boy did not stand a chance against the Uchiha, and several Uchiha agreed while Mikoto scowled at her husband's words. Hiruzen observed that the match was very close and that both boys were fighting on even ground. Tsunade, glancing toward Naruto's would release, noted quietly that if he used that ability, the match could have ended much sooner. Hiruzen nodded, though both understood why Naruto would not use that technique until he was older. On the field, Naruto grew frustrated that he could not land many strikes as Itachi continued to block them. He realized Itachi had increased his speed and needed a way to slow him down. An idea came to him. As Naruto swung his sword again, Itachi's eye technique followed the blade. Focused on the sword, Itachi did not notice Naruto draw a brush from a pouch. When Itachi blocked the strike with a small blade, Naruto used the brush to swipe across the back of Itachi's hand and quickly paint a seal. Itachi felt the brush touch his skin and his eye widened when he saw the dark mark. He stepped back, recognized the seal as a weight seal, and then warned Naruto that Naruto had looked into his eyes. The surroundings distorted, the sky taking on a pale purple hue, and the crowd seemed to vanish. Itachi was gone from in front of Naruto. Naruto realized he must have caught Itachi's gaze while applying the seal. He knew he had to free himself from the illusion quickly and began to gather chakra through his body in order to release a burst that would break the technique. His muscles ached after the long day, but he stored the necessary energy. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's skill with sealing techniques. They both wondered how he had learned so much, recalling that they had not taught him many of these methods. The illusion shifted into harsher images. A vision of Minato scowled and accused Naruto of being a failure, claiming he had not been worth the effort to raise. Naruto steadied himself and insisted to himself that it was only an illusion as more figures formed around him. Kushina appeared in the vision, pushing him away and declaring she never wanted him. Naruto kept telling himself it was not real while he concentrated on the chakra he had stored. He then felt sharp impacts and the prick of small needles against his back. 3 figures Shizun, Tsunade, and Hiruzen stood there, one of them displaying the hand that had thrown the needles. They accused him of being a waste of their time. Faces of others Mikoto, Anko, Mina, Mito, Eiji, Kakashi, and Jiraiya closed in, circling and echoing the same harsh words. Naruto repeated in his mind that the scene was unreal, but the voices pressed closer and louder. He shook his head desperately. In a surge of anger and effort, Naruto released the chakra he had stored. The surrounding illusion wavered and then broke, returning the crowd and Itachi to view. The burst of energy sent shockwaves across the field, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Spectators fell silent, astonished at the magnitude of chakra Naruto had released. Minato leaned forward, stunned by how much energy Naruto possessed compared with his mother at the same age. Naruto dropped to one knee, panting and exhausted from the effort. Itachi had managed to break the weight seal on his hand but looked as worn and drained as Naruto did. Tsunade frowned with concern and studied Naruto as he struggled to steady himself. Minato thought about the sheer amount of chakra Naruto had and wondered how much more he truly possessed. The days had been long and hard on both of them. Naruto taunted that he was getting the better of the illusion, and Itachi looked a little apologetic. Itachi suggested that, with little energy left for either of them, they finish this with one last move and let the winner take all. Naruto raised an eyebrow and smiled, accepting the challenge as they stepped farther apart. Everyone in the stadium watched as Itachi performed a few hand signs and extended his hand. Energy gathered in his left hand and then ignited. The flames spread around his hand and up past his wrist, forming a spear of fire. Many in the crowd, Uchiha included, stared in fascination. Not even Mikoto had seen her son use that technique before during sparring or training. Kakashi, standing behind Minato, observed that the flame spear resembled his own lightning cutter, except made of fire. Minato noted that Itachi was recognized as a genius, so it was not entirely surprising that he had created his own variation. The other village leaders watched in fascination. Naruto grinned and prepared his response. He rose and held his right hand out with his palm up. The familiar swirling sound drew wide eyes from Minato, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shizune, Hiruzen, and others when they realized what he was forming. Energy began to coil in Naruto's hand and took on the shape of a pulsing sphere. Itachi looked momentarily surprised before returning to his composed expression. Minato stood and wondered how Naruto knew the spiraling sphere technique. Kakashi speculated that Naruto might have been going through Minato's things, which would explain his knowledge. Back among the Leaf Village mothers, Kushina and the others stared in disbelief. Kushina protested that Minato would not have taught the spiraling sphere hastily, they had intended to delay teaching it. She suddenly realized they had never planned to teach it to Naruto, and the thought unsettled her. Hitomi Hyuga observed that Naruto must not have received whatever memo they had intended. At her feet, Mina, Eiji, and Mito watched their older brother in fascination as the blue orb spun in his hand. On the field, Naruto and Itachi took their positions and eyed each other. Itachi had activated his distinctive eye technique, while Naruto's eyes glowed with a radiating power. Then both pushed forward at great speed, each tucking their attack behind them. They closed the distance in an instant. Itachi launched his flaming spear while Naruto unleashed his spiraling sphere. The two techniques collided with a thunderous impact that sent wind rushing through the arena. A shockwave burst outward, cracking the ground and toppling parts of the surrounding area. Spectators shielded their faces from the blasting wind. A Cloud Village warrior called out in astonishment that it was impossible for kids their age to wield such power. The two techniques continued to clash, neither yielding, until the struggle culminated in a massive explosion of energy and dust. Seats rattled, and many in the crowd had to use their own energy to steady themselves. Voices in the crowd cried out Naruto's and Itachi's names as the smoke and debris filled the air. Kushina rose to her feet, pressing a hand to her mouth as she watched the smoke swallow her eldest son. Mito, Eiji, and Mina looked bewildered and fearful. Mina seemed poised to cry. Mikoto felt the urge to rush into the stadium to check on her son and student. Sasuke and Ria looked down worried. Fugaku remained stoic. Tsunade and Shizune braced to jump down, but Hiruzen steadied them and reassured them that Naruto would be all right. The village leaders in the box watched wide-eyed, and Minato wore a look of concern for his son. Slowly the cloud of smoke thinned, revealing a stadium that had been badly damaged and worn. When the dust fully cleared, Naruto and Itachi stood shoulder to shoulder, facing opposite directions. Both looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Their clothing was torn and battered. They bore numerous cuts and bruises from the fight. Naruto's left hand was badly burned, and Itachi appeared seriously injured, possibly with broken bones. The audience held its breath waiting for movement. Naruto and Itachi turned their heads toward each other and exchanged small, weary smiles. Itachi conceded defeat and then, his energy spent, slumped to his knees and lost consciousness. The crowd gasped. Naruto glanced toward Pakura, who had reappeared on the field and looked shaken by the battle. She raised her arm into the air. The announcer declared Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze the winner of the match and the mid-level ninja exams. Most of the stadium rose and applauded wildly at the incredible battle they had just witnessed. Many cheered while some supporters from the Cloud and Stone villages scowled and looked away. Naruto smiled at the crowd and noticed his father staring at him in disbelief, clearly not expecting his son to win. When the match ended, Naruto exhaled and collapsed backward, exhaustion from the day's events finally catching up to him. Even an Uzumaki had limits. Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen, and Mikoto sprang from their seats and entered the field. Mikoto hurried to her son while Shizune checked him over, and Tsunade and Hiruzen moved to attend to Itachi. Tsunade instructed that they take both to the medical bay, noting they would need serious rest. She lifted Naruto gently onto her back as Mikoto did the same for Itachi, and they left the stadium at once. Shizune hurried alongside them while Hiruzen picked up Naruto's blade and followed. Later, a list of techniques the combatants had used circulated among the onlookers and those who would train them. The techniques included summoning technique, wind style, great breakthrough, water style, water wall, fire style, comet fire, fire style, ash pile technique, fire style, raining fire technique, earth style, mud shot, water style, water bullet, fire style, great fireball, one sword style, 36-pound hoe, one sword style, lion song, shadow clone technique, ceiling technique, axe kick, water style, water trumpet, earth style, earth spike, earth style, earth wall, lava style, lava rain, lava style, lava torrent, fire style, fire bullet, striking shadow snakes, fire spear, spiraling sphere. 5 days after the mid-level ninja exams in the Sand Village, Minato sat behind his desk and offered his first remarks. He congratulated Team 13 for their strong performances and specifically praised his son Naruto for winning the exams. Standing before him were Naruto, Itachi, and Anko, the two boys still wrapped in bandages. Naruto had his right hand and shoulder bandaged and a few bandage patches on his face. Itachi had bandages on his left arm and chest and a few patches on his cheeks. Anko bore a bandage around her chest after fracturing 2 ribs in her fight with Itachi. Since the end of the exams, most bruises and minor cuts had healed thanks to Tsunade and Shizune personally tending to the trio and applying medical chakra. They had stayed in the Sand Village for 2 days to rest before the Konoha visitors returned home, and it had taken 3 days to get back to the Leaf Village. During the journey, Naruto's father had spoken to him at length, likely curious about the source of Naruto's strength and how he had achieved it. At home, Naruto had expected questions from his parents. His mother watched him with a curious expression as if studying him, while his younger sister Mina greeted him enthusiastically and clung to him until he bribed her with ice cream to be relieved when they were called to the village leader's office. In the office, several members of the Leaf Village Ninja Council and other elders stood to observe and congratulate the 3 young shinobi. Mikoto beamed proudly, feeling she had helped raise and guide 3 promising future ninjas. Tsunade and Hiruzen stood with Kakashi, Kushina, Shizune, and several other high-level ninja. Former teammates and elders Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo were also present. Naruto found Hamura and Koharu stern but tolerable, while Danzo unsettled him. Several elders, including Tsunade and Shizune, had already advised Naruto to keep his distance from Danzo. Minato addressed the room and stated that everyone would agree these 3 had proved themselves ready to become mid-level ninja. He unsealed a scroll and revealed 3 flak jackets, handing them to Anko, Itachi, and Naruto in that order. He ruffled Naruto's hair with obvious pride, and then congratulated Anko Mitsurashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze on their promotions. Clan leaders stepped forward to shake the hands of the newly promoted mid-level ninja, offering praises for their performance in the exams and how well they had fought. Mikoto embraced all 3, telling them how proud she was and how bittersweet it felt that the team would no longer be together in the same way. With her oldest now a mid-level ninja, Mikoto decided to focus on being a full-time homemaker to support her middle and youngest children, though she would still help train the trio and occasionally take missions. As Mikoto passed Kushina and the other Leaf Village mothers, she smirked and reminded them that she had been right all along. Mikoto announced proudly that in 1 year her team had become Chunin, and the other mothers nodded in agreement. Kushina scowled and vowed silently that she would somehow best her eternal rival. Hiruzen declared that Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was now a Chunin. He, Shizune, and Tsunade approached Naruto, and Shizune and Tsunade each hugged him and kissed his forehead. Shizune remarked that he had come far since they began teaching the little 5-year-old who had wanted to be a ninja. Naruto smiled and hugged his older sister figure, admitting that he had never properly thanked her for her help. Shizune smiled, rested her head against his, and assured him that he never needed to thank her. Tsunade reminded him that now the exams were over they could return to training and warned that being a chunin did not mean there was nothing left to learn. They still had many things to drill into him, tapping his head. Naruto agreed that he would have it no other way. Village elders and other shinobi began to appear, and Kakashi and Shizune followed, with Itachi, Mikoto, and Anko behind them. Naruto and Tsunade were about to leave as well, but Minato asked them to remain a moment, seated with Kushina at his side. Kakashi nodded to Minato and departed. Jiraiya was out of the village. Naruto and Tsunade exchanged raised eyebrows at the request but stayed. Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko looked back in surprise. After Naruto nodded to them they left, and Shizune and Hiruzen followed with similar surprise. Naruto stood before his parents while Tsunade stayed a little to the side. He asked if something was wrong. Kushina replied that nothing was wrong, but she and Minato had some questions they needed answered. Minato explained that although Naruto had shown great promise in the Chunin exams, both he and Kushina were surprised at how far along Naruto was in his studies and had noticed jutsu that came from the village library, with the Rasengan the most conspicuous. Minato asked why they had had no knowledge of this. Naruto looked at his parents, slipped his hands into his pockets, and glanced at Tsunade for a brief nod. He explained that because neither of them had cared enough to help him, he had taken matters into his own hands. Kushina protested in defense of herself and her husband, but Naruto gave her a steady glare. He challenged them, asking what either of them had actually helped him with or trained him in. Both parents opened their mouths but then fell silent, exchanging uneasy looks as they tried to recall. Minato attempted to say that they had helped with his sealing techniques, but Tsunade scoffed from her place and pointed out that Jiraiya had helped with Fuinjutsu and that what Minato and Kushina had really given was a book on level 1 Fuinjutsu when Naruto was 6. The rest had been learned from others or by Naruto himself. Kushina hesitated, then acknowledged that Naruto might be right. Minato asked cautiously what level Naruto had reached in Fuinjutsu. Naruto stated plainly that he was just beginning level 5. Both parents looked surprised. They had reached that level much later. Naruto added that neither of them had helped him with anything, nor had Kakashi or Jiraiya. He credited Shizune with helping him with chakra control, poisons, and some medical ninjutsu. Tsunade had trained him in taijutsu, conditioning, and super strength alongside Guy, and Jiraiya had helped him with ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Nowhere in the last 6 years had his parents actually been involved in his training. He explained that he had taken jutsu from the library, made his own copies of the scrolls, and returned the originals. As for the Rasengan, he said he had needed an ace in the hole for the exam, something no one would expect. Deception, he added, was part of being a shinobi. Kushina asked how long it had taken him to master the Rasengan, knowing it had taken Minato years to create and others months to learn. Naruto replied that he had grasped the basics in a week and refined it over the following month. Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi would have been stunned, learning the Rasengan in a week bordered on the impossible. Minato told Naruto that if he had wanted to learn the Rasengan, they would have shown him how, but Naruto looked away and said that if he had asked they would likely have brushed him off as always, saying they were too busy or needed to help the twins. Minato looked down, beginning to see that Naruto might have been right, while Kushina regarded her son with sad, concerned eyes. Minato finally said that they would have trained him if he had asked. Kushina told them she did not remember Naruto ever asking for much help, and Naruto looked at her in disbelief. Naruto shouted that he should not have to ask because they were his parents. He explained that for the first 4 years he trained to be a shinobi, all he had done was ask them to help and train him, and each time they had brushed him off for the twins. He told them they had pushed him aside as if he did not matter while Eiji and Mito got everything. He admitted he understood the first year or two when the twins were babies and needed more attention, but said that neither of his parents ever tried to include him. He recalled Mito this, Eiji that, and then Mina's birth making things worse. He insisted he did not hate his siblings, he loved them dearly, but it had been painful to watch his parents spend so much time with them and so little with him for almost 6 years. He accused them of favoring their other children over the eldest, the one they were supposed to treat equally. After the outburst, Naruto wiped a tear from his face and left the office, leaving Minato and Kushina stunned. Tsunade, leaning against the wall, sighed and finally spoke, drawing the attention of the stunned blonde and redhead. She told them she hoped they realized the damage they had caused him. Minato and Kushina sat in silence, replaying Naruto's words as if trying to make sense of what he had said. Minato struggled with his words and asked, painfully uncertain, whether they had really favored the others over Naruto. He did not know what to make of it. Kushina shook her head defiantly and insisted it could not be true. She said they would not favor their younger children over the eldest, that Naruto must be confused and tired after the exams and simply needed rest. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, and stood directly in front of Kushina. With a sharp, scolding motion, she struck Kushina across the cheek, knocking her off balance and causing her to stumble to the floor. Kushina held her cheek where a red mark had appeared and winced as it stung. Minato rose quickly and went to his wife's side. Tsunade loomed over them, her gaze making them feel small. Tsunade told them they were blind to the hurt they had been causing Naruto and that their failure to see it did not mean no one else had. She said she had seen them ignore Naruto for much of the last 3 years, and though it had eased somewhat in later years, it still happened. She listed others who had noticed as well: teacher Sarutobi, Shizune, Mikoto, even Mikoto's children and Naruto's friends, and added that she would not have been surprised if other shinobi or townspeople had seen it too. Minato asked why no one had spoken up about it, and Tsunade answered that nobody had because Naruto had asked them not to. Naruto had hoped that by staying silent his parents would finally realize what they were doing and start paying attention to him, but instead things had worsened to the point that he felt like a stranger in his own home. Kushina tried to hold herself together, but tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Tsunade said all Naruto had wanted was for his parents to notice him and teach him to be a shinobi, like other parents did. She reminded them that as 2 of the village's leading shinobi they were supposed to set an example and care for the younger generations. She grabbed both Minato and Kushina by their collars, pulled them close, and demanded how they could fulfill those responsibilities if they could not see when their oldest child was hurting. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, she said, they had failed Naruto. Tsunade released them and walked out, slamming the door behind her. Minato and Kushina remained on the floor, stunned and emotionally drained, Tsunade's words sinking in. Minato's eyes widened in shock while Kushina muffled the sound of her sobs with her hand. Naruto did not stop. He returned home and went straight upstairs, ignoring his siblings' attempts to welcome him. In his room he slammed the door and hurled his Chunin flak jacket against the wall. He seethed at the idea that they could not see what they had done, and in a burst of anger he struck the wall, leaving a small hole where his fist had hit. Breathing hard, he collapsed onto his bed and stared at the ceiling, his eyes reddening as a few tears traced down his cheeks. A moment later he heard his door open and small footsteps approaching. He recognized them immediately. Mina stood in the doorway with crayons and a sheet of paper, clearly wanting him to join her in coloring. Naruto asked whether Mina wanted to do some drawing as he sat up. Mina looked at him with a tiny crease in her brow. She shakily climbed onto the bed with a little help from Naruto, reached forward, and wiped the tear marks from his cheek. Mina told Naruto not to cry in a small voice. Naruto smiled, placed her in his lap, and Mina giggled. Naruto wondered how much Mina understood. He put a sheet of paper on his bed, took the blue crayon from her to her delight, and together they began to draw pictures. When Minato and a teary-eyed Kushina came home, they tried to speak with Naruto, but he quickly left the house and went to Hiruzen's to spend the evening. He could not face his parents then. A month later, Naruto strapped his sword to his hip and left his room for the training field where he planned to meet Itachi and Enko for morning sparring. It was early, Minato had already gone to his office, and Kushina and the younger siblings were still asleep since it was Saturday. The month had been awkward. Minato and Kushina had made attempts to reach Naruto, but he had nothing he wanted to say. Kushina had tried more than Minato. Before the twins and Mito were born, she and Naruto had been close, and she felt that what she had done to her eldest was unforgivable and was determined to make it up to him. As Naruto prepared to open the door, he heard light footsteps and turned to see Mito standing there rubbing her eyes. Mito asked where he was going. Naruto said he was going to train with a few friends. Mito begged to come along, looking up at him with pleading eyes, and Naruto felt himself softening. She asked again, making her lip quiver, and Naruto sighed before telling her she had 5 minutes to get dressed. Mito squealed, gave him an excited hug and a quick peck on the cheek, and ran upstairs. Naruto left a note for Kushina explaining that Mito was with him and would be back by lunch. A few minutes later Mito rushed down the stairs in her day clothes with her hair in a little ponytail, and the two set out hand in hand, Mito humming a little song and kicking her feet as they walked. After about 20 minutes they arrived at the training ground and saw Anko already sparring with Itachi. Anko had been annoyed at missing earlier battles but had vowed to train until she could stand on their level. Mito watched them starstruck until the two stopped and walked over. Anko patted Mito on the head and teased Naruto about bringing a little one along. Mito asked if they could teach her the snake technique, using the same pleading look she had used on Naruto, but Anko told her maybe when she was older. Naruto explained why Mito was with him, and Itachi and Anko both patted his shoulder in understanding. Naruto mentioned that Ria did the same with him, and Anko rolled her eyes. For the next few hours the trio trained and sparred while Mito sat safely at a distance with wide eyes and a big smile, watching. The older teens sparred one-on-one and took breaks to talk with Mito, answering her questions about their moves and techniques. Because Mito had not unlocked chakra, they focused on her throwing technique. Itachi and Naruto helped her with aim while Anko coached her on speed. Since they only had metal throwing knives, Naruto made sure the ends were blunted and that he stayed close to keep her safe. Mito asked to see Naruto's sword. Naruto unsheathed his blade and allowed her to look at it from a safe distance, warning her that it was very sharp. Mito nodded but, excited, picked up one of the throwing knives by the wrong end. She gasped and cried out. Naruto immediately took her hand and gently reminded her to be careful and to ask before handling weapons. Mito apologized through sniffles, and Anko stepped in to give her a comforting hug. Naruto then tended to the small wound on Mito's hand. He placed his hand over it and a warm, gentle glow passed through, soothing and closing the injury. Mito relaxed and the group resumed their training. The cut along the base of Mito's thumb was a thin straight line that stopped at the start of her middle finger. Naruto's healing chakra glowed green as he reached to mend it, but his brow furrowed when something else caught his attention. Itachi and Anko noticed his expression and followed his gaze to Mito's wound. The cut briefly pulsed red as it began to close on its own. As Naruto focused on the injury, his chakra-infused hand drifted over Mito's exposed stomach. From the corner of his eye he saw black markings showing where her shirt rode up. Naruto asked Mito if she could lift her top so he could look at her stomach to be sure. Mito asked if he would tickle her and the others laughed. Naruto reassured her that he would not. Mito lifted her top gently. When they saw the mark on her skin their faces all went serious. A black spiral seal with 8 points, 4 above and 4 below, lay on her abdomen. Anko wondered if it was a seal, and Naruto confirmed that it was. He noted that it was very advanced, the kind of work only his parents could have done, since the spiral was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Itachi asked why such a technical seal would be placed on a 5-year-old. Naruto extended his chakra hand toward the seal to investigate. The moment his fingertips touched the mark everything went dark for a heartbeat. A pair of giant red eyes with black slits filled his vision, and a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. The vision passed as quickly as it had come. Naruto stumbled backward, sitting on the floor with wide, shocked eyes as he stared at the seal. Itachi asked what had happened, and Anko watched with curiosity, sensing that their friend had seen something that unsettled him. Naruto shook his head and kept the details to himself, not wanting to speak of it with Mito present. He understood now why his parents had pushed him aside and he felt anger at what had been done to Mito, but he forced himself to calm down. He rose and checked Mito's hand again. The cut was fully healed. Mito quietly thanked him and held out her hand for comfort instead of asking for a kiss. Naruto smiled at his younger sister, reassured her, and picked her up in his arms. He suggested they go get lunch, and Mito brightened at the idea. Anko and Itachi declined and left to return to their homes, leaving the siblings to eat together. They spent nearly an hour at Ichiraku, leaving 10 empty bowls from Naruto and 3 from Mito before heading back home. Mito's giggling was the first sound Kushina heard when Naruto and Mito walked through the door. The 5-year-old went straight to her mother and hugged her tightly, chattering about training with Naruto's team, learning kunai skills, getting a small cut that Naruto healed, and then going out for ramen. Kushina smiled and told her it sounded very nice. Naruto entered without looking directly at his mother and greeted his other siblings. He teased Eiji and checked on Mina, who was pouting. Naruto knelt to Mina's level and promised to take her along next time, which turned her pout into a bright smile. He affectionately touched the tip of her nose, making her wrinkle it, and she laughed. Kushina had been about to make lunch and told Naruto so, but Naruto said he was still full from Ichiraku and would go to his room. He left before she could say more. Kushina sighed and sat down, quietly wondering how far she had pushed her son away as she listened to his footsteps upstairs. 2 years later, a 13-year-old Naruto sprinted along the rooftops away from the Hokage building. He had just returned from a week-long mission with a 3-person formation that had taken care of 2 aligned bandit camps causing trouble north of Konoha. The mission had been straightforward, and his teammates had treated him as a comrade rather than just a child or the Hokage's son. At first some of the other Chunin had complained about being stuck with a kid, but Naruto had proven himself and earned their respect. Itachi was not around much these days, usually assigned to separate missions and spending a lot of time at the Uchiha compound under Fugaku's watch as he prepared for potential Umbu selection. Enko was also harder to find. She had taken an intense interest in the torture and interrogation division under Ibiki Marino. She quickly impressed the head of the division and began making a name for herself. They still went on missions from time to time, but not as many as Naruto would have liked since they had been his original teammates. One bright prospect on the horizon was that the trio were beginning to plan moving out of their current homes and living together. The 3 had carried out mission after mission to afford a nice 3-bedroom apartment so they could live together. Enko wanted company and did not want to live alone so much anymore. They set aside whatever money they could spare to pay for a decent place, although most of their earnings went into training equipment and new clothing. Naruto and Itachi both wanted space from their families. Fugaku and several other members of the Uchiha clan were pushing Itachi toward a path he did not want, and Naruto felt suffocated by his parents. They agreed to look around for about a year before deciding on a permanent place for the 3 of them. Since the big confrontation after the middle rank exams 2 years ago, Minato and Kushina had done everything they could to try to make it up to Naruto, but the blonde boy remained distant. Their attempts felt like pity to him, and pity was the last thing he wanted from them. After seeing Naruto in the exams, Minato and Kushina sought out how he had grown so strong so quickly. They were astonished when people like Tsunade, Mikoto, and Hiruzen told them that Naruto was a prodigy, a rare combination of natural talent and relentless work. Their son was a once-in-a-generation talent alongside Itachi Uchiha, and neither parent had recognized it. Since then, both had wanted to help with Naruto's training, but it never went smoothly. Minato frequently offered assistance with sealing techniques, and each time Naruto rebuffed him, insisting he could manage alone. Minato never showed the sad, apologetic look he wore when his son withdrew. Kushina clung more insistently, trying to bring her son closer, and attempted to teach him sword techniques, but Naruto kept his distance. It pained her that her son rejected her help, but she accepted that she might deserve some of that distance. Naruto did not want to be cruel. He loved his parents as a child should, but he felt let down by them. He had come this far on his own and intended to keep going without their help until he was ready to accept it. Everyone had a goal, and Naruto's was to surpass his parents in both sealing and sword techniques. He thought mother, father as he jumped across the rooftops, then stopped when he saw Yugao, Hana, and Heiate walking below in the streets. Smiling, he dropped down and landed beside Hana, who yelped in surprise before swatting his arm. Hana warned him that she had told him to stop doing that, and Naruto laughed as he petted her 3 hounds, which barked for his attention. Naruto told them that he had missed them as they liked his hand, then turned his attention to the trio and asked where they were headed. Yugao explained they were going to get food at the Akimichi barbecue place. Instructor Kushina had finished training them an hour ago, but they had decided to do some light sparring for an hour afterward. Naruto nodded, genuinely surprised that his mother had taken on a low-ranked team. He suspected it had something to do with her rivalry with Mikoto Uchiha, who had bragged that her first low-ranked team had become middle rank in a single year, an achievement unseen since the legendary 3. The trio had been a team for about 6 months, and instructor Kushina hoped to prepare them for the advanced exams in another 6 months. She would not let Mikoto get the better of her. Yugao asked about the mission, and Hay-8 related that Kushina had been worried ever since Naruto left. Hay-8 had observed that Kushina kept looking toward the gate every few minutes to sense whether Naruto had returned. Naruto assured them that he was capable and had teammates with him, but Hay-8 noted that Kushina worried because she was his mother. The three agreed with a mixture of concern and fondness. Naruto said his goodbyes, explained that he had training to catch up on, then sprinted toward the training grounds. He passed several practice areas and watched other shinobi train and practice their techniques. Eventually he reached an isolated, remote training ground Anko had shown him and immediately fell in love with it. Training Ground 44, known as the Forest of Death, had been shown to him about a year earlier. He marveled that he had not discovered it sooner. It was the most dangerous of the training grounds because of the large animals and insects that lived inside, as well as natural hazards and hidden traps. It was the perfect environment for training, and he, Anko, and Itachi visited as often as possible. Approaching the fences around the training ground, he bounded onto the metal beams and pushed himself out onto one of the giant trees. He leaped along the trunk and branches when he sensed a large object hurtling toward him at speed. Instead of panicking, Naruto rolled his eyes, halted, and delivered a powerful kick, sending the projectile away with a burst of force. Naruto steadily ate his cereal while watching Mito and Eiji argue in the kitchen. Mina munched toast and made a sticky mess of peanut butter on her face and cheeks. Kushina prepared her own breakfast while Minato had already left for work. It was Saturday, and the twins were bickering over who would have the last piece of toast. They had each other in a headlock when Naruto picked up a spoon and tapped both of them on the top of the head. Both groaned and called him Big Brother as they nursed their heads and pouted, and Naruto looked amused. He told them that if they did not fight, he would not have to knock some sense into them. Mina promised they would not fight, while Mito and Eiji glared at their little sister. Naruto ruffled Mito's hair, which had grown longer now that she was 5. It reached just past her shoulders and remained a vibrant red like Kushina's. He teased Mina about being messy, and Mina gave him a toothy smile. Kushina appeared beside Mina and wiped her youngest child's face, making Mina wriggle. While Mina was not looking, Naruto leaned over and took a bite of her toast. Mina caught him, pouted, and tapped his cheek with her little fingers, insisting that he not take her toast. Naruto laughed. Mito asked where their father was. Kushina said he was at the office for another meeting with the elders, which made Naruto frown as he ate his breakfast. His father and Hiruzen had attended dozens of meetings with the elders over the last few weeks, and Naruto had become curious about what was going on. Never before had they been so secretive. He knew the 2 elders, Koharu and Hamura, a little because they had been his grandfather's teammates and friends, but one elder he knew less about. The man was called Danzo, and on the rare occasions Naruto had seen him, he felt an uneasy chill. Danzo seemed to analyze and study everyone he looked at. His parents had told him to stay away from Danzo when he was little. Naruto had thought they were being overly cautious, but when he began training under Tsunade, Shizune, and Hiruzen, they all warned him the same thing. Only then did Naruto begin to take it seriously and keep his distance. Naruto also sensed something odd with Itachi's family. He rarely saw Mikoto lately, and when he did she looked jumpy, almost frightened. When Naruto tried to ask Itachi about it, Itachi avoided answering and steered the conversation elsewhere. Finishing his breakfast and setting the matter aside for another time, Naruto washed his plate and left the room as Kushina sat down for her own meal. He could not dwell on it because today was a big day for him, Itachi, and Anko. It was the day they were moving into their apartment. The 3 of them had worked hard for the past year, and Itachi and Anko had been promoted to Special Jonin. They would have been promoted sooner given their records and growing strength, but the council had raised the admission age for Jonin and Umbu to 14, matching a similar change at the academy. That meant Naruto and Itachi only had to wait 1 more year. Anko was not quite ready yet, but she intended to work hard and catch up within the year. As Naruto walked to the stairs to begin packing, he paused at a small cabinet and looked at a framed photo on top. The picture showed Mito and Eiji on their first day at the academy with their arms around each other's shoulders. They had started just under a month ago and were already enjoying it. Their teacher was a young chunin named Irika Yumino, who had a good record. Mito and Eiji liked him, though they mentioned he tended to lecture a lot. From what the twins had told him about their day, many other clans had children entering the academy as well. Itachi and Hana's younger brothers, Sasuke and Kiba, had enrolled along with the heirs of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Hyuga, and Aburame clans. Eiji spent most days with his friend Kiba in Izuka while Mito was often with her best friend Ino Yamanaka. The rest of the children were civilians. Naruto thought it did not seem that long ago that he, Itachi, Anko, Hana, Yugao, Hayate, and others had entered the academy. He went back upstairs to pack. Despite planning to move out that day, he had not told his family, and Itachi had not told his either. They both knew that if they announced it too early their families would try to persuade them to stay. Naruto expected his biggest obstacle to be Mina and Kushina. He believed Minato would respect his decision and give him space, which was what he wanted, but he knew Kushina would object and try to keep him at home. The idea of one of her children leaving at 13 would hit her hard. Mina was always with him at home. She stuck close, whether sitting next to him at meals, reading and drawing with him, or sneaking into his bed when she had a bad dream or wanted to be warm with her big brother. The prospect was difficult, but Naruto wanted his own space with friends who felt like a second family. Shaking his head, Naruto opened his door and decided what to do first. He pulled out a few scrolls from his desk drawer and laid them on the bed, each one open so he could pack the right items into each. For half an hour he worked in his room, neatly folding clothes onto one scroll, sealing it, and setting it aside. The next scroll was for all his books and the jutsu scrolls he had copied from his parents' library, and he packed those into it as well. Naruto had only added a few techniques to his repertoire over the last 3 years, since Hiruzen, known as the professor for his mastery of ninjutsu, had been happy to teach him a few techniques. As he began putting the books away, he stopped on one volume in particular. It was a book he had found at the back of his parents' library. Because neither of them read it often, it had been covered in dust, and Naruto had taken it and never really given it back. He kept it mainly because of what he had found inside. A forgotten family member he had never known existed. Flashback. Naruto examined the book and remarked that it looked like some kind of old bingo book. Hiruzen, pouring tea into 2 small cups, agreed that he had not seen one in a long time and explained that this was one of the earliest bingo books ever distributed. Naruto accepted the cup Hiruzen handed him and took a small sip. Opening the book, Naruto skimmed through the pages and became quickly absorbed by the shinobi portraits and notes inside. He read entries such as the second Mizukage, a member of the Hozuki clan, listed as an S-rank shinobi, and the second Tsuchikage Mu, of the Dust style, also listed as an S-rank shinobi. Beside both names, Naruto noticed the word deceased. Hiruzen explained that those two in particular had been known for their rivalry and had ended up killing one another in a grand battle, and that Inoki had become Tsuchikage after Mu's death. Naruto turned the page and almost laughed at a youthful picture of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. He guessed the photo had been taken when Inoki was in his late 30s and thought his nose looked even larger than it did now. Hiruzen glanced at the picture and chuckled, thinking the same thing. Beside Inoki's name was an S-rank symbol with a note that he bordered on SS class. When Naruto turned the next page, he was surprised to see a photo of Hiruzen in his mid-30s. Hiruzen's hair was not gray and the wrinkles he had now were absent, which struck Naruto as odd. An SS class symbol appeared beside Hiruzen's old photo, and Naruto, nearly choking on his tea, asked if his grandfather had really been an SS class shinobi. Hiruzen smiled and admitted that he had been in his youth but that he had slowed down with age. He still insisted he could give most people a good beating if pushed, and Naruto knew he was right. Hiruzen could still fight on par with people like Tsunade and Jiraiya even in his 60s. Naruto turned another page and froze when he read a name at the top. He asked his grandfather if he knew this person. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen took the book, studied the page, and allowed a tiny smile to appear. He said that the name and face were ones he had not seen or heard in a long time. Naruto asked if Hiruzen knew him, and Hiruzen nodded. Hiruzen explained that, in a manner of speaking, he did know him. He had battled the man in the past and held him in the utmost respect. From the name it was clear that the man had been part of the Uzumaki clan and its clan head before the clan fell. Hiruzen asked if this was the first time Naruto had heard the name, and when Naruto nodded, Hiruzen continued. Hiruzen told Naruto that his mother would normally be the one to explain, but since she had kept the matter private from her children, Hiruzen would tell him now. He explained that Naruto's mother had come to Konoha when she was young, and that her father had been against her leaving their home in Whirlpool. He had wanted her to stay where she would be safe and secure and where he could watch over her. Hiruzen explained that Naruto's mother had always been adventurous and had wanted to go to Konoha. In the last months she stayed in Whirlpool, she and her father argued often, and when she left for Konoha their relationship became strained to the point that she told him she hated being his daughter and they stopped speaking. Hiruzen described Naruto's grandfather as a stern, strict man who lived by rigid principles that clashed with his daughter's free spirit. Naruto listened and urged Hiruzen to continue. Hiruzen went on to say that months later the siege and destruction of Whirlpool occurred and Naruto's grandfather died protecting the village. Naruto's mother had been heartbroken because she never had the chance to make peace with him. She had told very few people about him and had kept quiet out of shame over their last conversation. Naruto spent the next half hour asking questions about his grandfather, wanting to understand the man his mother had been unable to speak of. The flashback ended. Looking at the old bingo book, Naruto quickly sealed it into a storage scroll. Hiruzen had told him that his grandfather had been one of the most formidable people he had ever met. When Hiruzen and Genryusai had battled, it had always ended in a stalemate. Naruto learned that his grandfather had been an SS-class shinobi in his prime, matching others in power and skill. He had been a master of the sword, which likely inspired Kushina's own kenjutsu, and he was infamous for combining fire chakra with his blade to create enormous pillars and blasts of flame on the battlefield. Naruto learned that his grandfather's blade had been named Ryujinjaka, a name that struck fear into those who heard it. As far as Naruto knew, his grandfather's remains and his blade had been lost in the rubble of Uzushiogakure. Naruto wished he could have met him. The thought of taking down 2,000 invading shinobi with him, including a powerful Jinchuriki, seemed incredible. Putting those thoughts aside for now, he stored the scroll and began packing his shinobi tools, kunai, shuriken, ninja wire and other belongings. He had almost finished when the door opened and Mito stood there, beginning to speak but stopping when she saw how bare Naruto's room had become. Shelves were empty and the closet stood open with no clothes inside. Mito asked what he was doing, confused. Naruto answered truthfully that he was moving out and would no longer live there. Mito looked at him in dawning sadness, and Naruto watched her face go heartbroken. She sniffled and, as Naruto expected, called for their mother. Mito's shout echoed through the house and Naruto heard footsteps race up the stairs along with Kushina's chakra signature, panicked and confused. Kushina appeared in the doorway, went down to Mito's level, and asked what was wrong. Mito pointed at Naruto. Kushina surveyed the bare room, her eyes taking in the scene with growing confusion and a bad feeling forming in her chest. She demanded to know why the room was empty and why he was sealing things into a storage scroll. Naruto told her again that he was moving out. Kushina went pale and reacted with shock. She insisted that he could not move out because he was 13 and not old enough. Naruto, not looking up, tapped his Konoha headband and insisted that the moment he became a shinobi and wore the headband he had become an adult old enough to take responsibility and to move out. Kushina struggled for words and asked where he planned to go. Naruto explained that he had a 3-bedroom apartment with Itachi and Anko. They had been saving bits of their mission money for 2 years and had finally put down a deposit. Anko was probably already there and Itachi would be doing the same thing he was doing now. Naruto closed the final scroll, put it in a backpack, went down on one knee and kissed Mito on the head, telling her she could visit whenever she wanted. Mito nodded through tears, hugged him around the neck for a few moments, and then let go. Naruto told Kushina he would visit when he could and gave his mother a quick kiss on the cheek before making his way downstairs. He explained the situation to Mina and Eiji, who had been at the bottom of the stairs wondering about the commotion. Mina's eyes filled with tears and she moved toward him quickly. Naruto said goodbye to a teary-eyed Eiji and Mina, and then felt two arms wrap around his shoulders in a tight, protective hold. Kushina, her voice uneven but firm, told him that he was not going anywhere and that this was his home, where he belonged. While she held onto her son, Kushina pushed a small flow of chakra into her wedding ring where a faint Hierophant seal rested. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to pull free, but her grip tightened. Seeing no other way, he used the Karaime substitution and swapped places with Eiji, who suddenly appeared in Kushina's arms. Naruto moved toward the door and reached for the handle. Minato appeared beside his wife and asked why she had called him there. Kushina sniffled and explained that Naruto was moving out and that she needed Minato to help convince him to stay. Mina, Eiji, and Mito stood to the side, watching their parents and older brother. Minato stepped forward and told Naruto softly that it did not have to be this way, that they could find a solution and that they did not want him to leave home yet. He apologized for the loneliness they had unknowingly placed on him over the past 5 years. Kushina, using his childhood nickname, begged Naruto to stay with them and whispered the last plea, which both Minato and Naruto heard. Naruto stood silent for a moment, then slowly turned his head, revealing his left eye. He reminded them that he was not the little boy who needed to be coddled anymore, that he had learned to look after himself after the fox attack from those who were willing to help. He said he wanted to branch out on his own and build a life away from home. He told them they owed him that much, and both Minato and Kushina flinched. Minato and Kushina fell quiet, each replaying the moment in their minds. Kushina remained set on keeping him, but Minato began to think differently. If their eldest wanted to leave the nest, perhaps he should be allowed to gain his own space. Giving Naruto room might help heal the distance between them. Minato sighed, stepped back, and told Naruto that if he wanted to go he would not stop him, but reminded him that he would always be welcome at home. Kushina looked at Minato in shock. Naruto acknowledged the offer with a small nod and a tiny, grateful smile. Kushina protested that this was his home and that she did not want him to leave yet, but Minato wrapped his arms around his wife to calm her and urged that Naruto be allowed to go. Her sobs could be heard as he spoke. Naruto finally pushed the handle down and walked out, closing the door gently behind him. Kushina let out a small cry, freed herself from Minato's embrace, and ran upstairs to their bedroom, shutting the door and sobbing as their eldest left home at 13. Mito and Eiji returned to the kitchen to wipe their noses while Minato went upstairs to comfort his wife before leaving for a meeting. He did not notice their youngest child slip out the door. Taking a steady breath, Naruto stepped away from the house he had grown up in. The door creaked open behind him. He turned, expecting Kushina, and instead felt two small arms wrap around his waist. He looked down to see Mina clinging to him, tears on her cheeks, and she told him she did not want him to go. Naruto's heart ached at her state and he felt guilty. He knelt to her level and hugged her close as she buried her face in the crook of his neck. He explained that it was time for him to become independent but that he would still be around, that he would still see her frequently and that they would still have dinners together. He suggested taking Mina with him to where he would be living with Itachi and Anko so she would know where he was and how to find him. Mina nodded through her hiccups, and Naruto wiped her tears away. Mina jumped onto Naruto's back and he carried her as they walked. She rested her head on his shoulder. Villagers who saw the brother and sister smiled. The women admired them and guessed from Mina's swollen eyes that Naruto was comforting her. Across from them, Naruto saw Itachi walking with little Ria perched on his back in the same way. Naruto fell into step beside Itachi and nodded to him, asking how their families had reacted. Itachi replied that his mother had reacted as he had expected, shocked but understanding, and had cried and hugged him before asking where her baby had gone. His father had been upset and had forbidden him from leaving, but Itachi had left anyway. Sasuke had been upset, and little Ria had clung to him. Naruto answered that things had been similar at home. The twins and his father had taken it relatively well, but his mother had not been happy and had wanted him to stay. Mina clung to me as soon as I stepped outside. Itachi nodded, and they walked together while the two girls chattered from their backs. After a short walk they arrived at their new home. The 7th-floor apartment building was a creamy color with a pale red wooden roof. It looked relatively new and well-maintained compared to other buildings in Konoha. It was only 15 minutes from his old home. Both boys went inside and climbed all the way to the top floor. They moved down the corridor and used their new key to open the last door at the end of the hallway. When they entered, Anko was sitting on a couch eating a late breakfast. She glanced up, grinned, and teased that it was about time they arrived and joked about keeping the little ones as she scooped up Mina and Ria and spun them, making the girls laugh and forget their earlier sadness. Anko asked if she could keep them, and pouted when Naruto and Itachi refused. Naruto and Itachi explained that their parents could not handle another child leaving home. Anko winced and asked if it was really that bad. They both agreed and went to put their things away. Naruto went to the room opposite Anko's. The room was nearly twice the size of his old one, with a double bed in the center, dark gray covers and pillows, and a wall painted deep blue. A window sat to the right of the bed, a bedside table beside it, and a decent-sized wardrobe on the left. He smiled at his new space and began to unpack. Midway through hanging clothes, Mina walked in and surveyed the room. Naruto asked if she liked it as she narrowed her eyes, seeming to decide whether it would be a good place to sneak into. She ran to the bed, jumped on it, and rolled across the covers. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the mess but smiled and joined her, and they played together until Mina was laughing so hard she had tears in her eyes. When he stopped, she pouted briefly before breaking into a grin. Naruto told Mina he loved her and kissed the top of her head. She responded with a bright smile and a hug. Mina returned his affection, calling him Big Brother, and they sat for a few quiet minutes while Naruto played with her longer hair, making her giggle. Itachi appeared in the doorway holding Ria's hand and told Naruto that they needed to pick up the coffee tables and the wardrobe for Anko. Anko had convinced them to get them. Naruto said he and Itachi had a few errands and asked Mina to stay in the apartment and play with Ria, promising they would not be long. Mina nodded and ran into the living room to join Ria. After stretching, Naruto and Itachi left the apartment together. As they walked, Naruto wondered if they should be worried about leaving Anko alone with the two girls, remembering some of her recent eccentric habits. Itachi said he would rather they take after Anko than those fangirls, and they left the village street to head toward the furniture store on the other side of town, jumping across rooftops to save time. A minute into the run, Naruto suddenly stopped and turned. Itachi caught up and looked at him curiously. Itachi asked what was wrong. Naruto explained that he sensed a battle about a mile away, that it seemed to be a group against one person, and that the chakra signature belonged to Shursui. They sprinted along the rooftops toward the source of the disturbance. Itachi had his Sharingan activated and wore a focused, intense expression. Itachi asked how much further it was, and Naruto answered that it was just over the ridge and that Shursui sounded tired and possibly hurt. They picked up the pace and leapt over the ridge. They landed in an empty training ground. Naruto noticed there was no one else nearby, which explained why no one was coming to help. In front of them was Shursui, on his knees and clearly exhausted, breathing unevenly and showing signs of serious injury. Around him stood 8 Umbu operatives. Their masks and the darker uniforms looked normal at first glance, but the masks bore a distinct black symbol that marked them as different. Neither Naruto nor Itachi recognized the symbol, neither had seen this kind of ANBU before. Scattered across the field were about 21 fallen ANBU by Naruto's count, evidence that Shursui had not gone down without a fight. One ANBU moved in to finish Shursui, but Itachi flashed into position and intercepted the blow. He grabbed the attacker's wrist, twisted it, and sent the ANBU crashing into a nearby tree. Shursui coughed and breathed harshly as Itachi moved to shield him. Itachi instructed Shursui to stay behind him, and Shursui nodded before slumping to the ground. Itachi demanded to know their business, but the masked figures remained silent. After a tense pause, the ANBU launched their attack. Before Itachi could react, a huge wooden wall erupted and blocked their strikes. Naruto stood on top of the wall with his blade drawn, informing them that he had intended to reveal himself eventually. Itachi registered questions but decided to hold them for later. One of the ANBU reported in a flat tone that this one could use would release and ordered them to take Naruto alive. Their leader would want him. 7 masked operatives advanced 4 toward Naruto and 3 toward Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan activated as the 3 moved in. Itachi moved fluidly, matching their attacks, ducking a Tanto strike and drawing a kunai. He used it to incapacitate one of the attackers, then turned on the remaining 2. The 2 Anbu formed hand signs and unleashed a powerful wind blast. The attack struck Itachi, but rather than fall, he dispersed into a swirl of crows and vanished from sight. The 2 Anbu scanned the area, and suddenly one of them was pulled into the earth by unseen hands. Moments later the earth expelled him, and he lay stunned and motionless on the ground. Another Anbu tried to throw a barrage of weapons down the hole, but found only a tree stump below. He felt a presence behind him and froze as a pair of Sharingan appeared. Itachi re-emerged from the tree and delivered a precise strike that incapacitated the attacker, who collapsed with a soft thud. Itachi looked over to see Naruto handling the remaining Anbu as if it were nothing, then moved to check on Shisui, who was breathing shallowly. Naruto had been holding his own. He blocked a strike with his blade and answered with a punch that shattered an opponent's mask and left the attacker unconscious. He evaded another swing, kicked an opponent to the ground, and pushed forward. Springing into the air, Naruto performed hand signs and released a volley of water projectiles. The Anbu evaded, but a shadow clone appeared to distract one of them while the real Naruto used the opening to drive a formidable kick that incapacitated another attacker. When a final Anbu attempted to throw shuriken, Naruto moved so quickly that the man was disarmed and rendered unable to continue. Breathing hard and wiping sweat from his brow, Naruto noticed the Anbu who had been slammed into the tree starting to crawl away. He activated a wood technique and bound the fleeing attacker with writhing branches, but the Anbu shoved a small pill into his mouth before the restraint closed completely. Naruto reached the man, who swallowed the pill and immediately went still. Naruto released the body, and a green seal appeared on the Anbu's neck. A sealing technique activated and the remains were consumed by the seal, leaving nothing behind. Similar sealing marks flared on other attackers, and the same technique erased those remains across the field. Naruto realized whoever had sent these operatives had knowledge of advanced sealing methods and hurried to Itachi and Shisui. Crouching beside Shisui, Naruto took in the severity of his injuries and understood that Shisui would not survive. He gave a small, regretful shake of his head. Itachi's expression fell as he looked back at their friend. Shisui managed to gasp and motioned for them to lean closer. He explained that these were not ordinary Anbu but operatives from Danzo's route, brainwashed into emotionless tools at Danzo's command. Shisui said Danzo believed the village should be more militarized and that he wanted power to bring Konoha under his control. He then directed his attention to Itachi. Shisui explained that he had tried to go to the clan and use a special genjutsu on the members who were revolting, but Root Umbu had reached him first and attempted to take his Sharingan. Itachi asked why anyone would go after Shisui's Sharingan, and Naruto was shocked to hear about the Uchiha unrest. Shisui drew a long, ragged breath, and both of them watched as his Sharingan shifted and formed into a 4-pointed pattern. Itachi felt awe at the sight. Naruto shared that astonishment, since none of them remembered anyone awakening that form since Madara and Izuna Uchiha. Shisui explained that he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 12. He described a powerful genjutsu he had developed called Koto Amatsukami, which allowed its user to enter another's mind and manipulate their perceptions, making them believe the altered experiences were their own decisions. Naruto thought it sounded like the most powerful genjutsu he had ever heard. Shisui warned that Danzo wanted his Sharingan and would use it for his own ends if he obtained it. He turned to Naruto and asked how skilled Naruto was in medical ninjutsu, noting that Tsunade Senju had taught him some techniques and medical knowledge. Naruto admitted that he was not a full medic nin but knew enough to act when necessary. Shisui nodded, then began to cough violently. Shisui asked Naruto and Itachi to remove his Sharingan eyes from his body after he had died and to store them away safely, urging that the sooner it was done the better. Naruto and Itachi looked shocked at the request, but after a moment's exchange they both nodded, understanding the danger that Danzo posed to a corpse with Sharingan. Naruto explained that he did not have the proper equipment at the moment but promised to collect and store the eyes after Shisui had passed. Shisui smiled and approved, instructing them to keep the eyes hidden until Itachi needed them. Itachi asked why he would ever need them, and Shisui gave a sad smile, telling him that he would understand in time. He pleaded with Itachi not to let their family fall further into darkness and emphasized their duty as Uchiha and as shinobi of the leaf to stop those who would harm innocent people, even if those people were part of their village or of their blood. He urged Itachi to act by their own hands if necessary to protect their family. Itachi nodded, tears running silently down his face. Naruto was unable to hold back his own grief as they listened to Shisui's final words. Shisui muttered for Itachi to lead their family into the light and rid it of darkness. Then his eyes closed and his breathing slowed until it stopped. Naruto bowed his head in respect, and Itachi gently closed Shisui's eyes and offered a silent farewell. As Itachi let a few more tears fall, he suddenly grimaced and pressed his palms to his eyes as they began to burn with intense sensation. Naruto became alarmed and was about to ask what was wrong when he saw Itachi glance at him with the Sharingan activated. The three tomo blurred and shifted inward, forming a three-pointed pinwheel. Itachi realized in silence that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, explaining that such an awakening followed the trauma of losing someone very close. He instructed Naruto to tell no one about his new eyes, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Naruto added that he also expected secrecy about his own secret ability, and Itachi acknowledged that in return. They sat for a few moments, watching the aftermath of the confrontation. The battlefield was charred and quiet, with little left of the attackers. After sealing Shisui's body inside a storage scroll, Naruto and Itachi left the field to return home and to prepare for the tasks ahead. Later, Naruto and Itachi did not need to go to the Hokage's office because Naruto sensed Minato, Kushina, and the twins at his new apartment, along with Hiruzen. When they entered, Naruto's younger siblings and Ria were on the couch playing while Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen spoke with Anko. Kushina inspected the apartment and, to her surprise, found it comfortable and decent. Minato explained that he and Kushina had come to see where Naruto now lived so they would know where to reach him. They all noticed the red-rimmed eyes of Naruto and Itachi and the seriousness in their expressions. Itachi requested that Anko take Ria, Mina, Mito, and Eiji into her bedroom for a while because he and Naruto needed to speak with the Hokage. Anko complied, taking the children away with a puzzled look. Once the door clicked closed, Itachi announced that Shisui Uchiha was dead, prompting shocked and wide-eyed reactions from the adults. Minato asked how it had happened in his official tone as Hokage. Itachi explained that Naruto had detected Shisui with his sensory abilities and that when they arrived Shisui had been engaged in a battle with a group of Umbu. They continued to recount the events and prepare to inform the Hokage in full. The only marks on the intruders' masks were strange flame-like symbols. The two boys watched as Minato and Hiruzen's expressions hardened. Hiruzen named Danzo with a tight, controlled voice. Itachi explained that they had neutralized the covert operatives, but Shisui had already taken down many on his own. His injuries were severe and he had died shortly afterward. Naruto and Itachi agreed to keep Danzo's interest in their ocular power secret, because revealing it could expose both Shisui's evolved eye and Itachi's. Itachi said that Shisui had planned to use a mental technique he had developed on members of the Uchiha clan to try to prevent rebellion, but Danzo had intercepted him first. Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen grew anxious at this, and Naruto added that he already understood part of the situation because Itachi had told him and he had heard Shisui mention it, which explained why Mikoto had been so unsettled lately. Itachi offered further information. He had already told Naruto on the way back to the apartment, which had made Naruto furious. The adults noticed his reaction and waited for him to act. Itachi nodded to Naruto, and Naruto formed a hand seal. He activated the apartment's silent seals. The talismans around them glowed softly to life, and both Minato and Kushina allowed themselves a relieved, proud smile at their son's knowledge of sealing techniques. Itachi recounted that his father and a faction of Uchiha planning the coup had met the previous night. They intended to attempt the coup within days, impatient with waiting. During that meeting, the subject of Minato's daughter Mito had come up. All of the adults were stunned when Itachi said the Uchiha knew Mito was the host of the nine-tailed fox and were planning to break the seal that held it. Naruto told them how he had discovered the truth at the age of 10. He had seen the seal and, when he had looked closer, had been pulled into a kind of inner vision where a pair of enormous red eyes had loomed at him before casting him out with a roar. He had been unable to forget that chakra since that night. Minato and Kushina looked at him with sorrow. As much as they wanted to discuss it, they knew it had to wait for the right moment. Minato pressed Itachi for how the Uchiha could have learned about Mito. Itachi said he was not certain but had a suspicion. When he had listened in on the meeting, he had heard a voice he did not recognize. Peering into the room, he had seen a man in a dark cloak speaking with his father. No name had been given and the face had been hidden, but when the man turned, Itachi had glimpsed the hood and the strange mask beneath it, a dark, flame-like pattern with a single opening over the right eye. The man had then used a disappearing technique to leave. After that they had discussed how they would strike and who among the village they might spare once they took power. Naruto watched his father's reaction and almost stepped back. Minato's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white and his whole body trembled with controlled anger. Kushina's look was even more terrifying to him. He had never seen her eyes so cold and determined. Hiruzen observed that the man must have returned, and Minato and Kushina fought to rein in their fury. Naruto demanded to know who this man was. His parents exchanged quiet words he could not make out before turning to him. They told Naruto that they understood his questions but could not reveal the full truth now. Once the threat from the Uchiha was resolved, they promised they would tell him what he needed to know. Naruto hesitated, then reluctantly accepted that answer for the time being, though he was determined to find out the rest when he could. When Naruto asked what would be done, Minato's face carried a sad resolve as he looked at Itachi. Minato said the conspirators had to be stopped. Fugaku had gone too far, and he could not allow the safety of the village to be put at risk. Itachi acknowledged this quietly, as if he had understood that outcome long ago. Itachi made it clear that, while his father and much of the Uchiha police force were implicated, many others in the clan did not want any part of the coup. He insisted that his mother and his two siblings, Sasuke and Ria, must be protected. He explained that his mother had stayed silent because she had been threatened with harm to her children if she spoke. Minato agreed that those not involved would be spared and not punished for the actions of the conspirators. Hiruzen sighed, saddened by how such a rift had grown between the Uchiha and the rest of the village over the years. Kushina's thoughts turned to her longtime friend and what Fugaku might have forced her to do. Then Itachi made a hard request. He asked permission to be the one to end the dark part of the Uchiha's plan, to confront and stop what his father was plotting. The adults reacted with shock and dismay, refusing to ask him to turn on his own family. Itachi declined Minato's offer to send his best Umbu and explained that he would take responsibility himself. He insisted that, as family, it was his duty to be the one to stop the corruption within the Uchiha, recalling Shirsue's last wish to bring their clan back into the light. Minato and Hiruzen exchanged troubled looks, admiring his resolve but questioning whether it was right to place such a burden on a 13-year-old. Itachi proposed a compromise. If the elders could not be comfortable with him going entirely alone, two trusted Umbu could accompany him, provided he could bring one person he fully trusted. Minato and Hiruzen held a silent consultation and then agreed. Kushina reacted with a sharp protest when Naruto stepped forward to volunteer, but Minato listened to his son with a mixture of sympathy and pride. Minato reminded Naruto of his youth and strength but asked if he was certain he wanted to take part. Naruto answered that he would not let Itachi face the mission by himself. He wanted to help and share the burden. Itachi acknowledged Naruto with gratitude and named Naruto and Anko as the two he trusted most in the village to watch his back. The adults exchanged heavy looks. Kushina's frown deepened, but she accepted that Minato would make the final decision. Minato and Hiruzen conferred again and then instructed Naruto to meet at the Hokage's office at 1700 hours for a briefing and to be fitted with Umbu gear. The two boys nodded. Plans were made for protections that night for Mikoto and the Uchiha children, and for Naruto's siblings. Kushina was determined to keep Mito safe and led her away, holding her hand firmly. Mina and Eiji were taken by Minato, waving goodbye to Naruto as they left. Itachi and Naruto returned to Naruto's room and closed the door to work in private. Anko noticed them lock the door and raised an eyebrow, but dismissed it as typical boy behavior. Inside the room, Shirsue's body lay unsealed on the floor. Naruto prepared medical tools and a jar of preservative solution. He took a steadying breath and carefully performed a respectful retrieval of Shirsue's Sharingan, taking great care to avoid desecration. He placed them in the jar and explained that the solution should keep them preserved. Itachi accepted the jar, sealed the Sharingan in a storage scroll, and affixed the scroll to his arm for safekeeping. Night fell and the village settled into its evening rhythm. On the rooftops above the Uchiha compound, 4 masked figures watched from the shadows. Each wore a porcelain white mask marked with an animal symbol. Naruto felt a little out of place in Umbu attire, having never planned to be an Umbu, but he honored his summons with a black-striped white tiger mask. Kakashi, wearing a dog mask, asked where the targets were located. Itachi, with a crow mask, explained that his father was in the central manor and that other conspirators were scattered through the compound, many concentrated in the east wing. He added that Naruto's sensor abilities would help them locate the rest quickly. Itachi also confirmed that Itachi's mother and siblings were safe at the Namikaze house and that other innocent Uchiha had been moved to a guarded shelter under Hiruzen's watch. Naruto felt relieved by these precautions. Everyone agreed that avoiding harm to innocents was paramount. Naruto carried in his pouch a tri-pronged kunai that his father had given him as an emergency summon tool, to be used only if things went wrong. His mother had stayed close to Mito all day and had even arranged for Tsunade and Shizun to be present as additional protection. The team moved into position on the rooftop, ready to proceed with the mission to stop the coup and neutralize those who threatened the village. He wanted to know what it was about this man that made his parents so angry and worried. Shaking off his thoughts, he saw a messenger hawk fly overhead, the signal to move in. Naruto looked at Itachi and nodded. The 4 operatives Kakashi, Tenzo, Naruto, and Itachi jumped from the rooftops to begin the mission. Kakashi and Tenzo paired to take the west wing while Naruto and Itachi cleared the rest. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops and spotted 3 Uchiha walking together. Itachi identified them as Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka, 3 of his father's staunch supporters. Naruto nodded and they readied themselves. As the 3 Uchiha walked below, they activated their Sharingan and scanned the rooftops but saw nothing. When they turned back, Itachi appeared before them and struck Tekka down, leaving him motionless on the ground. Yashiro shouted in fury before Itachi's blade found its mark and he fell instantly, the last thing he saw being Naruto's Umbu mask. Inabi drew a kunai with his Sharingan blazing and attacked, but Itachi evaded easily, drew his Tanto, and ended the confrontation with a single precise strike. With the 3 Uchiha neutralized, Itachi nodded to Naruto. Naruto quickly unsealed several storage scrolls and placed the bodies inside. Once it was done, they moved on to their next target. They burst through a wall into a house where a surprised Uchiha was about to have dinner. Before he could react, Naruto incapacitated him and sealed him in a storage scroll. For the next 10 minutes the rebel Uchiha were taken by surprise. Using the advantage of stealth and coordination, Naruto and Itachi subdued 28 of the rebels. None managed to mount much of a defense. Naruto struck down another who tried to attack him with a Tanto while Itachi used a Kajin fire technique to overwhelm and neutralize his target. By the end of it, Naruto and Itachi walked silently through the streets, knowing most of the rebellious Uchiha had been dealt with. Naruto sensed Kakashi and Tenzo from earlier in the mission and noted both were alive, which meant their part had gone well. After a few minutes, Kakashi and Tenzo appeared in front of them, carrying several storage scrolls. Kakashi handed the scrolls to Itachi. Tenzo and Kakashi exchanged brief looks with Naruto and Itachi before departing the compound. Only one target remained. Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto and Itachi approached the main house of the compound and went inside. Naruto sensed Fugaku and told Itachi that he was in his parents' bedroom. Nodding, they climbed the stairs and walked down the hallway. Itachi counted his steps and stopped outside his parents' room. He told Naruto that he had to do this on his own. Naruto understood, leaned against the wall, and watched Itachi open the door to the dark room and step inside. The door closed behind him. Naruto created several shadow clones to sweep the compound and ensure all the bodies had been collected, unwilling to leave anything to chance. In the room, Itachi entered calmly and saw his father on his knees, staring out the window at the moon. Itachi moved up and stopped behind him. Itachi asked if Fugaku had made his choice and whether his mother had chosen the same path. Fugaku confirmed that she, Sasuke, and Ria had chosen. He kept his eyes fixed on the moon and said that he had failed the clan like those before him, and that perhaps Itachi could finally lift their family's curse. Fugaku turned slightly and warned Itachi to look after his mother and siblings and to beware the masked one, who would try to influence anyone in the Uchiha clan. Fugaku also told Itachi that, though he did not show it, he was proud of him. Behind his Umbu mask, Itachi felt tears and his grip on his tanto shook. He steadied himself, took a breath, and made a single decisive strike that ended Fugaku's life. Fugaku made a few weak sounds before going still and collapsing. Itachi allowed himself a brief, uneven moment of grief but steeled himself. He would mourn later. He sealed his father's body and left the room, not wanting to stay any longer. Outside, Itachi nodded to Naruto to indicate the deed was done. Naruto reported that his clones had swept the area and that all the rebel Uchiha had been neutralized and stored. There were none left. Itachi said quietly that it was time to go, and Naruto agreed. As they moved to the rooftops, Naruto paused when he sensed an unfamiliar signature a short distance from the compound, someone concealed in a tree who seemed to be watching them. He looked but saw no one. A branch seemed to ripple as if something had been disturbed. Naruto told himself it had been a long night and that he was likely sensing things. Then he followed after Itachi. Namikaze's house. Mikoto sat on a couch with her hands folded in her lap, her thoughts full of concern for her eldest child. Sasuke slept nearby, having taken a spare bed set up in the twins' room. Kushina had applied so many barriers and protection seals around the room that when they all activated it looked like a Christmas tree. Kushina sat beside her friends, with Tsunade and Shizen not far away. Minato leaned against the wall beside Kushina. Kakashi and Tenzo had already left, filling in what they could, and when they went only Fugaku remained. Both Itachi and Naruto were reported to be fine. That news eased the room's tension, but everyone remained worried for the two boys. Kushina rose and began to pace, saying she did not like this and that they should have been back by now. Tsunade reassured the group that Naruto and Itachi would be fine. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Minato said he knew his two students well, that each was very strong alone and nearly unbeatable together. Kushina listened but continued to pace. As she opened her mouth to speak again, the door opened and footsteps approached. They looked to the doorway and felt relief when Naruto and a still-masked Itachi entered. The adults felt sick and ashamed when they saw how battered and exhausted the boys were. Mikoto and Kushina fought back tears while Minato wondered if he had done the right thing in letting them go. Itachi informed Minato that the mission was complete and added that Naruto had sealed the fallen Uchiha on storage scrolls attached to his wrists. Naruto showed the seals on his wrists to the others. Minato asked how many had been neutralized. Naruto replied that he had handled about 28, while Kakashi and Tenzo had taken out around 25. Minato accepted the answer and then asked whether anyone else had been present, if it had been just the team and the Uchiha. Itachi confirmed that was the case. Naruto looked uneasy but did not speak. His parents would question him about it later. They gave a brief rundown of what had happened and any additional details. After the debrief, Mikoto stood and walked toward Itachi. She asked him to remove his mask. Itachi hesitated, then shakily lifted the crow mask and took it off. Mikoto began to sob as tears ran down Itachi's face. Without wasting a moment, Mikoto wrapped him in a tight hug and cradled his head against her. Itachi remained silent, letting his arms wrap around his mother as he grieved openly, unconcerned by the onlookers. Everyone watched with heavy hearts. Naruto wiped tears from his eyes. Kushina then wrapped her arms around him and held him close. Naruto relaxed into his mother's embrace and returned the hug as she stroked the back of his head, allowing exhaustion from the night to finally take over. Later that night, after showering and eating, Naruto went into the kitchen to take care of one last thing. He wore spare, comfortable clothes. Mikoto had taken Itachi to the spare room and would stay with him for the night, seeing that her eldest needed her after what had happened and the loss of their father. Tsunade and Shizune had returned home for the night, and the siblings slept on as if nothing had occurred. Naruto found his parents sitting at the kitchen table in silence. He reminded them that they had promised to tell him the truth and demanded those answers now. Minato and Kushina exchanged sad looks and nodded. They had not expected to have to tell him at such a young age, but they recognized their son's maturity and strength. Minato began to tell Naruto the truth about that night on October 10th. Naruto pushed himself forward, running along the tree branches with his eyes fixed on the route ahead. Beside him, Anko and Mikoto moved along his right and left, all of them focused and alert. The trio were on a scouting mission along the border between Fire Country and Grass Country. They had received reports of a missing nin sighted along this route who had been causing trouble for travelers and merchants moving between Konoha and Iwa. Many of the merchants had originated from Wave, a major trade hub, and the disruption had caused significant delays. Naruto had been assigned to investigate alongside Anko and Mikoto. Anko had wanted to get out of the village for a while. Her duties with the Torture and Integration Division kept her busy. Mikoto had been sent because Minato wanted a well-known shinobi on the mission in case things went awry. Itachi, meanwhile, had joined the Umbu and was quickly rising to the rank of Umbu captain. Naruto had been offered a position in the Umbu as well but chose instead to become a jonin. The Umbu life did not suit him. Anko, not wanting to be left behind, had been promoted to special jonin. Her taijutsu and summons were already jonin level, but she still needed to develop her ninjutsu and stamina, areas Mikoto helped her with when possible. The trio ran near the border and were surprised not to have encountered any IWA patrols, as many would usually be stationed in similar areas. Mikoto asked whether Naruto sensed anyone as he focused on his surroundings. He spread his sensory abilities to a 2-mile radius. After a moment of silence he opened them, shook his head, and reported that there was nothing so far. Mikoto suggested that it would be best to stop for the night since it was almost sundown and traveling in the dark would obscure their view and make movement more dangerous. Naruto and Anko agreed and quickly found a small cave formation a short distance away that would serve as a camp. The cave was only about 12 feet deep into the mountainside, but it offered cover and was likely the best shelter they would find. Mikoto had been taking missions more regularly lately to reinforce the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Konoha. After news of the near rebellion, the Uchiha had lost much trust and respect among the other clans, the shinobi, and the civilians. Since then, Mikoto had become head of the Uchiha and was grooming Itachi, her eldest, to take over one day. She taught him what he needed to know to be an efficient leader, when to be kind and when to be strict. Sasuke, her second son, had reacted to learning about their father by becoming quiet and brooding. He preferred solitude and rebuffed anyone who tried to befriend him. A few times Itachi and Mikoto had to stop Sasuke from being harsh with his younger sister Ria because he could not tolerate weakness. Mikoto disciplined him, which only made him brood more. Sasuke set his life goal on defeating his older brother and becoming head of the clan. Itachi's only response was to flick Sasuke on the forehead and tell him he would be waiting. Itachi and Ria took after Mikoto, while Sasuke's temperament leaned toward their father's. The Hyuga clan had benefited from the Uchiha's reduced standing. Once the Uchiha had been the most powerful, but with their influence diminished, the Hyuga had become the largest and most prominent main clan. Some in the Hyuga began to act superior, but clan head Hayashi Hyuga quickly disciplined anyone who tried to behave arrogantly. He was strict and often cold, but he refused to have his clan looked down on because of a few members' prideful behavior. Mikoto instructed Naruto to find food while she and Anko set up camp, and reminded him of the contingency plan if anything went wrong. Naruto acknowledged the order and confirmed that he would throw a kunai in the air with a flare seal attached when he reached the area. Mikoto nodded and watched him leap into the bushes. Naruto moved through the nearby woods and found a small river about 8 feet wide that reached up to his knees. He guessed it connected to a larger river and ultimately to a lake, since the water teemed with fish. He had hoped to find a deer or rabbits, but the fish would do. He stepped into the river, closed his eyes, and used his senses to detect the fish as they moved quietly around him. After a few moments he struck and came up with a fish in his hand. Smiling, he tossed it onto the riverbank and repeated the motion until he had 6 fish resting on the shore. He lingered in the water for a few moments, breathing in the clean forest air. He enjoyed the forest's peacefulness and felt a connection to it, whether from his wood-style chakra or simply from being himself. Remembering the others, Naruto decided he should return because Mikoto and Anko would want dinner. Anko's appetite was famously large. Stretching his arms and cracking his shoulders, Naruto stepped out of the river and shook the water from his legs, sending small splashes onto the dirt and grass. He scooped up the 6 fish, 3 in each hand, and began to walk back when a chakra signature appeared behind him. He frowned at the panicked, erratic feeling the signature gave off. A moment later, a second, stronger signature materialized, and he inferred that the first must have been running from the second. The stronger presence felt like a high-level ninja while the first was somewhere above a mid-level ninja. Naruto estimated they were about a mile away and could feel the stronger signature closing in fast. Biting his lip, Naruto created a shadow clone and sent it back to inform Mikoto and Anko of what he had sensed, instructing the clone that he would signal with a flare kunai when he reached the 2 signatures' location. The clone complied, took the 6 fish, and ran back to the camp while Naruto checked that his blade was secured and pushed off toward the source of the signatures. As he ran, the 2 chakra signatures drew nearer. The first suddenly stopped, as if making a last stand, and the second flared its power. Naruto moved quietly through the trees, ducking under branches and leaving barely a mark. Pushing off from the trunks, he found himself close to the 2 signatures in a small clearing. He poked his head through the bushes and observed them. He focused first on the stronger of the 2. The man appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with blue eyes and a darker ripple around each pupil, waist-length green hair with 2 front strands falling down on each cheek, and dark lips. He wore a gray hooded mantle with 3 red stripes. Beneath the mantle he had a dark brown sleeveless vest that fell to his knees with a purple lining, a light brown belt, and light gray pants. All over his body were various protective bandages on his chest and legs. Naruto recognized him from studying the wanted lists. This was Raiga Kurasuke, a missing ninja of the village hidden in the mist, a former member of the 7 Swordsmen and wielder of the twin blades Kiba and A-ranked shinobi, a very deadly foe. Naruto turned to another chakra signature and almost fell out of the tree when he saw who it belonged to. It had been 4 years since he last saw her, and she looked almost the same, only a little older. Her black hair remained short, stopping just past her chin. Her uniform was similar, now with the pale brown Chunin jacket added. Naruto noted that the swordsman raised the twin Kiba blades. He worried that his instructor Mikoto would scold him, then pushed off the tree branch and landed between the 2 fighters. The Kiba blades came down, and Naruto drew Shusui to block the strike. He tossed a kunai into the air to create a flare, though no one else seemed to notice it. Naruto's interference surprised both opponents. Kurotsuchi lay behind them with her jaw open, stunned to see Naruto there. Raiga pushed himself back a couple of meters and first assumed the boy might be a famed figure, then realized the person in front of him was too young and looked different. Raiga demanded to know who the boy was and why he was interfering. Naruto explained that he had been in the area, heard fighting, and had come to investigate. He admitted he did not want to see Kurotsuchi killed. Raiga reminded Naruto that the villages were rivals, and Naruto acknowledged that the rivalry remained but called it foolish. He said he had no problem with IWA and that he knew this girl in some way. He did not want to see her die. Naruto glanced at Kurotsuchi's condition and saw a serious wound on her right leg. It was remarkable she had managed to run with such an injury. He urged her to move out of the clearing if she could, warning that she would only get more involved otherwise. Kurotsuchi gave a mild glare, then did her best to crawl away. As Naruto prepared himself, one of his shadow clones dispersed and he realized Anko and Mikoto were on their way. Raiga advanced again, walking forward with the Kiba blades held tightly. With a burst of speed, Raiga closed the distance and the 2 clashed. Naruto brought Shusui up, blocking Raiga's strike, and the swords met in a tense standstill as Raiga slowly pushed him back, using superior physical strength. Naruto broke the hold and ducked a swing, then aimed a punch at Raiga's side. Raiga saw it coming and leaped back. The punch hit the ground with enough force to crater the earth. Naruto understood that this was no ordinary opponent. Raiga formed electricity between his hands and unleashed a ball of lightning. Naruto countered with a wind technique that sent a powerful gust forward, stopping the lightning and dispersing it. Naruto pushed off the ground to deliver a heavy kick to Raiga's midsection, but Raiga caught Naruto's foot and twisted, sending Naruto tumbling through the air. Dazed, Naruto narrowly avoided a blade to the head and kicked Raiga away, forcing the swordsman to skid several meters before stopping. Raiga threw one of the Kiba blades toward Naruto's face. Naruto dodged, but the tip grazed his cheek and a line of blood appeared. Naruto pushed himself back and formed a water projectile attack. Raiga answered with the same, and the two water attacks collided and cancelled one another. The battle continued, each trying to gain the advantage. Raiga swung one blade at Naruto, who managed to block it, then aimed the second blade at Naruto's abdomen from the side. Naruto saw it in the corner of his eye and was struck, but the blow dissolved into smoke and was replaced by a log as a diversion. Raiga looked around and noticed a shadow forming beneath him. He looked up to see Naruto descending. Naruto aimed to split Raiga, but Raiga crossed his swords to block and the two fought for dominance. This time Naruto used quick footwork to slip his right leg between Raiga's defenses and press the attack. Naruto leaned forward as their blades crossed and head-butted the swordsman, forcing him to stumble back. Taking the chance, Naruto moved a chakra-enhanced kick into Raiga's midsection, sending him tumbling and skidding across the ground. Raiga rose, furious, and noticed a small nick on his forehead, which he quickly wiped away. From the edge of the clearing, Kuratsuchi watched with quiet admiration, thinking that Naruto had grown considerably stronger over the past few years and that she was barely keeping up with his movements. Raiga acknowledged that Naruto was skilled and that his sword was a fine blade, but he declared it was time to stop toying around. He formed a hand sign and activated the hidden mist technique. A heavy mist rolled across the field while the sky darkened and thunderclouds gathered. Naruto found his vision reduced to only a few feet. He realized that sight would not be useful and that his sensory abilities were now his best option. Raiga's voice echoed from all directions as he projected it with chakra, explaining that the technique had been borrowed from his old friend Zabuza. Naruto dismissed the attempt as mere intimidation and heard Raiga chuckle in response. A flash of light struck nearby and Naruto sensed Raiga about 20 meters to his left. He launched a few shuriken in that direction and heard metal clang. Raiga invoked a lightning attack, calling it Lightning Fong, and propelled a current into the sky that rippled along the clouds. A bolt formed and plunged to the ground in a small explosion. Naruto rolled aside just in time. Naruto then felt Raiga move behind him and quickly turned to block another strike. Naruto gathered chakra and unleashed a powerful air strike that cut through the mist, forcing Raiga to duck and roll out of the way and then resume using the mist to obscure himself. Lightning struck again as Raiga attempted to attack, but Naruto again avoided the falling bolt. In the roll, Naruto was driven toward Raiga, who was waiting with a blade ready. Naruto sensed him at the last second and shifted, but the blade sliced his side and he fell back clutching the wound. He focused healing chakra into the cut to staunch it and gain time. Raiga taunted that the young swordsman now seemed injured and not as strong as he had thought. Drawing a steady breath, Naruto told himself to stop letting Raiga toy with him and to use the training his teachers had given him. He poured more healing chakra into his side, then slammed his right fist into the ground. The impact caused the field to quake and send large rocks and debris skittering outward. Raiga, preparing another strike, lost his balance and stumbled, and Naruto immediately moved to press the advantage. They clashed again, blades ringing as Raiga tried to force Naruto back. Suddenly Naruto vanished into the mist, reversing the situation and using the fog to his advantage. Refusing to lose to a younger opponent, Raiga raised his blades and charged them with lightning, creating a protective lightning armor around himself. He boasted that the armor would withstand any attack and threatened that it would be enough for him to finish Naruto. Naruto focused, closing his eyes to sense Raiga's chakra. He recognized that the armor had consumed a great deal of Raiga's energy and that his reserves would dwindle sooner than Naruto's. His own side was partially healed, but he knew he would need proper bandaging when the fight ended. He gathered chakra and considered how a powerful burst might break the lightning technique without resorting to a direct, reckless attack. Raiga continued to claim that nothing could pierce his armor and proclaimed that he would give Naruto a proper burial afterwards. Naruto ignored the threat and drew on both earth and water chakra while he used the mist to conceal his actions. He released a wood release technique, creating a wooden earth spear that launched from the ground. The spear attack caught Raiga off guard and drove him to panic as he searched for Naruto's position. As Raiga moved to regain control, two wooden spears shot up and struck his ankles, pinning him and preventing him from moving freely. Raiga cried out in pain and dropped one of his blades as the lightning around him dispersed and faded. Raiga crouched, clutching his ankles as pain shot through them like fire. From a distance, Naruto heard the sound of a blade dropping and seized the moment to act, deciding to use a new technique. Naruto called out the move name and ran toward Raiga, leaping into the air and angling his blade for a stab. As he descended, he saw Raiga struggle to rise and, at the last moment, noticed Naruto coming down on him. Raiga tried to move, but his ankles burned. He could not react in time. Naruto's blade struck Raiga's side with enough force to stop him. Naruto stood for a moment with his sword lingering against the fallen shinobi, then sheathed Shusui and gathered a large amount of chakra. A moment later he released it, clearing the mist that had surrounded them. When the haze cleared, Naruto saw Anko and Mikoto beside Kuratsuchi, both looking worried. Mikoto's face registered shock at the sight of Raiga slumped on his knees. Anko voiced her surprise, and Kuratsuchi nodded from the ground. Naruto observed Mikoto's scowl directed at him before her attention snapped back toward Raiga. Naruto turned and widened his eyes when he saw Raiga forcing himself up and grabbing his twin Kiba blades. Kuratsuchi murmured admiration for Raiga's skill, noting why he had been a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Despite the pain in his ankles, Raiga steadied himself and warned Naruto that the fight was not over, declaring that it would end only when one of them lay dead. Anko moved forward, but Mikoto stepped in front of her to stop her. Mikoto reminded Anko that this was a duel between two swordsmen. Any intervention would only shame both fighters, and this would most likely be Raiga's last stand. Naruto turned back, gripped his sheath, and assumed a stance the three observers immediately recognized. The field fell silent as the two masters of Kenjutsu faced one another. Raiga charged, his Kiba blades crackling with lightning despite each step sending waves of pain through his injured ankles. He pushed through for what he treated as a final strike. He called out a technique and swung his blades in a sweeping tornado-like attack. Naruto closed his eyes and placed his hand on Shusui. As Raiga closed in, Naruto opened his stance and executed a blinding draw-and-strike maneuver, disappearing and reappearing behind Raiga. Raiga froze in place. A small sign of injury marked his chin as he turned to look at Naruto. With breath ragged, Raiga acknowledged Naruto as a fine swordsman and, despite their enmity, expressed a measure of pride at falling to the blade of someone who would become a great warrior. Naruto remained solemn and nodded. In the final motions, his blade found its mark across Raiga's torso, producing a severe wound that sent Raiga to the ground. He collapsed and did not rise. Anko, Mikoto, and Kuratsuchi stared in stunned silence, realizing that Naruto had just killed a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Naruto stared down at his fallen opponent for a long moment, offering a quiet prayer and a wish for peace in the afterlife. He then placed his hand on his left shoulder where a long cut ran a wound that, though not life-threatening, would scar. He reflected that Raiga's last strike had left him with a lasting reminder of the duel. Silently, Mikoto and Anko approached with Kuratsuchi being carried by Anko. They inspected Naruto's wounds and knew he would need treatment soon, but for the moment they allowed him to linger in the aftermath of the victory. Before he could settle, Naruto felt a sharp tap on the back of his head and rubbed it, asking what it was for as he looked toward his sensei, who scowled. His sensei scolded him for challenging an A-ranked missing nin and member of the Seven Swordsmen, warning that he could have been killed. Naruto explained that he had acted because he could not stand by and allow Raiga to kill someone on his watch, regardless of village rivalries. He stated that he did not care for the old rivalries and believed he had done the right thing. Mikoto and Anko exchanged eye rolls but understood that Naruto would have intervened no matter what. Anko then asked what they should do with the body. Naruto said he would take Raiga back to the Leaf Village. As an A-ranked missing nin and a member of the Seven Swordsmen, Raiga carried a large bounty, and bringing him in would be a significant reward. Naruto also noted that they now had the Kiba blades in their possession. He walked over to retrieve the twin blades, but a new presence suddenly landed in front of him. A Kiri Hunter nin appeared, dressed in the Kiri Anbu uniform, with light blue hair standing on end. Naruto sensed from the newcomer's aura that he was at least Jonin level. The Hunter nin had talismans hanging from his ears, and behind his mask one concealed eye seemed different from the rest. Mikoto and Anko braced themselves. Mikoto gripped her tanto while Anko prepared a snake summon. The figure stepped in front of Naruto, looked down at the 14-year-old, then regarded Raiga and shook his head. Naruto asked what the Hunter nin wanted. The man answered that the Kiba blades were the property of the village hidden in the mist and that he intended to return them, explaining that the future Mizukage Meitorumi would need their aid. Everyone reacted with confusion, questioning whether Yagura, the Three Tails host, was still Mizukage. The Hunter nin insisted that Yagura's reign would not last much longer, the rebellion in Kirigakure would prevail, the Kiba blades would play their part, and the Bloody Mist's dark reputation would finally be laid to rest. Naruto looked at the Kiba blades lying between them and noticed the Hunter nin reaching slowly for his kunai pack. Not wanting to escalate matters, Naruto took a step back. The Hunter nin interpreted the movement as a sign that Naruto would not contest the blades. He bent to pick them up and sealed them in a storage scroll. When the man moved to collect Raiga's body, Naruto stopped him by placing Shusui at the man's neck and declaring that he had defeated Raiga and intended to claim the bounty. The Hunter nin started to protest, but Naruto warned that he could report the hidden eye to the Hokage and the Hyuga clan, and the threat unsettled the man. He hesitated, withdrew his hand from the corpse, and then leapt away to the trees before disappearing. Naruto sheathed his blade, secured Raiga's body in a storage scroll, and returned to his comrade's campsite. Naruto carried Kuratsuchi to make sure she was safe. She showed some embarrassment but fell silent when he gave her a stern look. They moved along the treetops, Naruto checking that she was able to travel with them, and Kuratsuchi stayed close in quiet gratitude. The next day Kuratsuchi rode on Naruto's back while Mikoto and Anko walked slightly ahead. The night before had been uneventful. Naruto had tended Kuratsuchi's wounds and Mikoto had used her limited medical jutsu to patch up Naruto. Once they reached the village they planned to have the hospital staff verify their recovery. Kuratsuchi had said little beyond thanking the Leaf Shinobi for food and shelter. They were escorting Kuratsuchi toward the border between their countries, intending to leave her a short distance from a patrol station. Mikoto did not want IWA Shinobi to mistake their presence for hostility, so they would deposit her at a customary stop in the grass country where IWA patrols often paused. Naruto called to Kuratsuchi to check if she was alright, and she nodded. He teased her about speaking instead of only nodding. She shook her head in response. When Naruto suggested it would be a shame not to hear her voice, she flushed and lightly flicked his ear, telling him not to say such things. Naruto smiled at the reaction and was simply glad she had spoken. He asked what she had been doing since their match during the Chunin exams, assuming she had been training to get stronger. Kuratsuchi replied that she had trained relentlessly and still wanted a rematch, admitting she had felt humiliated by that defeat and disliked when opponents held back. Naruto explained that he had been cautious during their fight because he had to face a talented Uchiha and could not reveal all his techniques at once. Kuratsuchi huffed and vowed she would not lose next time. She said her father and grandfather had trained her relentlessly for the past 4 years. Naruto agreed that when she wanted the rematch, he would gladly accept it. Kuratsuchi noticed Anko and Mikoto watching from the corner of their eyes, keeping a careful watch to make sure she did not cause trouble. She then asked Naruto why he had helped her. He shrugged and said simply that he could not leave her to die. When she observed that most people might have done nothing, Naruto acknowledged that he was different. For a moment Kuratsuchi looked into Naruto's violet eyes and found them striking. She thought they must come from his mother and admitted he was handsome. She glanced back toward Anko and Mikoto and saw they were no longer watching them. Gathering a bit of courage, Kuratsuchi leaned over Naruto's shoulder, prompting him to turn toward her. She offered a quick gesture of thanks and then warned him not to tell anyone. Naruto, still stunned, could only nod before turning back and continuing to run along the treetops. The group remained quiet until they reached the drop-off point for Kuratsuchi. She walked slowly to the patrol station and watched as the trio of Leaf Shinobi left. Naruto glanced back at her. They shared a brief, shy exchange and both looked away, a faint smile appearing before they went on their way. Kuratsuchi told herself to calm down after all. It had been only a brief gesture she had initiated and Naruto tried to convince himself it meant nothing. 3 days later in Konoha, Minato sat back in his chair and sighed as paperwork piled up on his desk. He had considered using the shadow clone technique to clear the stack, but his wife had insisted he could not cheat his way through it and had to handle it himself. He mentally complained that she was cruel before straightening as Kushina and Mikoto entered, chatting and smiling. Minato asked how Naruto was doing. Kushina replied that he was fine and that Shizune had said most of his injuries had already healed, though the larger wounds on his shoulder and side would leave scars. Minato leaned back and whistled in surprise at the thought that their 14-year-old son had managed to defeat one of the 7 swordsmen, even if Raiga was not among the strongest of them. When Mikoto had returned to the village, she had sent Naruto straight to the hospital and assigned Anko to accompany him. When she arrived at the Hokage office, she found Minato and Kushina embracing briefly at the desk. Mikoto quickly spoke up, making it clear she did not want the village to have another Uzumaki Namikaze baby. After Minato and Kushina relayed what had happened on the mission, Kushina bolted from the room and raced to the hospital so fast that she was little more than a red blur to the villagers in her path. At the hospital, she almost crushed her son in a relieved hug, checking him over before scolding him for fighting a member of the 7 swordsmen, reminding him he could have been killed. Minato felt inwardly proud despite the lecture. As they talked, Jiraiya burst through the window and tossed a bingo book to Minato. Minato asked why Jiraiya had thrown it, and Jiraiya frowned and told him to look at page 165 to see what his foolish son had done. The 3 adults flipped to the page and went pale when they saw the new entry. The bingo book listed Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, age 14 to 15, male, from Konohagakure. His shinobi rank was listed as Jonin with an A caliber rank. His known alias appeared as Konoha's Blade Devil. He was affiliated with the Uzumaki clan and had elemental affinities for wind, earth, and water. His skills were recorded numerically: Taijutsu 4, Ninjutsu 4, Genjutsu not applicable, Intelligence 4, Strength 3.5, Speed 3.5, Stamina 4.5, Hand Seals 3. He carried a katana made of black metal with a purple guard and a black sheath. Physically, he stood 5'6" and weighed around 155 pounds, with golden blonde hair, violet eyes, and tan skin, and he typically wore traditional Leaf Shinobi attire. His special abilities included chakra sensing capabilities and, despite his age, Kage-level chakra reserves. Known family were Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki. Other information noted that he had killed Raiga Kurosaki in a sword fight and could use the Rasengan in battle. The book also recorded bounties: 25 million Ryo dead or alive posted by IWA and 25 million Ryo alive posted by Oto. They all stared at the page in fascination, thinking it was incredible. Later, the list of techniques associated with the encounter was noted: lightning release, lightning ball, wind release, grand blast, water release, water bullet, hidden mist technique, fangs of lightning, 36-pound blow, lightning strike armor, one sword iai, lion song, one sword style, bear punishment, lightning dragon tornado. Naruto woke up and let his eyes drift toward the window, taking in the sky and the few clouds drifting across it. He turned onto his back and stared at the ceiling for a moment, unsettled by how distracted he felt whenever he thought about the IWA girl Kuratsuchi. Since their brief encounter, he could not get her out of his head. Just the thought of her light pink eyes made his stomach flip and his heart flutter. He wondered if he was developing feelings for her, which seemed absurd. He had only met her properly twice, and once she had tried to fight him. He did not dare tell anyone about these feelings. If people found out he was becoming attached to a girl from Iwa, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, it would cause trouble and strain relations with his family. His friends might accept it, but he feared his parents' reaction, especially given how Iwa viewed his father. Sighing, he got out of bed, showered, and dressed in comfortable civilian clothes since he had the next few days off. At 15, Naruto was 5'8", taller than his mother and the same height as Tsunade. He kept his hair short so he would not resemble his father. The most noticeable change was the purple diamond mark on his forehead, the creation rebirth seal like Tsunade's. After his fight with Raiga Kurasuke and being listed as an A-ranked shinobi, Tsunade and others knew Naruto could be targeted. Tsunade placed the creation rebirth seal on his forehead so he could store chakra and release it to heal severe wounds in life-threatening situations. Naruto had some medical jutsu knowledge from training with Tsunade, and everyone understood the technique shortened his lifespan. They accepted that risk to keep him alive. Dressed in simple black shorts and a dark green shirt, Naruto walked out of his room to find Anko and Itachi at the table. Itachi was eating cereal while Anko drank orange juice. Anko greeted him with a teasing morning remark, and Naruto returned a tired wave while nodding slightly to Itachi, who acknowledged him before going back to breakfast. Naruto noticed Itachi in his umbu uniform and Anko in her usual shinobi where she slipped her sandals on. Anko said she had a busy day ahead with several people to interrogate and joked about enjoying intimidating her targets. Itachi muttered that she would never find a boyfriend if she kept scaring people, and Anko playfully teased him, ruffling his hair and claiming no one could keep up with her energy. She also mentioned that she was attracted to both men and women, which Naruto and Itachi had already noticed and accepted without surprise. Naruto joked that they should warn everyone in Konoha about Anko's antics. Anko recalled a past private moment between her and Naruto, but Naruto shook his head and moved on. They had shared a private experience months earlier, but afterward they returned to being friends and their dynamic remained unchanged. They did not understand why others thought such matters would complicate their friendship. Everything moved on as usual. Before they were friends and now they remained friends with a complicated past. Nothing more, nothing less. They both felt sorry for Itachi when he came out of his room looking exhausted and glaring at them. Neither had realized he had even come home, and he must have heard them earlier since Naruto had not used silent seals. Itachi reminded them that they had agreed never to mention it again. The two chuckled. Naruto grabbed his toast, headed for the door, and slipped into his sandals. Anko asked where he was headed. Naruto explained that he was going to the messenger tower, since he had not checked it in a week. Anko asked if he could check her messages as well and gave him a pleading look. Naruto rolled his eyes but nodded. As thanks, Anko blew him a kiss before returning to her breakfast. Leaving the apartment building, Naruto walked at a leisurely pace, greeting and waving to a few civilians and fellow shinobi. He saw Kurenai and Asuma sitting together and talking quietly. They waved hello and he returned the gesture. He stopped at a small cafe he frequented and bought his morning coffee. As he stepped out, he sensed two small figures barreling toward him from behind. He turned, opened his arms, and the two blonde blur children threw themselves into him, hugging him tightly. The children called to their big brother Naruto as they smiled up at him. Naruto held them and began walking with one child balanced on each side. They asked where he had been and complained that they had not seen him in ages. Naruto explained that he had been on many missions over the last 2 months and had not been home much, but that he had a few days off and could spend the day with them and Mina if they wanted. Naruto asked why they were not at the academy that day. The children explained that teacher Irika had been unwell and teacher Mizuki had been pulled away on a mission, so they had the rest of the week off. Naruto listened and nodded. The children jumped down and climbed up onto Naruto's shoulders, asking if he was comfortable with the arrangement. He checked and they continued walking. They chatted excitedly about the cool missions Naruto had been on and asked if he could teach them new techniques. They found their regular classes boring and enjoyed Naruto's playful training sessions. They arrived at the messenger tower and once at the top, the twins went straight to petting the messenger birds and feeding them small treats. Naruto smiled as he collected his and Anko's messages. He tucked Anko's away into his back pocket and glanced at his own mail. One letter was from a weapons dealer in Iron Country with news about new chakra metal weapons. The second letter bore the royal emblem of the Fire Daimyo. Naruto immediately became serious. The emblem was unmistakable and suggested an important matter. The twins noticed Naruto's stunned expression and tried to look at the parchment, but Naruto kept it close. They climbed on his shoulders in curiosity, and Naruto stood quickly, causing them to stumble back to the ground. Mito complained that he had to answer, and Eiji pouted at being kept out of the loop. Naruto examined the letter for a few moments, then told them it was nothing for them to worry about and asked if they knew the way home. When they nodded, Naruto patted them on the head and told them to go home, explaining that he needed to seek advice about something. The twins watched him leave and remarked that their brother could be strange sometimes. Naruto ran across the rooftops as fast as he could and landed in front of the Uchiha clan compound before rushing inside. He nodded to familiar Uchiha members as he approached the main manor and found Mikoto sitting on the porch reading while Ria colored at her feet. Mikoto looked up, placed her book down, and greeted Naruto warmly, noting that she had not expected a visit that day. She quickly sent Ria inside when she saw Naruto's serious and nervous expression. Naruto sat beside Mikoto and showed her the letter. Her eyes widened when she saw the Fire Country emblem. She already had an inkling of what it might mean. She scanned the contents of the parchment while Naruto waited quietly, valuing Mikoto's opinion as one of the few people who could understand the situation. After a moment, Mikoto looked up at him, both stunned and immensely proud. She said that the letter requested his joining the Guardian Shinobi 12, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Mikoto leaned forward and hugged him in congratulations, which Naruto returned. Naruto then asked what he should do. Naruto asked if he should accept the offer. Mikoto told him she did not see why he should not. She explained that being asked to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 was a rare honor, offered only to those the royal family recognized as already great or destined to become great. The invitation itself, she said, meant they saw potential in him. Naruto looked down at the letter and noted that it said they wanted him for 3 years, possibly longer if he chose to stay, and that he would be back by the time he was 18. Mikoto asked what was making him hesitate. Naruto admitted that his life was in Konoha, his family, his friends, his colleagues, and the idea of being away for 3 years scared him. He was used to going on missions with a team or with people he knew. Going this time would mean going alone. He listed who he could depend on if he stayed: Mikoto, Itachi, Anko, Gigi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and his parents. He confessed that being on his own was his greatest fear. Mikoto understood. She advised him not to overthink the decision and to listen to his heart. She asked whether his heart wanted him to stay in Konoha or to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 for 3 years, and she assured him of her full support as both his aunt and his teacher, no matter what he decided. Naruto thought for a long moment. Mikoto watched him quietly. She wanted him to go because she knew how formative the experience had been for her. Joining the Guardians for 3 years at 17 had helped her grow as both a person and a shinobi, and she believed it would do the same for Naruto, setting him on the path to becoming someone who could change the world. After 10 uncomfortable minutes of silence, Naruto looked up and offered a small smile. He said that he thought he wanted to join the Guardian Shinobi 12. Mikoto's face filled with pride. She told him he had made the right choice and reminded him that such an offer rarely came twice. She mentioned that many before him, including his parents, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, had turned it down, and she believed they had made the wrong choice. She again explained how the Guardians had helped her develop and expressed confidence that the same would happen for Naruto. Naruto leaned over and rested his head on his aunt and teacher's shoulder while she patted his head in reassurance. He thanked her for her support, and she told him that was what she was there for. Later that day, Naruto went to see Asuma, who had returned from the Guardian Shinobi 12 2 years earlier. Naruto could see how much Asuma had matured and how much stronger he had become. He was now one of the village's strongest jonin. Asuma congratulated Naruto on being asked and spoke for about an hour about his own time with the group, calling those 3 years some of the best of his shinobi life. He wished Naruto luck and affirmed that Naruto had made the right choice. Naruto still had one more task: to tell his family. They were all having dinner at the Namikaze household, so it was easy to gather them. He had already told Itachi and Anko earlier. Both had congratulated him and given their blessings, which relieved him. He did not want his two best friends thinking he was leaving without telling them. At the table, Naruto sat beside Shizune while the rest of his family and friends took their places. Minato and Jiraiya were conversing about trivial matters. Kushina spoke with Tsunade and Shizune. Eiji and Mina were talking with Hiruzen, who was recounting old stories from his time as a genin. Kakashi had been invited but was running late, so the meal began without him. Mito noticed Naruto's quietness and asked if he was all right. Naruto said he was fine, just preoccupied. Mito asked if it was about the letter he had received earlier. She spoke a little loudly, and everyone turned to look. Kushina leaned forward, curious and worried, and asked what letter Mito was referring to. Naruto reached into his pocket, took out the letter, and handed it to his father. When Minato saw the royal emblem, he read it and looked up in surprise. Naruto explained that the royal family wanted him to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 and that he had decided to accept. Silence fell as everyone absorbed the news. Kushina reacted first, raising her voice and insisting that absolutely not, he was not going to leave the village for 3 years to become a bodyguard for some pompous noble. Minato, however, told the table that the invitation was a great honor. Shizune hugged Naruto and praised him for his achievement, echoing the gesture Mikoto had shown earlier. Naruto explained that it was an honor to be invited to join the Guardian 12. He added that Asuma and Mikoto had spoken highly of the group and that serving with them would help him grow as both a person and a ninja. Naruto said he had already consulted his former teacher Mikoto and Asuma for their opinion, since they had once been members of the 12. Kushina reacted with displeasure at the news that Mikoto had been told before the rest of the family. Naruto replied that Mikoto was his teacher and the most appropriate person to ask for guidance. Jiraiya objected that joining might not be wise, reminding everyone that Minato and Kushina had many enemies and that Naruto being away from the village for 3 years could attract unwanted attention. He argued that Naruto's family should come first. Naruto bristled at the objection and dismissed Jiraiya's concern, insisting that he had already decided to accept the 3-year contract. It said that Mikoto, Asuma, Itachi, and Anko had all given their blessing and encouraged him to take the opportunity. The adults fell into thoughtful silence while Naruto's siblings looked saddened at the prospect of him leaving for so long. Mina struggled to hold back tears. Tsunade said she saw no problem with Naruto going and believed it would be a valuable experience. She admitted she had once turned down the offer herself but felt Naruto should not be denied the chance if he wanted it. Shizune ruffled Naruto's hair and indicated she already supported his choice. Jiraiya remained unconcerned at his dinner, but Kushina voiced a firm objection, not wanting Naruto gone for 3 years and worried about who might try to harm him in his absence. Hiruzen studied the matter quietly for a moment, then produced a small piece of paper, wrote a question on it, and handed it to Naruto. The note asked who ruled the Hidden Leaf Village, a question Hiruzen had previously posed to Asuma and one Asuma had failed to answer. Naruto considered the question, wrote his answer, and returned the note. His response named the village's children and the next generation of ninja as the true stewards of the village's future. Hiruzen smiled at the correct answer and granted Naruto his blessing to go. Naruto thanked Hiruzen, calling him grandfather and feeling relieved. All eyes turned to Minato, the village leader, for his judgment. Minato felt the weight of the decision more keenly because it concerned his son. He acknowledged the risks. Naruto could become a target of old enemies or be put in danger while protecting the feudal lord of the Fire Country, since protecting such a dignitary could draw the interest of rogue fighters or mercenaries. At the same time, Minato recognized the advantages. Naruto would travel, train with some of the strongest defenders of the country, and gain the favor of a powerful ruler, which could benefit his future. Minato asked when Naruto planned to leave, noting that the feudal lord would not likely wait long for an answer. Naruto replied that he intended to depart in 2 days and had already sent a return letter accepting the position. The clan would likely expect his arrival sometime the following week. Minato accepted Naruto's decision and said he would not stand in the way, offering a small, encouraging smile. Kushina's expression made it clear she was not pleased and would complain later that night. Conversation around the table resumed, and Naruto noticed that Mina's chair had become empty. He heard small footsteps on the stairs and rose to follow. He excused himself and went upstairs toward Mina's room, smiling at the decorations on the door that reflected her innocence. When he knocked, muffled sobs came from inside. Naruto asked if he could come in, received no reply, opened the door gently, and stepped inside to see what had upset his little sister. He looked over at his sister's bed and felt his heart ache when he saw Mina curled into a ball, tears running down her cheeks and her face red and puffy. Naruto knelt beside her and gently stroked a strand of hair from her face, telling her not to cry and calling her his little princess, because it hurt him to see her so upset. Mina sniffled and wiped her nose. Naruto offered a tissue and helped clear the tears from her eyes. She climbed onto his lap, rested her head against his chest and wrapped her arms around him, her legs dangling off the side. Mina clung to him and said she did not want him to go. Naruto rested his head on hers and held her close, explaining that the separation would be for 3 years and that he would return. He told her that the honor he had been given only came once in a lifetime and that he might always regret refusing the chance. She sniffled and nodded. Naruto reassured her that he would never truly leave. He would always be with her, even when she did not realize it. When Mina looked up at him confused, he smiled and nuzzled her gently, which made her smile and giggle. He tapped his chest and told her he would always be there for her, and that she would always have a special place in his heart. Mina copied him by tapping her own chest. Naruto then leaned in and told Mina a little secret. Out of all the people he cared about, she was the one he loved and cared for the most, and they should keep it between themselves because their mother and Mito might get jealous. Mina giggled, kissed his cheek, and sat quietly with her older brother, enjoying the comfort of his embrace. Naruto hugged his younger sister and realized how much he would miss her, Mito, and Eiji. He suggested that the next day the 4 of them, Mina, himself, Mito, and Eiji, spend the day together, go to the park, visit the monument to the village leaders, and have ramen for lunch at their favorite shop. Mina brightened at the idea and nodded, and the 2 of them went downstairs to enjoy their dessert. The next evening, Kushina drew a deep breath as she combed her hair in the mirror, wearing a light purple nightgown and preparing for bed. She still did not feel ready to see her eldest son leave the next day, but after talking with Minato late into the night she had reluctantly given her blessing. Minato had explained how Naruto's feelings toward them were changing. After years of distance and coldness, Naruto had begun to open up and smile around them more. Seeing that progress helped Kushina accept that Naruto was no longer a child but a young adult and a capable shinobi who could protect himself when necessary. Minato set his book aside and called to Kushina to see if she was coming to bed. She replied that she would, but first she wanted to check on the children. She went to Mina's room and found it empty. A prickle of worry pushed her to check Naruto's old room, but he was not there either. Growing more anxious, she hurried to the twins' room and paused at the doorway when she saw what was inside. The 2 beds had been pushed together to make a larger one, and all 4 of her children were asleep there. Naruto lay in the middle with Mina fast asleep on his chest, her head tucked into the crook of his neck. Eiji and Mito were curled against his side, and Naruto's arms were wrapped protectively around them. Kushina covered her mouth to quiet a sob. The sight of the 4 children she had carried and raised asleep together felt like perfection. Minato came up behind her and put his arms around her. Kushina leaned into him as they watched their children, both comforted and saddened by how strange it would be with Naruto gone for 3 years. Kushina admitted that she did not like the thought of their son being so far away, but she also understood she could not protect him forever. Minato thought to himself that he had to let go eventually. Minato nodded silently as they stood for a moment looking at their children. They both noticed a bit of space on the bed where Eiji was lying. Minato watched Kushina regard their children with pure, unconditional love and pressed a gentle kiss to her head. He told her to stay with the children for the night, explaining there was room for 1 more on the bed and that he knew she wanted to be near them. Kushina smiled at Minato and returned the affection with a brief, tender kiss. She thanked him before he quietly returned to their room. After Minato left, Kushina walked to the bed and settled in on her side. She wrapped her arms around Eiji, feeling her youngest son lean against her as she kissed his head. She took Naruto's hand that lay beside her and gently held it, sensing him squeeze back slightly. Comforted, she rested on the pillows and slowly fell asleep, choosing, for this night, to stay beside her children where she could watch over them. Next morning, Naruto stood in front of one of Konoha's main gates with a rucksack slung over his right shoulder that contained clothing and some storage scrolls. The gates were wide open, ready for him to set off for the fire capital. Behind him, Minato, Kushina, Eiji, Mito, Mina, Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen, Mikoto, Itachi, Anko, Hayate, Yugao and Hana waited to see him off. He first said his goodbyes to his friends, exchanging handshakes and embraces. He offered a shoulder hug to Hayate and Itachi while the girls gave him warm hugs and pecks on the cheek, urging him to grow stronger during his time away so they could see his progress in 3 years. Shizune, Mikoto, Tsunade and Hiruzen offered their own parting gestures. Naruto hugged each of them, and Hiruzen gave him advice and a few elemental jutsu to master, remarking that he looked forward to a future spar with his surrogate grandson when Naruto returned. Shizune handed him healing cream and ointment that should last a year, kissed his forehead through tears, and reminded him to stay safe and not become overconfident. Mikoto wiped a stray tear and hugged him, thanking whatever force had allowed her to be part of his life. Tsunade followed, giving him a kiss on the head and passing the first Hokage's necklace to him, surprising everyone. She told him she believed he would be the first to break the curse and quietly slipped a storage scroll into his cloak. She explained that the scroll contained some inherited Mokutan techniques and that the time away would be ideal for practicing his bloodline. Naruto then moved to his family. His father embraced him in a long hug before handing him one of his 3-pronged kunai as a precaution, explaining it was just in case. Naruto tucked the kunai into his cloak after a moment's hesitation. Kneeling before Eiji, Naruto placed a hand on his little brother's head and asked Eiji to look after their sisters while he was gone and if he could handle the responsibility. Eiji nodded quickly and looped his pinky around Naruto's in a pinky promise to protect their sisters. The two brothers hugged briefly before parting. Mito, teary-eyed, received a tight hug from Naruto. She confessed that she would miss him, and Naruto returned the sentiment with a sad smile and a kiss to the top of her head. He encouraged her to practice diligently and not become lazy or sloppy, and Mito nodded before they shared another quick embrace. He then comforted his youngest sister Mina, who had the hiccups and was crying, reminding her of his earlier words and telling her he would always be with her in spirit. Mina hugged him tightly and tapped her chest to show she understood, then gave him an affectionate kiss on the cheek. Naruto promised to write when he could and asked the 3 younger siblings to keep him informed about things at home. They all nodded and shared a group hug as Naruto wrapped his arms around them. When it was time for the final farewell, Naruto stood in front of Kushina, who was doing her best not to cry. She opened her arms, and Naruto hugged his mother, now taller than her, as she wrapped him tightly and spoke quietly. Kushina reminded him of ordinary cares, not to stay up too late and to get plenty of rest, offering the steady, practical love only a mother could give. Kushina reminded Naruto to eat all 3 meals, not to overdo the ramen like the Uzumaki tended to make new friends in the capital, and to avoid getting in over his head in dangerous situations. She urged him to listen to his seniors and not to overexert himself in training because she did not want him coming home injured. Her voice broke as she told him most of all to be happy and to know that she loved him very much. She admitted she had not always been a good mother and had made mistakes, but she called him her first child and a piece of herself. She sobbed as she kissed the side of his head and begged him to come home safe. Those nearby smiled through tears as they listened. Naruto took his mother's words in, and deep inside him the pain from years of loneliness and neglect finally began to ease. He hugged his mother tighter, kissed her cheek, and told her that he loved her, calling her mom. Kushina gasped and shook at hearing those words, hugging him even tighter and stroking the back of his head. Naruto leaned into her, finally enjoying her warmth the way he had as a child. After a few sniffles they broke apart. Naruto gave Kushina one last smile, turned, and readied himself. 2 covert operatives waited to escort him to the capital. He nodded to them, checked his belongings, then looked back at the group. He announced that he would see them all in 3 years. Everyone waved and offered more farewells as Naruto and the two operatives launched into the trees and left. Minato comforted his wife and they began walking home. Naruto turned his head one last time to watch them, letting tears run down his face, knowing he would not see these people for 3 years. Naruto's training continued on the practice field. He skidded to a halt, wiped a trickle of blood from his chin, and spat to the ground. He thought the match had been worthwhile. Rarely did he get to push himself so far. Across the field his sparring partner stood like a monk, bald, dark-eyed, with thick eyebrows, dressed in the white and black garments of the ninja monks and barefoot. He wore the sash of the 12 Guardian Shinobi. This man was Chiriku, a senior member of the 12 Guardians who had been present since Asuma's active days. Chiriku had shown Naruto the ropes and become his senior. Sparring with him was doing wonders for Naruto's training. Chiriku was effectively a high-level jonin and, according to Asuma, on par with the Leaf's best. He did not rely on ninjutsu or illusion techniques, but his hand-to-hand combat was formidable and he had knowledge of sealing techniques. Chiriku praised Naruto, admitting he had to stay on his toes or he would not last much longer. Naruto reflected that he was lucky to have such a strong training partner and was grateful for the match. Chiriku moved first, and the two surged forward to meet in close combat. For 10 minutes they fought with such speed and intensity that their movements blurred. The ground beneath them began to crack from the pressure of their exchanges. They met again in the center and both landed blows to each other's faces, feeling the force of the strikes. Chiriku assumed a new stance and an image of a Buddha manifested behind him as he prepared a signature technique. Chiriku called forth the technique known as Thunder's Arrival, Thousand Hand Strike. Naruto remained calm as numerous golden, arm-like auras erupted around Chiriku and rushed toward him at high speed. He had seen the technique before and knew how difficult it was to avoid. It served as both offense and defense. Naruto dodged as best he could, jumping, sliding, ducking, and rolling, trying every option to evade the flurry. One strike grazed his face while another passed an inch from his shoulder. He wondered whether the technique could ever be recreated. It was certainly something worth having in dire situations, but he knew Chiriku would not teach it. The technique was taught only to those who became monks of the Fire Temple. Only monks strong enough could learn it, otherwise they could not. Chiriku was regarded as the strongest shinobi monk in the Fire Temple and one of the principal reasons he served among the Guardian Shinobi 12. Many looked up to him as a teacher and de facto leader, and few challenged him lightly. At first Naruto held his ground, but then a heavy blow struck his shoulder and he was knocked to the ground. As Naruto moved, other arms struck him, kicking up a cloud of dust. One of his sparring partners taunted that Naruto would have to do better. Chiriku, grinning unusually, told him he would have to try harder as his legs swept Naruto from beneath him and drove him to the ground. Chiriku then extended his palm toward Naruto's chest. Naruto grabbed Chiriku's wrist before the strike could land, brought his legs up to wrap around the arm and shoulder, and flipped Chiriku down, locking him in an armbar. Chiriku wriggled, but Naruto's grip held fast until Chiriku tapped the ground, signaling surrender. Naruto released him, stood with a bright grin, and offered a hand. Chiriku accepted it. Naruto counted that the score was now 14 victories to his and 12 to Chiriku's. Chiriku conceded that experience would even things out as the two made their way back to the compound where they stayed before visiting the temple. The other members of the Guardians were watching over the feudal lord of the Fire Country, so Naruto and Chiriku took the spare time to spar and hone their skills. They kept a rotation for who would protect the feudal lord at specific times and for when everyone was required to be present. The only occasions that called for the entire force were meetings with visitors and other important people from outside the Fire Country. After returning to their room to change, a messenger arrived at the compound to report that the two were to go directly to the throne room because the feudal lord wished to speak with them both. They agreed and hurried to change and make themselves presentable. With 10 minutes to spare, Naruto sat at his desk and began writing a letter to Mito. Since he had been away for a year, he wrote to Mina once a month, giving updates on his life, saying he missed them and hoped to see them soon. Mito was jealous of the cool things her big brother was doing and made sure he knew it. In return, Mito wrote about life in the Leaf Village, how the family was, and how the twins were doing in the academy. Naruto laughed. Her updates were always the same. Classes were boring and the Nara boy in their class kept dozing off. He was pleased to learn that Anko had been promoted to full-time high-ranking ninja while Itachi had become captain of the covert unit. Itachi's rapid rise was no surprise. He was quickly proving himself one of the village's strongest and most capable ninjas. Mina also passed along messages from his parents. Kushina wanted him to know how much she missed him and that she prayed every night for his safe return. His father expressed pride and looked forward to the day Naruto came home. After sealing the letter to a messenger hawk, Naruto opened the window and let it fly to the Leaf Village, expecting a reply by the end of the week. Dressed in his ninja gear, a simple gray shirt, black pants, sandals, and his Guardian 12 sash around his waist, he left his room and headed for the throne room. When Naruto entered the throne room, he found the 7 other guardians already standing in a line, silent as they waited for the arrival of the feudal lord. They were still searching to fill 4 open positions in the Guardian Force but had come up short so far. Many candidates from the Leaf Village declined the offer. Naruto could not understand why anyone would pass up such an opportunity. As Mikoto and Asuma had told him, it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The throne room was the height of grandeur. Its marble walls and floors were pure white, and tapestries hung from the walls with such detail that the scenes seemed alive. At the far end stood 4 white pillars flanking a golden-red throne on a raised platform with 4 steps. Behind it loomed a giant symbol of the fire character. Naruto slipped into line and nodded to his companions, who returned the gesture. They did not have long to wait. 5 minutes later, the giant doors to their left opened and the feudal lord of the fire country entered with a small guard and took his seat, the guards assuming positions at the sides of the steps. The feudal lord was thin and gaunt, with beady black eyes and slightly tanned skin that was lighter than Naruto's. His cheekbones were sharp, and he wore traditional royal robes and a headpiece. Naruto had once thought the man fickle and easily swayed, but in practice the feudal lord was not as pompous as Naruto had imagined or as his mother had described. He had been kind to Naruto and, aware of his parentage, had personally requested Naruto serve among his guards for a time. The room hushed as the feudal lord slowly fanned himself with a small hand fan he always carried. The feudal lord's family was likely elsewhere in the palace, and his wife was probably dealing with her unruly cat, which made many ninjas in the Leaf Village uneasy. The feudal lord greeted them and thanked them for coming. The guardians responded in unison that they understood and addressed him as their lord before straightening to listen. The feudal lord announced that in 1 week the feudal lord of the Earth Country would arrive at the palace for talks about a possible alliance between the Fire Country and the Earth Country, intended to establish trade routes and ease tensions between their respective ninja villages. He continued by saying that the Earth Country's lord would be accompanied by a guard of Stone Country ninjas reportedly led by the Earth Shadow's son, Kitsuchi. The Fire Daimyo mentioned that he had also heard the granddaughter would be coming. He then reminded everyone that, given the strained relationship between IWA and Konoha, he expected them to be on their best behavior and that anything less would not be tolerated. He said they were there to protect him and his family from anyone who wished them harm. The guardians all nodded, while Naruto suddenly felt a little uneasy and nervous at the thought of Kuratsuchi coming again. He had not expected to see her outside of battle, and his feelings for her had only grown more intense. No other girl made him feel the way she did. In the back of his mind, he wondered if she had felt anything after their brief kiss, though he doubted it. The Fire Daimyo explained that his full family would be at the palace to welcome the Earth Daimyo and that the meeting would take place over the next 3 days. He assigned 4 guardians to watch over him during the meetings and 4 to watch over his family, then asked if that was clear. The guardians replied respectfully that they understood. The Fire Daimyo warned that the IWA shinobi would be housed near the Earth Daimyo and instructed them not to start any trouble. As the guardians dispersed, the Fire Daimyo called Naruto to stay behind. Once the doors closed, only Naruto and the daimyo remained, accompanied by the daimyo's samurai-like guards. The daimyo asked Naruto whether the IWA shinobi might be a problem, given his parents' distrust of them and the enmity some IWA shinobi felt toward Naruto's father. Naruto, surprised by the question, shook his head and assured the daimyo that he had personally had no problems with IWA shinobi and that he would not start any trouble. The daimyo said he had considered sending Naruto home for the week if a problem was expected, but since Naruto had assured him otherwise, he would expect Naruto to behave during the Earth daimyo's stay. Naruto promised he would. The daimyo nodded, dismissed him, and left with his guards. From the rooftops, Naruto noticed two fellow guardians already keeping watch over the daimyo. With a few hours off before his watch, Naruto returned to his room, took a book titled Sealing Techniques Level 7 from his desk, and began to read, sighing at the thought of the upcoming week. He thought that the next week would be a long one and returned to his book. 1 week later, Naruto stood beside Chiriku as the guardians took positions around the fire daimyo and his family. Palace servants watched as a convoy approached with a large carriage in the center, guarded visibly by IWA shinobi. Naruto signaled that they had arrived. Sora, a young monk who had joined the guardians 4 days earlier and used various wind techniques, expressed hope that the visit would remain peaceful. Sora wore similar attire to Chiriku and had light blue hair down to his chin. Naruto scanned the IWA contingent and immediately noticed Kitsuchi, the Tsuchikige's son, who was a head taller and broader than the others, appearing poised and focused. As the convoy drew closer, Naruto saw that behind Kitsuchi was Kuratsuchi. He felt a brief flush at seeing her. She looked more mature, and her hair was slightly longer than before. When the carriage stopped, the Earth daimyo emerged, an older man with a prominent gray beard and deep-set lines on his face. The fire daimyo welcomed him warmly, shook his hand, and expressed relief that the journey had gone smoothly. The Earth daimyo mentioned that a few bandits had tried to attack, but his guards had dealt with them. The fire daimyo thanked the IWA shinobi for their protection, and Kitsuchi nodded in acknowledgement. The fire daimyo invited the Earth daimyo to rest and suggested tea in the garden. He led the Earth daimyo and his family into the palace, while the IWA escort and other shinobi were guided to their quarters. Chiriku and Sora accompanied them, and the remaining guardians went about their duties. As Naruto walked away, he noticed Kuratsuchi watching him with a curious expression, as if she were weighing something internally. When their eyes met, he saw a faint flush on her cheeks before she shook her head and walked away. He watched her go for a moment, then shook his head and turned in the opposite direction. He was on night duty to guard the Fire Feudal Lord tonight, so he planned to get as much sleep as he could before then. The shift was always the most boring, and he found it strange to watch someone sleep. The next day, Naruto activated the wood clone technique, slamming his hands together as wooden material sprouted from his shoulder and took form beside him. After a few seconds, the wooden replica stood complete, and Naruto examined it, walking around to check the features before nodding with satisfaction. He assessed that the clone showed no flaws and congratulated himself on finally getting the technique down. Kiara, his white tiger familiar, observed from the side. She had grown from a small cub into a huge creature taller than his head and longer than a horse. Her green eyes were as mesmerizing as ever, and she offered a toothy smile before yawning and lying on her side. Kiara remarked that it was about time, since he had spent too long on the technique. Naruto admitted that wood release was not an easy element to master and muttered that it was probably why few had ever done it before. Kiara, half asleep, told him to wake her when something interesting happened. Naruto checked a scroll Tsunade had given him and made a small mark next to the wood clone entry before turning his attention to wood release, wooden wall. He memorized the hand seals and sealed the scroll back onto his arm, then dispelled the wood clone. Just as he was loosening his shoulders to try the wooden wall, Naruto's attention snapped to the side and he leapt away from the spot. He landed a few meters away and saw the ground where he had been standing turn into a large glob of molten rock. He rolled his eyes and noticed a female ninja from the stone village sitting on a tree branch nearby. Naruto questioned whether that had been necessary. The stone village girl, Kuratsuchi, grinned and explained that she had to make sure he had not been slacking. He asked if he was up to par, and she allowed that for now he might be, but it was still early. She reminded him of their promise to have a rematch the next time they met. Naruto mentioned that the Fire Feudal Lord had warned him not to start trouble. She countered that the Earth Feudal Lord had warned her the same, and that their match was only a sparring session without lethal intent. She agreed on no kill shots and then leapt away. Kiara sat up and watched the two of them with interest, guessing that the girl was the one Naruto had mentioned before, the one he seemed to have a crush on. They sparred through much of the afternoon. Naruto noticed significant improvement in Kuratsuchi's skills. Though she was a mid-level ninja, she fought closer to high-rank level and he compared her to Enko, perhaps a bit stronger thanks to her lava release technique. Her lava-based techniques had expanded, forcing Naruto to do a lot of dodging to avoid being burned. Kuratsuchi, meanwhile, was breathing hard. Naruto had grown stronger than before, and she struggled to keep up. It infuriated her that the gap between them remained large, but she resolved to catch up and not be taken down easily. During one exchange, Kuratsuchi ducked a punch and noticed Naruto's stance left his legs wide. She smiled at what she had planned, then entwined her legs with his in an attempt to trip him. Naruto used his superior strength to push back, but they stumbled and both fell. Kuratsuchi landed on her back and Naruto on top of her, their faces inches apart and their noses grazing. Both blushed and found themselves leaning toward each other. Realizing what might happen, they stopped and pulled back, embarrassed. Naruto apologized, taking responsibility for the awkward fall, then got off and sat beside her. Kuratsuchi sat up and looked away, unwilling for him to see her blush. She assured him that such things happened in sparring matches and tried to calm herself. Naruto noticed the sun beginning to set. Their sparring had started late in the afternoon and had lasted a long time. Kuratsuchi then asked whether he had guard duty. Naruto said he had already done his shift that day and would not be guarding again until the next morning. She said she had the same schedule and that they would likely see each other the next morning when the feudal lords met again. As she began to walk away for the night, Naruto reached out and gently took her wrist. She was surprised by how soft his hands were. He asked her to have dinner with him. Kuratsuchi was surprised and momentarily overwhelmed, thinking of what her father and grandfather would say if they knew she was spending time with the son of the man her village disliked most. She weighed the pros and cons, but instead of following her head she followed her heart. She saw Naruto looking at her pleadingly and smiled before nodding her agreement. She accepted the invitation to dinner. Naruto suggested getting some food, and that evening he and Kuratsuchi sat beside one another as Naruto enjoyed his miso ramen and Kuratsuchi ate her shrimp ramen. They ate eagerly and made light conversation. Naruto asked how her parents had reacted to her joining the Guardian 12 and remarked that the Beneheim, as described in IWA, sounded very protective of those close to her and liked to keep them in sight. Kuratsuchi agreed that it sounded like a motherly type and said her own mother had been against the decision at first but had eventually accepted it, realizing Kuratsuchi was no longer a child and could look after herself. Naruto nodded and asked about Kuratsuchi's mother. Kuratsuchi explained that she did not know much. From what her two-san had told her, her mother had been a shinobi of Kiri whom her two-san had a relationship with. They had been together for a while and she had been born about a year later. When the bloodline purges happened, her two-san had taken her to IWA because of her Yotan bloodline. Naruto inquired whether she had gotten her trait from her mother, and Kuratsuchi confirmed that her mother was, to her knowledge, still alive but had felt compelled to put Kiri's welfare first and work to set things right. Her mother had been very young when Kuratsuchi was born, barely 18, while her two-san had been 23. Naruto asked if he had ever told her the mother's name, and Kuratsuchi revealed that her mother's first name was Mei. Naruto commented that Mei was a pretty name and wondered if Kuratsuchi would ever meet her. Kuratsuchi said she hoped so, and that she wanted the rebellion to succeed so her mother might be free to return. She admitted she loved her two-san and her grumpy grandfather, but there were things only a daughter could really go to her mother about, and she hoped for the chance to meet Mei one day. Naruto listened and reflected that, when he needed a woman's opinion, he would have gone to Tsunade or Mikoto as an aunt figure and Tsunade as a second mother. When Naruto asked about her goals as a kunoichi, Kuratsuchi said she did not have anything lofty in mind beyond becoming a well-known kunoichi and perhaps having a family one day. Naruto confessed similar ambitions: to be a recognized shinobi strong enough to protect those he loved, to maybe aim for Hokage someday, and to have a family. Kuratsuchi teased that Naruto was already in the bingo book and therefore well known. Naruto joked that he had his grandfather to thank, and Kuratsuchi apologized for her grandfather's behavior, explaining she had tried to reason with him. Her grandfather had been grateful to Naruto for saving her, but he had also seen Naruto's growing strength as a potential threat and had acted the way other leaders might have. Naruto sighed that it had been a rather